Chapter 1040. The ninth underworld king had returned to the imperial city. The former number one genius of the imperial family had appeared in front of the world again. In the imperial city, all the forces looked at the three people who had entered the city. They were considering their next step. No one knew why the ninth underworld king had brought his successor back. However, no matter what the ninth underworld king did, the reshuffling of the forces in the imperial city was inevitable. In the previous battle, almost all the experts above the Red Dust realm had clearly sensed that the ninth underworld king was now no weaker than an Emperor realm expert. Even the three emperors had to be careful when dealing with such terrifying combat power. Ninth uncle, I have to go back to report. After the three of them entered the city, Xianqing looked at the man in front of him and said, respectfully, "Okay." The ninth underworld king nodded and said calmly, "Go. I'll wait for you in the mansion." "Thank you, ninth uncle." Xianqing bowed and didn't waste any more time. He quickly walked toward the three imperial palaces in the distance. "Follow me back to the mansion." After Xianqing left, the ninth underworld king looked at the young man behind him and said lightly, "Yes." Ningqian nodded and replied softly. The two of them headed east toward the ninth underworld king's mansion. The ninth underworld king's mansion used to be the most luxurious mansion in the imperial city. Now it was almost deserted. There wasn't even a guard in front of the mansion. The ninth underworld king walked in front of the ninth underworld king's mansion with Ningqian. He opened the door and walked in. Inside the mansion, weeds were overgrown. The mansion that had been in disrepair for a long time had cracks everywhere. It looked unusually desolate. Is it strange? The ninth underworld king looked at the person behind him and asked. Ningqian looked at the mansion that hadn't collapsed yet. He smiled and said, "It's much better than I imagined. At least we can still live in it after cleaning it up. Tea cools down when people leave. That's the human heart. However, this place will return to its former prosperity," the ninth underworld king said lightly. "I don't care whether it's lively or not. It's quieter when no one comes." Ningqian smiled and said, "Let me clean it up. Senior, you can find a place to rest first." "Call me master," the ninth underworld king said calmly. "I can't." Ningqian smiled. "If you want to inherit this king's clothes and silk, you must call me master," the ninth underworld king said indifferently. "Actually, I don't want to accept senior's clothes and silk," Ningqian said softly without hiding anything. "Oh." When the ninth underworld king heard this, a strange look flashed across his eyes. He said, "Do you know why Xianqing has been sending wine to me all these years? When senior is in dire straits, the third crown prince still cares so much about kinship. How touching." Ningqian smiled. "Speak the truth." The ninth underworld king coldly snorted. Ningqian revealed a helpless expression. As he began to tidy up the mansion, he said, "If you're unaccountably solicitous, you must have your own motives. Senior's 9 nether battle method is renowned throughout the world, so it's not hard to guess what the third prince's goal is. Even a crown prince like Xianqing is spying on my 9 underworlds battle technique. Aren't you tempted at all?" 9 underworlds king asked. "Of course." Ningqian smiled and replied casually, "However, I'm not a member of the Sky Devil Imperial family after all. I'm even from the human clan, which the Sky Devil Imperial family hates the most. If I accept the 9 Serenities battle law, many people will be unhappy. I've never been good at patience. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold myself back and do some outrageous things, which will bring big trouble to you. If I'm afraid of trouble, I won't protect you." The 9th underworld king looked at the 3 royal palaces in the distance and sneered. "There's no need to think about messy things. You don't have to worry about it. I'll just ask you one question. Are you going to learn it or not?" After hearing the former's answer, Ningqian didn't argue anymore and replied, "Yes. Call me master," the 9th underworld king said lightly. Ning Chen chuckled and bowed. Master. Good. The ninth underworld king nodded and said, Continue tidying up. When Xianqing arrives, I'll teach you the flying swan technique first. After speaking, the ninth underworld king didn't waste any more time and walked towards the damaged royal palace. Looking at the ninth underworld king's back, Ning Chen smiled faintly. It seemed that the Heavenly Devil clan wasn't all detestable people. Rumor had it that the ninth underworld king was unable to recover because of the death of a human girl. Although he didn't know what exactly happened, there was no doubt that the ninth underworld king was a very sentimental person. Everyone knew that the Devil clan was heartless. However, there were always exceptions, and the ninth underworld king was one of them. In the royal palace, Ning Chen carefully cleaned up the courtyard that had been abandoned for a long time. He cleaned up from the middle of the day until the sun set in the west. The royal palace that was overgrown with weeds finally had a rough appearance. In the royal palace, the ninth underworld king stood quietly for half a day. He only came back to his senses when the sun set. Night fell. In the courtyard, Ning Chen, who had been busy for half a day, sat down on a huge rock and looked at the bright moon in the sky quietly with a smile on his face. Unknowingly, he had been in the primordial devil realm for many years. He wondered how his friends were doing. And Sister Qingning, I haven't seen her for many years. Is she still in the central region? What about Man, that girl? Where did she go after coming down from the Shinji Peak? Mu Qingxiwe, are her memories still disappearing? The Taishang indifference was indeed a technique that gave people a headache. What about Senior Sister Dai? Can the female supreme help her control the aftereffects of the 9 underworld devouring demon scripture? As he was thinking, the bright moon moved westward in the sky. The night was getting darker. A slightly cold night wind blew past, bringing a few fallen leaves with it, dancing casually in the air. Inside and outside the royal palace, the two of them were silent. Neither of them said a word as they quietly thought about things. In the east, dawn arrived. The cold night gradually passed. In front of the 9th Underworld Royal Palace, a figure in white walked over and knocked on the door gently. In the royal palace, the 9th Underworld King turned around and said, "Go and welcome the guest." On the huge rock outside the palace, Ning Chen heard this and nodded lightly. He jumped down from the rock and walked towards the royal palace. Creak! The royal palace door opened. The sound of rubbing against the door, which had been in disrepair for a long time, was ear-piercing. Outside the royal palace, the third crown prince in white stood quietly. When he saw the person who came, a kind smile appeared on his face. "Brother Ning," Xianqing said with a smile. "Third crown prince, please." Ning Chen returned the greeting, after which he opened up a path and invited them in. Xianqing stepped into the royal palace. When he saw the dilapidated royal palace, he couldn't help but frown. The 9th Underworld Royal Palace had become like this. 9th Royal Uncle. Xianqing came back to his senses. Looking at the figure in the royal palace, he bowed respectfully and said, "Royal Uncle and Brother Ning, why don't you move to my palace first? After I send someone to clean up this place, you can come back." "No need for that trouble." In the royal palace, the 9th Underworld King replied indifferently and said, "Time is precious. Get ready to start." Xianqing heard this and nodded lightly. He didn't say anything else. The 9th Underworld King stepped out of the palace and looked at the two people in the courtyard. He said, "Have you fought with the Golden Lion clan before?" Xianqing shook his head. As the third crown prince of the royal family, his every action represented more than just himself. Unless it was a special situation, he would definitely not fight with the Golden Lion clan, which was also a royal family. In the ancient battlefield, I fought with the Golden Lion clan's Prince Hong Yuan twice. Ning Chen replied. "How did it feel?" the 9th Underworld King asked. Although it's not as difficult to deal with as the Scaled clan, the Golden Lion clan's attacks are very shocking. Every move has a terrifying, explosive power. If you're not careful, your life will be in danger. Ning Chen said truthfully. The ninth underworld king nodded and said, "The era I was in was when the 100 clans were in chaos. Therefore, I fought with the Golden Lion clan many times. The Flying Swan formula was also created at that time." At this point, the ninth underworld king looked at Xian Qing and continued, "Your father should have told you that the purpose of creating the Flying Swan formula was to match the powerful attacks of the Golden Lion clan. The Golden Lion clan's physique is different from other clans. They can burn their own qi and blood to obtain a powerful explosive power. At the highest level, they can accumulate 10 times the attack. However, this requires a large amount of qi and blood. The price is heavy, so they won't use it easily. The Flying Swan mantra has the same effect as the Golden Lion clan's secret technique. The heavenly demons have powerful blood qi that is not inferior to the Golden Lion clans. So I created the Flying Swan mantra based on my personal experience of fighting the Golden Lion clan over the years. With the powerful physical bodies of the heavenly demons, we can also increase our attack by about 10 times. Of course, 10 times the attack comes with 10 times the price. Unless absolutely necessary, we must not use it. Everyone's body has a limit to what it can bear, and the consumption of an attack that is 10 times stronger than the physical bodies of the heavenly demons can bear it. The ninth underworld king's words entered the two's ears and gave them a warning. The stronger the power, the more severe the restrictions. They should not use it easily. I'll demonstrate at once. Watch carefully." As he spoke, the ninth underworld king strode to the center of the estate. Demonic qi surged out from his body as he took a step forward. In the next moment, a shocking scene occurred. Demonic flames burned around the ninth underworld king like the dark flames of hell, enveloping his entire body. The pressure on the ninth underworld king's body continued to rise, and it became more and more shocking. The space in the entire estate started to distort violently. 30 meters away, Ning Qin and Xian Qing felt the terrifying pressure from the king before them. They took half a step back and forcefully stabilized themselves. Shock flashed through their eyes when they looked at each other. Even though it was not the first time they had seen the ninth underworld king's strength, it was still difficult for them to feel shocked. In the entire world, only the ninth underworld king could possess such terrifying pressure at the king realm. Just as the ninth underworld king was teaching them the Flying Swan formula, the space in the 3 imperial palaces in the distant swirled, and 3 extremely terrifying auras appeared. The 3 demon emperors of the heavenly demon clan appeared at the same time. They looked at the ninth underworld king's estate with strange expressions flickering in their eyes. Ninth brother's strength was comparable to an emperor realm expert. It looked like the 3 imperial cities would have to change their names soon. It was unavoidable for that young man to enter the imperial city. After 10,000 years, someone was finally going to challenge the 7 paths of the Devil's Sky. Chapter 1041. In the ninth underworld king's manor, the king's performance shook the heavens and earth. The demonic flames burned around the king's body, and a terrifying pressure shook the entire manor. It was difficult to bear the king's existence. 30 meters away, Ning Chen and Xian Qing looked at the demonic flames around the ninth underworld king with shock. The burning blood qi turned into the strongest power, and the ninth underworld king's aura became more and more terrifying. It surpassed the king realm and approached the emperor realm. Everyone's body is like a divine furnace. As long as you can ignite it, it will provide you with great power. Of course, there's a limit to everything. Once you consume too much blood qi and can't recover in time, your body will have to bear an inestimable price. As he spoke, the ninth underworld king raised his right hand, and the demonic flames around him spread out. Now, I'll teach you the Flying Swan technique. In the next 10 days, try your best to comprehend it. The demonic flames spread out and covered an area of 30 meters. The ninth underworld king looked at the two in front of him with a serious expression. The flying swan technique wasn't something that everyone could cultivate. If they couldn't grasp the basics in 10 days, then it meant that they weren't fated to cultivate it. The two nodded. They felt the intense, burning sensation after the demonic flames entered their bodies, and their bodies tensed up. The demonic flame moved forward at an extremely fast speed, passing through the meridians in their bodies. This strange method of meridian circulation was almost the opposite of the vast majority of cultivation methods in the world. It was something that had never been seen before. Half an hour later, the aura around the 9th Nether King's body gradually converged, and the devil flames in the two men's bodies also disappeared without a trace. I have already taught you the method. In the next 10 days, what you need to do is find a way to reignite the demonic flames and grasp the basics of the flying swan technique. After speaking, the 9th Underworld King walked away, leaving the two of them alone. In front of the manor, Ningqin and Xianqing closed their eyes and used their hearts to experience the feeling of the demonic flames passing through their meridians. Demonic yuan circulated in their bodies, and they tried for the first time. The result was obvious. The two of them failed without a doubt. The demonic yuan passed through their meridians, but nothing happened. The two of them didn't take the first failure to heart. They recalled every detail when the 9th Underworld King ignited his blood qi and tried again. Not far away, the 9th Underworld King stood quietly and looked at the two of them. He didn't give them any more pointers. When he created the flying swan incantation, the difficulties he encountered were far greater than this. Only by putting in effort would one reap the rewards. Things that were too easy to obtain would never be profound. As the sun rose and set, a day slowly passed. In front of the royal palace, Ningqin and Xianqing's demonic qi surged violently. However, after a day, neither of them had managed to ignite the demonic flames. The night fell silently. The bright moon rose from the east. The 9th Underworld King stood in front of the two. Suddenly his eyes narrowed slightly. A wisp of black flame rose around Xianqing's body. It was so weak, but it was unusually clear. Half an hour later, Xianqing opened his eyes and looked at the 9th Underworld King. He bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you, 9th Royal Uncle. To be able to ignite the demonic flame so quickly, not bad at all. Your aptitude is much better than this disciple of mine," the 9 Nether King exclaimed. "9th Imperial Uncle, you flatter me." A smile appeared on Xianqing's face as he said, "I've disturbed you for a day and troubled you, 9th Imperial Uncle. Your nephew has failed in his task and needs to return to the palace to receive his punishment. I won't stay any longer." The 9th Underworld King nodded and said, "Go ahead." Xianqing bowed again and immediately turned to leave. After Xianqing left, there were only two people left in the huge palace. In front of the palace, the demonic aura around Ning Chen's body was surging like a tide. Its power was getting stronger and stronger. However, there were still no signs of him igniting the demonic flame. The 9th Underworld King stood at the side and waited patiently. He could see that his disciple's aptitude was much worse than Xianqing's. It was not strange that he could not ignite the demonic flame for a day. The first day passed. In front of the palace, everything was the same as before. It was as if nothing had happened. The second day, the third day, the 9th Underworld King still stood patiently in front of the palace, waiting for his only disciple to master the flying swan formula. However, the result was disappointing. The fourth day, the fifth day, time passed day by day. On the 9th day, the 9th Underworld King's calm face finally showed a slight change. He looked forward and frowned from time to time. Although he was mentally prepared, if his disciple really could not master the flying swan formula, he would not be able to teach him many more things. The sun was shining in the sky. Just as the 9th Underworld King was getting impatient, a blazing red heavenly fire rose around Ningqin. It was like a prairie fire instantly igniting the demonic aura around him. Seeing this, the ninth underworld king was surprised. The flame, just now, was the heavenly fire of punishment. In the flame, Ningchen opened his eyes. The black flame on his body was surging, shocking everyone. Opportunistic. The ninth underworld king looked at Ningchen and said lightly, "It doesn't matter what method I used. What matters is the result, isn't it, Master?" Ningchen smiled. "I don't know how you took the heavenly fire for your own use. However, the power of the heavenly fire is too overbearing. You have to be careful," the ninth underworld king reminded. "I understand," Ningchen replied and said, "Using the heavenly fire to ignite the demonic flame is only a temporary measure. I know that my talent is ordinary, so I borrowed external help. In the future, when I can ignite the demonic flame with my own strength, I will naturally not use the heavenly fire." The ninth underworld king nodded and said, "Since you already have a way to ignite the demonic flame, then I can continue to teach you the following things. You don't have much time, so you have to cherish it. Soon, the three sovereigns will summon you to the palace. At that time, you will have to challenge the 7 paths of demonic sky. The dangers within are extraordinary. With your current strength, it will be difficult for you to walk out successfully." Hearing this, Ningchen frowned. 7 paths of demonic sky? What is that? "You don't have to think so much now. Just focus on learning the 9th underworld battle technique from me. If you don't have enough strength, it will be useless no matter how much you know," the 9th underworld king said seriously. "Yes," Ningchen replied softly. "Next, I will teach you the Holy Imperial Technique and the 9th Underworld Secret Technique. The Holy Imperial Technique is a technique created based on the absolute defense of the Golden Scale Clan. Although it is not as difficult to cultivate as the Flying Swan Technique, it is easy to learn but difficult to master. If you want to reach the level of absolute defense of the Golden Scale Clan, you'll need to put in 10 times or even 100 times more effort than the Flying Swan Technique. As for the 9th Underworld Secret Technique, it is neither an offensive nor a defensive technique, but a technique to control weapons. It needs to be combined with the mysterious Solution 9 changes to maximize the power of the Flying Swan Technique and the Holy Imperial Technique. The 9th Underworld king reminded him seriously. Hearing this, Ningchen nodded lightly. If hard work could be rewarded, then it would be a joyous thing. Watch carefully, the 9th Underworld king said seriously. Then he took 2 steps forward and shouted. The demonic chi in the surroundings surged out. In an instant, the demonic chi took form. Thousands of demonic chi, as thin as hair, intertwined with each other. Layer after layer, they formed a black armor around the king. In front of him, Ningchen saw this, and his eyes flashed. What an amazing power control! Next is the 9th Underworld Secret Technique. Before he finished speaking, 9 rays of light flew out from the 9th Underworld King's body. The mysterious Solution 9 changes reappeared in the world. Chapter 1042. In the 9th Underworld King's estate, the mysterious Solution 9 transformations reappeared. 9 black streams of light flew up, their shapes constantly changing. They were either spears, halberds, swords, or armors. The 9 transformations were all different. It was a rare demonic artifact with a peerless edge. The mysterious Solution 9 transformations was forged from the stars of outer space. It's both hard and soft. It's an extremely special weapon. If you want to control it, you must cultivate the 9 underworld secret arts to the extreme. The 9th Underworld King waved his hand to disperse the transformations. The demonic threads around him dispersed and merged into Ning Chen's body. I gave you 10 days to cultivate the Flying Swan Technique because you can't master it in 10 days. It's useless no matter how long you try. However, the Imperial Technique is different from the 9 underworld secret arts. There's no shortcut to cultivating these two techniques. You can only rely on a lot of practice. Tomorrow I will enter the palace and try my best to buy time for you. During this time, you must practice with all your might and master as much as you can." With that, the mysterious solution flew out from the ninth underworld king's hand and flew towards Ningchen. "Thank you, master." Surrounded by thousands of demonic threads, Ningchen took the profound solution and bowed. However, this time, there was more respect in his heart. He could see that the ninth underworld king was sincerely teaching him as a disciple. The celestial demon clan had 3 demon emperors. One could imagine the pressure the ninth underworld king would face when he entered the palace. "I have already taught you the cultivation method and the mysterious solution 9 transformations. Hurry up and cultivate," the ninth underworld king instructed. Ningchen nodded. He felt the demonic threads in his body and used his heart to feel the changes. The mysterious solution flew up. 9 streams of light surrounded him. It was a supreme demonic artifact. Demonic might surged like the waves in the sky. The ninth underworld king stood to the side and watched quietly. Although his disciple's talent wasn't enough and hadn't entered the mortal realm, he was able to defeat the princes and princesses of the Scaled Clan and Golden Lion Clan to become the champion of the 100 Clan competition. The Imperial technique and the 9 underworld secret arts didn't require too much talent to cultivate. As long as one worked hard, there would be rewards. It was just right for this disciple of his. He'd seen too many geniuses. This world had no lack of geniuses, and there were many geniuses that were said to possess the bearing of a king or even monarch. However, experts that were truly capable of cultivating to the king realm and monarch realm were extremely rare. On the path of cultivation, one had to face too many tribulations and accidents. Talent and achievements were not equal. Being able to grow was the most important thing. He was very satisfied with this disciple of his, even though his talent was still lacking. In front of the imperial palace, demonic qi surged like a tide. Ningchen stood in it, multitasking, cultivating the imperial technique and the 9 underworlds secret technique at the same time. The dual body transformation art displayed extraordinary might at this moment. Cultivating both bodies at the same time, the imperial art and the 9 underworlds secret technique complemented each other, multiplying the cultivation speed. Not far away, Xianjuyo's eyes flashed when he saw the former's cultivation progress. Strange! How could he grasp it so quickly? It seemed that this disciple of his still had many secrets that he did not know. Time flew by, and a day passed in the blink of an eye. The 9th Serenity King left his residence and headed towards the 3 Emperors' palace alone. Only Ningchen remained in the 9th Serenity King's estate. The demonic qi surged and became more and more shocking. The 3 Emperors' palace was a majestic palace with 9,000 stone steps leading to the heavens. It was a building that represented the highest authority of the Celestial Devil Clan, and it had existed for countless years. This time, a king with a peerless demeanor walked up the 9,000 stone steps. He wore dark purple clothes, had a masculine appearance, and was extraordinarily domineering. When the king appeared, all the guards in front of the 3 Emperors' palace became nervous, and they bowed respectfully. "He's here." Within the first Earth Emperor's palace, space swirled and rays of light converged as a dignified voice resounded. "How many years has it been? He should have returned a long time ago." Another ball of light appeared beside the throne. Its aura was powerful and unfathomable. The 9 underworld strength is infinitely close to the monarch realm. This isn't a good thing. A third voice resounded from the side. A demonic sun rose and fell, and its pressure shook the heavens and the earth. After countless years, the 3 emperors had appeared once more. Within the first Earth Emperor's palace, demonic qi was as heavy as a mountain, and the entire space had practically frozen. Not long after, the 9 underworld's king's figure appeared in front of the palace and walked in. Under the demonic chi, the king's footsteps didn't stop at all. The former pride of the Imperials was still the same today. Royal younger brother. 9 underworlds greets the 3 royal brothers. The 9 underworlds king bowed with a calm expression. You may rise. The first Earth Demon Emperor's voice resounded from the center of the 3 demon emperors. Thank you, eldest brother. The 9 underworlds king stood up and looked at the 3 figures in front of the throne without any fear. While the 9 underworlds king was meeting the 3 emperors hundreds of thousands of miles away, within the Fox Clan's secret realm in the country of Green Hill, the Fox Clan's elders and king of the Fox Clan were listening to the report from the Holy Maiden of the Fox Clan. Their expressions were abnormally solemn. First Elder, what do you think? On the main seat, the king of the Fox Clan looked at the elder seated below and asked, The Holy Maiden's suggestion is indeed worth considering. With the 9 underworlds king's protection, that young man entering the Imperials is inevitable. If we can form a marriage alliance with the Sky Devil Imperial family, this is a rare opportunity for our Fox Clan, the first elder of the Fox Clan said solemnly. That might not be the case. Opposite the elder, a white-haired old woman said in a deep voice, If someone who isn't part of the Imperials wants to enter the Imperials, they must pass through the 7 paths of the demonic sky. I'm sure everyone knows the difficulty of the 7 paths of the demonic sky. For thousands of years, many great demons and even royal heavenly demons wanted to enter the Imperials, but they all failed in the end. As the old woman's words fell, everyone fell silent. The second elder was right. The 7 paths of the demonic sky was actually a barrier set by the Sky Devil Imperial family for heavenly demons who weren't part of the Imperials. How could it be easy to enter the Imperials? Mother, first elder, second elder, Xiao Xiao has seen how powerful the 9 underworlds king is in the heavenly demon pool. He is a supreme existence that isn't inferior to an emperor realm expert. Even if young Master Ning can't pass through the 7 paths of the demonic sky, as long as our Fox Clan can gain the favor of the 9 underworlds king, this marriage alliance will be worth it. Xiao Xiao looked at the 3 of them and said seriously. On the main seat, the king of the Fox Clan frowned slightly. Her beautiful eyes kept flashing with thoughts. Xiao Xiao's words were indeed reasonable, but how should they choose the candidate for the marriage alliance? There were indeed many women of the right age in the Fox Clan, but ordinary women of the Fox Clan didn't have the qualifications to marry the 9 underworlds king's disciple. Mother, I'll go. At this moment, a woman walked over from not far away. Her face was considered pretty, but it was far from being stunning. Standing beside the Holy Maiden of the Fox Clan, she seemed even more ordinary. Second sister. Seeing the woman walking over, Xiao Xiao's face was filled with surprise. Clearly, she didn't expect the former to appear here. Greetings to mother and elders. The woman bowed and said respectfully, Get up. On the main seat, the king of the Fox Clan looked at her daughter and said seriously, Do you know what you just said? Wanna knows? The woman stood up and said calmly, The marriage alliance with the Sky Devil Imperial family requires a person of similar status. Elder sister is the Holy Maiden of the Fox Clan, and it's impossible for her to marry into the Sky Devil Imperial family. Choosing someone else wouldn't show the sincerity of the Fox Clan. Only one, Oi's status is the most suitable. Are you serious? You have never met the 9 underworlds king's disciple. Won't you regret making this decision? The king of the Fox Clan said seriously. Juan is serious. I won't regret it, the woman said softly. Hearing this, the king of the Fox Clan looked at both sides and said, Elders, what do you think? The first elder of the Fox Clan and the white-haired old woman looked at each other and nodded. Juan is indeed the most suitable candidate for the marriage alliance. Juan, have you really thought it through? Don't be rash. On the side, Xiao Xiao looked at her second younger sister and advised, Elder sister, don't worry. Juan made this decision after careful consideration. Juana replied softly. When Xiao Xiao heard this, she frowned unconsciously. Although she was unwilling, she didn't say anything else. That young Master Ning was indeed a dragon among men. However, Juana had never met him before, so she was still worried. There were many women of the right age in the Fox clan. She originally wanted her mother to choose someone to adopt as her goddaughter and marry into the Sky Devil imperial family. She didn't expect Wan to take the initiative. Since Wan agrees after the 9 Underworld's king's disciple passes through the 7 paths of the demonic sky, we'll discuss the marriage alliance with the Sky Devil imperial family. On the main seat, the first elder of the Fox clan said. On the main seat, the king of the Fox clan hesitated for a moment, but he didn't have a reason to refuse. He nodded helplessly and said, "We'll do as the first elder says." "Mother, elders, Wan still has something to do. I'll take my leave first." During the banquet, Wan bowed respectfully to her mother and the elders of the Fox clan before getting up and leaving. Seeing Wan leave, a strange look flashed across the king of the Fox clan's eyes. Her second daughter had always been quiet, especially when compared to her elder sister. She seemed very ordinary. However, Wan decision this time was truly out of everyone's expectations. It seemed that she knew too little about her daughter. "Mother, I'll also take my leave first." During the banquet, Xiao Xiao was still worried. She bowed respectfully to everyone before getting up and leaving. In front of the green bamboo house that was not far away from the clear pond, Xiao Xiao walked over. Looking at the woman in front of the bamboo house, she quickened her pace. "Waner." Xiao Xiao looked at the former and said, "Don't be silly. Our Fox clan has many women of the right age. There's no need for you to marry them. They can join other clans and fight for a good future. However, you don't need them. Why do you have to suffer?" "Elder sister." Wan shifted her gaze and looked at the woman beside her. She smiled and said, "I'm not being silly. I'm doing this willingly. Apart from elder sister, all the women of the Fox clan will have to marry sooner or later. Rather than marrying someone I don't like, why don't I make a choice now?" Wan looked into the distance and said softly, "An expert who can suppress the geniuses of the 100 clans. Wan won't be disgraced if I marry him. Although we've never met, Wan is willing to take a gamble." Chapter 1043. Within the first Kuan Emperor Palace in the primordial demon region, more than a month had passed since the 9th Underworld king entered the palace. Everyone was waiting for the result. However, what everyone didn't understand was that there was no movement from the first Kuan Emperor Palace for more than a month. What are the 3 demon emperors thinking? Within the 3 royal city, all the forces looked toward the first Kuan Emperor Palace and guessed what had happened. After another 10 days, clouds started to gather above the first Kuan Emperor Palace, and a majestic voice resounded throughout the 3 royal city. "Summon Ning Qin from the 9th Underworld King Palace." The first Kuan Demon Emperor personally gave the order, and the 3 royal cities shook. Everyone looked toward the 9th Underworld King Palace with serious expressions. It was finally about to begin. The 9th Underworld King had brought this young man back to the 3 royal city for almost 2 months, and they had been waiting for this day. If someone without the royal bloodline wanted to enter the Sky Demon Imperial family, they would have to pass through the 7 paths of demonic sky. This was the ancestral rule, and no one could go against it. Under everyone's gazes, the door of the 9th Underworld King Palace opened, and a figure in plain clothes walked out. His white hair danced in the wind, and he looked extremely dazzling. 100 years of white hair represented the hardships of his life. Ning Chun walked toward the 3 royal palace step by step. His steps were firm, and he wasn't afraid of any hardships. Before the 9,000 stone steps of the 3 royal palace, Knowing Destiny's figure appeared. All the guards on both sides focused and watched him enter the palace. In front of the throne in the first Kuan Emperor Palace 3 terrifying auras floated up and down. They were so bright that no one could see their figures clearly. Below the palace, many powerful figures stood quietly. The members of the royal family had all arrived, and they were split into 2 rows. The 3 princes stood at the head of the group on the left. Their auras were powerful, and the most powerful one was already a peak king. Ning Qin entered the palace, and everyone, including the 3 princes, looked over. They had all heard of this disciple of the 9th Underworld King, but no one had seen him before. The first seat of the 100 Races competition and the young expert who had suppressed the 4 royal heirs. No matter how one looked at it, this person could be called a genius. However, the Celestial Devil Imperial family never lacked geniuses. Even the most ordinary disciple in the Imperial family would be considered an absolute genius in the other big clans. Greetings to the 3 demon emperors. In the main hall, Ning Qin stopped and bowed. Rise. In the middle of the 3 demon emperors, the first Kuan demon emperor spoke. Thank you, your majesty. Ning Qin straightened up and stood there quietly. At the head of the right row, the 9th Underworld King looked at the figure in the hall. His calm eyes turned serious. He could only delay for so long in the 2 months. He could no longer interfere with the 7 paths of demonic sky. If you are not a member of the Imperial family, you must pass the test of the 7 paths of the demonic sky if you wish to enter our Sky Devil Imperial family. The 9th Underworld King should have already told you about this. Are you prepared? In front of the throne, in the dazzling light, the first Kuan demon emperor asked again. Reporting to the Devil Emperor, Master has indeed informed us. Ning Qin replied calmly. Since you already know, I won't waste my breath. As long as you can successfully pass through the 7 paths of the demonic sky, you can officially become a member of the Sky Devil Imperial family, First Demon Emperor Kuan said lightly. Ning Qin nodded, but didn't say anything. He wasn't interested in becoming a member of the Celestial Demonic Imperial family. However, if he could take this opportunity to enter the Celestial Demonic Imperial family and find the secret technique of the Phoenix clan, that was what he cared about more. Do you have anything else to say? In front of the throne, the first Kuan demon emperor asked again. Reporting to the Devil Emperor, no. Ning Qin bowed and replied, Great. I will now open the entrance of the 7 paths of the demonic sky for you. I hope you can walk out successfully. As soon as he finished speaking, demonic aura filled the air in front of the throne. An unparalleled and terrifying aura rose rapidly, causing the entire hall to shake violently. In the next moment, the void in front of Ning Qin stirred, and a huge space tunnel appeared. Demonic aura surged violently, sending chills down one's spine. Be careful. Just do your best. There is no need to force it. The 9th Underworld King said calmly. I understand. Ning Qin replied softly and didn't say anything else. He walked directly into the space tunnel in front of him. At the head of the left row, Xianqing looked at Ning Qin, who was walking into the space tunnel. Whether he was qualified to enter the royal family or whether he was qualified to be Xianqing's friend would depend on his performance in the 7 paths of the demonic sky. Ning Qin entered the 7 paths of the demonic sky. In the royal palace, the royal family members looked at the 9th Underworld King again. After so many years, the 9th Underworld King had returned. This was an outcome that no one wanted to see. The forces of the 3 royal cities had been balanced for thousands of years. Once it was broken, the forces of the 3 royal cities would be reshuffled. Even if they could survive this chaos, they would be greatly affected. 9th Underworld, it's time for you to break through to the imperial plane. While the crowd was deep in thought, the 8th Desolation Demon Emperor of the 3 sovereigns spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, all the kings were shocked. Only then did they regain their senses. Their hearts were heavy. Thank you for your reminder, 8th Royal Brother. The 9th Underworld King replied calmly. On the opposite side, other than Xianqing, the other two royal princes, looked at the ninth underworld king opposite them. Each of them had their own thoughts. However, neither of them showed it on their faces. Within the 7 paths of the demonic sky, demonic qi surged. Everywhere was desolate. Ning Qin walked in with a solemn expression. The ninth underworld king had only briefly mentioned the 7 paths of the demonic sky. He did not talk about the dangers in detail. Therefore, he knew nothing about the 7 paths of the demonic sky. As these thoughts flashed in his mind, Ning Chan walked forward step by step. Just now, he had taken less than 100 steps when the surrounding heaven and earth instantly changed. The darkness and desolation vanished, and what entered his eyes was an expanse of exuberant vitality, luxuriant green grass and fragrant flowers. On the grass there was a bamboo house. In front of the bamboo house, a beautiful figure was squatting in the herb garden. She looked focused as she organized the herbs in front of her. The woman's face was so familiar. She was so beautiful that she did not look like a mortal woman. There was a beauty in the north. She was peerless and independent. With a glance, she could topple a city. With another glance, she could topple a country. It was difficult to find another beauty. After almost 100 years, seeing this familiar face again, Ning Chen's body unconsciously trembled. A sorrowful smile appeared on his face. He stepped forward. In the herb garden in front of the bamboo house, the woman turned her head and smiled when she saw him. "You're back? Go wash your hands and get ready to eat." "Okay." Ning Chen nodded and smiled. In the bamboo house, the aroma of the food filled the air. Ning Chen washed his hands and walked to the table. Looking at the food on the table, his smile became more sorrowful. "What's wrong? Is it not to your taste?" The woman looked at him and asked softly. "No." Ning Chen shook his head and smiled. "I thought of some past events. Sit down and eat." The woman nodded and sat opposite him. She picked up the bamboo chopsticks and picked up some vegetables for him. She said softly, "Eat more." Ning Chen nodded. His hand that was holding the chopsticks steadied a little. He quietly began to eat. "After eating, we're going to visit Mother's grave," the woman said. "Okay." Ning Chen nodded again and softly replied. After Ning Chen entered the 7 paths of the demonic sky in the first king palace, an illusory screen appeared in the sky above the palace. It reflected what was happening in the 7 paths of the demonic sky. The leader of the kings, Xianqing, looked at the screen and frowned. The 7 paths of the demonic sky corresponded to the 7 emotions of the human world: joy, anger, sorrow, joy, love, evil, and desire. The first stage was relatively easy. He did not expect to be trapped in the first stage. If one is trapped in an illusion and cannot walk out, they will be trapped forever. 9 Underworld King. Did you not remind your disciple to be careful of the illusions in the 7 paths of the demonic sky? A powerful king of the royal family, sitting opposite the 9 Underworld King, sneered. "There is no need." When the 9th Underworld King heard this, he said indifferently, "How could this king's disciple be trapped in an illusion so easily?" In front of the throne, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor looked at the screen in front of him and squinted his eyes. He had met this young man once at the Heavenly Devil Lake, so he knew a little about him. Back then, this young man did not show any fear when facing him. It showed how determined he was. He would not be trapped in an illusion in the first stage. If this young man already knew that this was an illusion, why would he still be trapped in it? He has an obsession and is unwilling to walk out. The first Kunyi Demon Emperor beside the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said calmly, "This young man was born in the human race, but he lost his mind and became a demon. It shows that there is a past in his heart that no one knows about. This young man is indeed not trapped in the illusion, but he is unwilling to walk out." While the crowd was watching, time and space in the first stage of the 7 paths of the demonic sky changed. A white-clothed figure and a beautiful woman walked side by side to the north of the bamboo hut. 10 miles away, in front of a neatly repaired tomb. The two people walked over with offerings that the woman had prepared in advance. "Mother, my husband and I have come to visit you." The woman knelt in front of the tomb and took out the offerings from the wooden box. Her beautiful face was filled with longing. Ning Chen also knelt down silently beside her. He looked at the name engraved on the tombstone in front of him. After some time, black blood kept dripping from the corner of his mouth. "Husband, the food is poisoned. Didn't you notice?" The woman turned around and looked at the young man beside her with a gentle smile. "I noticed it," Ning Chen replied softly. He looked at the familiar face of the woman beside him and said softly, "You two are really alike, almost exactly the same." The woman smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself again. My name is Huan Ji, the master of the first stage of the 7 paths of the demonic sky." As soon as she finished speaking, the woman's face changed. Her beautiful face was no longer the same as before. "Ning Chen, the woman you just transformed into, is my wife." A smile appeared on Ning Chen's face. Gradually, the world around him changed. Snow fell from the sky, and winter arrived in the blink of an eye. Huan Ji's expression changed slightly when she felt the change of the seasons. "What's going on? Wasn't he poisoned?" Ning Chen raised his hand and grabbed the woman's throat in front of him. Huan Ji wanted to dodge, but she realized that the space around her had frozen like a swamp. She could not move at all. "Now, you don't look like her." Ning Chen grabbed the throat of the woman in front of him. His previously gentle expression had now turned abnormally cold. Chapter 1044. In the first stage of the 7 paths of demonic sky, the illusion trapped the knowing destiny state. The moment the illusion returned to its original appearance, killing intent exploded from Ning Chen's eyes as he grabbed the woman's throat. His cold and emotionless eyes no longer had the gentleness from before. Ning Chen's body was surrounded by cold air as his peerless foundation affected the heaven and earth, turning everything within 1,000 miles into winter. Huan Ji was shocked as fear appeared on her beautiful face. This was the first time in 1,000 years that she felt so close to death. The undisguised killing intent became even more bone-chilling. The aura of the yellow springs wrapped around Ning Chen's hand. Feeling the clear killing intent from Ning Chen, Huan Ji's body quickly transformed and retreated 1,000 feet away. Ning Chen had never seen such a strange martial art before. Seeing this, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He took a step forward, and in an instant he rushed forward. The hand that grabbed her throat followed her like a shadow. Demonic qi surged out from Ning Chen's body, reaching 3,000 feet. Huan Ji suppressed the fear in her heart and used her mortal realm, cultivation. Her hand turned from void to solid as she blocked Ning Chen's attack. As the two exchanged blows, killing intent filled the air. After the two merged, Ning Chen was at the peak of the 3rd realm and his cultivation was close to the mortal realm. Although the owner of the first stage of the 7 paths of demonic sky was at the mortal realm, Huan Ji, who wasn't good at fighting, was completely suppressed. She was in danger. Not wanting to fight for a long time, Ning Chen used a peerless technique and his powerful foundation erupted. The might of the 9 heavens, star-picking hand appeared. As soon as he attacked, the heaven and earth shook. The star-picking hand's ultimate move shook the stars in the sky. Being so close, the heavy palm landed on Huan Ji's body. Huan Ji could not dodge in time, and with a groan, her body flew back 1,000 feet. With a bang, Huan Ji crashed into a mountain in the first stage of the 7 paths of demonic sky. She coughed out blood and was heavily injured. In front of her, Ning Chen was surrounded by wind and snow, but he didn't move forward. The owner of the first stage was heavily injured, and the battle stopped. In the first stage of the 7 paths of demonic sky, the space shook and the entrance to the 2nd stage appeared before knowing destiny. Ning Chen walked in and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the second stage of the 7 paths of demonic sky, a black mass of martial artists stood in the air. Their auras were shocking and covered the sky. Among the thousands of martial artists, a black-clothed middle-aged man stood quietly with a halberd in his hand. On the peak of the mountain, the red-clothed figure was covered in blood. The scarlet chain in his hand pierced through the green-clothed woman's chest. Blood gushed out and dyed her clothes red. The green-robed woman's body leaned backwards, falling from the mountain peak. Blood splattered across her chest, a ghastly sight. It was a familiar scene, a scene that he didn't want to see the most. Below, Ningchen looked at the scene on the mountain peak. Even though he knew that this was an illusion created by the 7 demonic Tao, he still couldn't suppress the rage in his heart. Slaying demons under the heavens was the most unforgettable scar in Ning Chen's life. At this moment, it was reopened. Ning Chen stomped his foot and leaped up. On the cliff, a beautiful figure in green fell from the peak. She was desolate and shocked. For the person she treasured the most in her life, she would have no regrets even if she had to give up her life. Ning Chen reached out his hand to catch the beautiful figure in green that was falling down from the peak. At the same time, thousands of phantoms rushed over from the peak. It was hard to tell which one was the real one. Countless weapons slashed down mercilessly. In Ning Chen's arms, the azure-robed figure disappeared. The illusion shattered and returned to nothingness. The heavy halberd pierced through the air with enough power to split open the sky. The master of the second stage of the 7 demonic Tao had appeared. Ning Chen turned his head. Amidst the surging demonic qi, Crimson Viper appeared in his hand. With a clang, it blocked the deadly heavy halberd. Ning Chen's eyes were filled with rage and killing intent. Ning Chen shouted, and his killing intent erupted. Crimson Viper of the demonic Tao appeared once again. The middle-aged man snorted coldly and waved his halberd to meet the attack. He fully released his cultivation of the middle stage of the Red Dust Realm. With his rich battle experience, his attacks were far more threatening than the master of the first stage. Facing the master of the second stage of the 7 demonic Tao, Ning Chen's killing intent became more and more intense. The sword and halberd clashed, instantly becoming white-hot. The mighty shock waves destroyed mountains and cracked rocks. The surrounding peaks continued to collapse. As the sword light flashed, a mountain peak was split in half. It was a shocking scene. The sword that had returned to its original state was ordinary. However, its power was shocking. After exchanging several moves, the middle-aged man was shocked. He put away the last trace of contempt in his heart and attacked with all his strength. The heavy halberd fell again. However, Ning Chen didn't retreat. Instead, he moved forward and dodged the halberd. Then, his left hand struck towards the middle-aged man's chest. The middle-aged man's expression became serious. He raised his left arm and blocked the incoming attack. The middle-aged man was pushed back several steps by the force of the palm strike. Before he could react, the sharp sword tip came again. The sword was simple, but filled with endless killing intent. Every move was deadly. There wasn't a trace of hesitation. It was so cold that it made people shiver. The sword had reached the pinnacle and returned to its original state. After learning the sword for 30 years, Ning Chen's sword had unknowingly surpassed the only one and reached a higher realm. The sword and halberd clashed again. Ning Chen's peerless foundation and the sword's extreme state increased their power by several folds. 12 styles of spiritual rhino, sky-raising waterfall. The moment the sword and halberd clashed, Ning Chen gathered his energy and used the moon worshipping clan's secret art. Monstrous waves soared into the sky with shocking power. The moment the waterfall reached the sky, the middle-aged man retreated quickly to avoid the waves. His hasty counterattack revealed a flaw. Ning Chen's figure flashed past and appeared behind the middle-aged man in an instant. Qi Lian waved his slash and a murderous aura filled the air. The middle-aged man sensed danger coming from behind and immediately bent down to dodge. Ning Chen snorted coldly. He gathered his energy in his left palm again and struck the middle-aged man's back. With a rumble, the middle-aged man fell from the sky and landed on the ground. A cloud of dust rose hundreds of feet high. Ning Chen's figure descended from the sky. The moment his feet touched the ground within 100 miles started to rumble. The ground was uprooted and turned into a prison, trapping the middle-aged man. Ning Chen looked at the master of the second stage, trapped in the mountain. He clenched his left hand, and the mountain immediately shrunk. "Spare me." Inside the mountain, the middle-aged man felt the mountains change and quickly begged for mercy. Hearing the middle-aged man begging for mercy, Ning Chen's left hand stopped. He activated the scroll of earth, and the mountain opened, releasing the master of the second stage. "Congratulations, you've passed." The middle-aged man suppressed the throbbing in his heart and said. As soon as he said that, the space between the two twisted and the entrance to the third stage appeared. Ning Chen didn't hesitate and walked in. Just as Ning Chen entered the third stage, on the Heavenly Barrier Mountain, which was thousands of miles away, there was a rumbling sound in the forbidden land of the Rock Clan. Not long after, thunder rumbled in the sky. Endless heavenly lightning fell from the sky and landed in the forbidden land of the Rock Clan. Not far away, the old Peng King walked out from the Heavenly Barrier Mountain's King Palace. Seeing the changes in the forbidden ground, a serious look flashed in his eyes. Was he finally going to break through? It seemed that this blow wasn't a bad thing for him. The mortal realm was the biggest barrier between mortals and immortals. As long as he could break through this barrier, Ao Lai's future would be limitless. Endless heavenly lightning engulfed the Peng race's forbidden ground. After a long time, the lightning gradually dissipated. A young man in battle armor walked out with a halberd in his hand. "Father!" Ao Lai bowed, his eyes flickering. "I know what you want to do. Don't worry. That young man is currently challenging the 7 paths of the demonic sky. I'm sure many people in the Celestial Devil Imperial family don't want him to succeed. Even if he succeeds, the Imperial family in the 3 Imperial cities won't truly acknowledge him. You still have many opportunities to kill him." As he spoke, the Peng King looked at the 3 Imperial cities in the distance. The shadow that the young man had left in Ao Lai's heart could only be removed with his death. Now, with the 9th Underworld King's protection, it would be much more troublesome to get rid of this person. However, the forces in the 3 Imperial cities were complicated. With the Imperial family restraining them, the 9th Underworld King couldn't interfere in everything. At the same time, countless gazes from the Scaled Race, Golden Lion Race, Rock Spirit Race, and the other Imperial families gathered in the direction of the 3 Imperial cities. The first place of the 100 Races competition actually had the bloodline of the Celestial Devil Clan. This was something that no one had expected. Now, this person had been accepted as a disciple by the 9th Underworld King, which shocked countless people. The 9th Underworld King's identity was truly too special. In the past, he was the pride of the Celestial Devil Imperial family. He hadn't even entered the King Realm. Yet, several Emperor Realm experts had determined that he was a peerless genius who would definitely enter the King Realm. Now, he'd made an appearance once more and shocked the world. What sort of status would the Celestial Devil Imperial family give his disciple? A prince, or a crown prince? There were many princes in the Celestial Devil Imperial family who possessed the imperial bloodline. However, there were only 12 princes who were the direct descendants of the 3 emperors. Among them, the 3 crown princes even possessed the purest imperial bloodline. No matter if it was in terms of natural talent or strength, they were extraordinary. The 9th Underworld King hadn't entered the King Realm yet. Logically speaking, his disciple would at most be given the status of a prince. However, many people had clearly witnessed the battle at the Celestial Devil Lake. Presently, the the ninth underworld king's strength wasn't inferior to an emperor realm expert. In terms of combat strength, the three imperial cities could even be renamed as the four imperial cities. The celestial devil imperial family that possessed the combat strength of for emperor realm experts could practically be described as terrifying. The other clans would never be able to rival them. Everyone was filled with anticipation as to what sort of status the celestial devil imperial family would give to the successor of such a king. Everyone was paying attention. Thousands of gazes in the three imperial cities were similarly looking towards the three imperial palace as they awaited the final outcome. The 7 paths of Devil Sky was the best excuse for them to prevent the ninth underworld king and his disciple from fully entering the celestial devil imperial family. Once the latter failed, then even the ninth underworld king's dignity would suffer a setback. In the past few thousand years, the 7 paths of Devil Sky had prevented countless great devils and members of royal clans from entering the celestial devil imperial family. Hopefully, it wouldn't be an exception this time. The strength of the celestial devil imperial family wasn't unexpected. Besides the strength of their bloodline, there were many other secrets that outsiders didn't know about. Only the members of the celestial devil imperial family were qualified to know about these secrets. In the 3rd stage of the 7 paths of Devil Sky, mountains and rivers were shattered, and blood dyed the ground red. Tragic scenes of misery and suffering could be seen everywhere. However, after passing the first 2 stages, Ning Qin turned a blind eye to the illusions around him. The baleful aura on the crimson drill sword in his hand grew denser and denser, and the illusions were instantly destroyed with a swing of his sword. Space changed, and the master of the 3rd stage appeared. Before the master of the 3rd stage could react, the white-clothed figure had already moved. The sword in her hand drew a dazzling, bloody mark in the sky, and it was a stunning sight. Chapter 1045. In the 3rd stage of the 7 paths of Demonic Sky, the frenzied blade was domineering. The guardian of the late-stage red dust realm appeared and used the flaming moon to wipe out the army. The blade and the sword clashed, and the flames of war spread far and wide. Ji Ming held the crimson sword in his hand and was covered in the flames of war. As the divine weapons clashed, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Sparks flew and killing intent spread. The road ahead was difficult, but Ji Ming was never afraid. With the sword in his hand, he cut through all obstacles. Ice and fire clashed in the extreme. The flaming moon howled, and flames filled the sky. The flaming blade was a rare divine weapon in the world. Its ability to set a prairie ablaze was shocking. However, knowing destiny was not afraid of the world-burning flame at all. Wherever his sword passed, it froze everything within 1,000 miles. The moment they passed each other, the sword and the blade clashed, and the fist and palm clashed. It was a tie, and it showed the strength of the challenger. In the first Kuan King Palace, the 3 demon emperors and the kings looked at the sky, and they could not remain calm. For the younger generation to have such powerful strength, it was truly extraordinary. Even the prince of the Heavenly Demon Clan could not match a late-stage Red Dust Realm expert before entering the Red Dust Realm. It seemed that the Stone Tribe, the Scale Tribe, and the Golden Lion Tribe lost in the Blood Moon Ancient battlefield. 9 Nether, your disciple is not bad. The 8th Desolation Demon Emperor praised as he stood in front of the throne, surrounded by a savage aura. The leader of the kings, the 9 Nether King, looked at the battle in the sky and said calmly, "Thank you for your praise, but this is just the beginning. I believe that his strength is much more than that. Next, we will witness the glory of the strongest of the younger generation." The kings were in an uproar. The 9 Nether Kings' words were too arrogant. This young man was indeed not bad, but the title of number 1 of the younger generation. Since the ancient times, who could shoulder it? There were countless sky prides in the world, and the successors of the royal family and the sovereign family were even more outstanding. In addition to the Heavenly Demon Clan's princes, they all had their own strengths. Even the three demon emperors did not dare to say that. The strongest of the younger generation? Nine nether, I hope your disciple is worthy of this evaluation. The voice of the seven brilliant demon emperor came from the black, demonic sun floating in front of the throne. Between the two demon emperors, the first demon emperor didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the sky quietly. Thoughts flashed through his mind. If this young man was really that capable, it wouldn't be a problem to let him enter the imperial family. 3 royal cities had been quiet for too long. It was time for someone to break this stagnant pool of water. Just as the 3 sovereigns and the various kings were having their own thoughts, the battle between the 2 in the 3rd stage of the demonic sky 7 paths had reached its climax. Qi Lian and Yan Yu were both dazzling. Their figures continuously crisscrossed, and demonic qi surged. Saber lights and sword images chopped apart one mountain after another. Between the lofty mountains and lofty ridges, the figures of the 2 flashed quickly. Every time they clashed, they would kick up huge waves of dust, shocking the world. The clash of divine weapons, the collision of fists and palms, the increasingly white-hot battle was so intense that no one could take their eyes off it. So, this is the power of the red dust realm. Many thanks. After 100 moves, the light in Ning Chen's eyes became brighter and brighter. It wasn't the first time that he had fought with experts above the red dust realm. However, he had always been scheming, and there were very few battles that were truly equal. In the past, he wasn't strong enough to fight against those in the red dust realm, so he had no choice but to scheme. However, in the end, scheming weren't the right path. Only by being strong could one deal with all the dangers that were beyond one's calculations. 3,000 miles of sword snow. The sea of fire burned the world, and the sword snow split the sky. Amidst the flames that filled the sky, Ning Qin used the scroll of life fortune. The Taoist sect's supreme technique reappeared. In an instant, the wind and clouds above Qi Lian changed. Boundless cold qi spread out, and the space within 3,000 miles was instantly frozen. The sword fell into the snow, and heaven and earth went silent. The leader of the 3rd stage's expression darkened, and the Yan Yu appeared in the sky to block the attack. With a boom, the 2 extreme powers collided. The leader of the 3rd stage took half a step back, and with a flip of his palm he countered with a powerful attack. A vast palm essence tore through the air. However, the white-clothed figure in front of him instantly disappeared without a trace. How? Before he could react, the figure of knowing destiny appeared behind him, and with a heavy palm energy, he struck the leader's back. Arg! With a muffled groan, the figure fell rapidly. In the sky, Ning Qin moved and quickly followed. With a loud boom, the leader of the 3rd stage fell to the ground. Behind him, Ning Chen rushed forward, and the Qi Lian in his hand was placed horizontally on the leader's throat. You lost! Ning Chen looked at the figure that fell to the ground and said calmly. The leader of the 3rd stage looked at the sword in front of his throat, and confusion flashed in his eyes. He sighed softly and said, You passed. As soon as he finished speaking, the space in the distance rolled, and the entrance to the 4th stage appeared, welcoming the challenger. Ning Chen put away his sword, and without any delay, he turned and walked towards the next stage. Young man, can you tell me what happened just now? Why did you suddenly become so fast? The leader of the 3rd stage stood up and asked as he looked at the departing figure. It's not that I'm fast, it's that you're slow. Ning Chen said calmly, and then walked towards the entrance of the 4th stage. In the first Kuan Emperor Palace, the kings looked at the sky in front of them, and they still hadn't recovered from the battle just now. It was too sudden. The battle was originally on par, so why did it suddenly take a turn for the worse? What happened at the last moment? Why was the leader of the 3rd stage so slow that he couldn't even dodge such a simple attack? Time restriction. In front of the throne, the first Kuan Demon Emperor's voice rang out, shocking the kings. One of the 3 great god restrictions, the time restriction? Wasn't this a restriction that only existed in legends? It was impossible for humans to do it, and only the heavens could do it. This ninth underworld king's disciple actually knew this god restriction that only existed in legends. From the looks of it, it will be difficult to stop him in the next 3 stages. On the right side of the first Kuan Demon Emperor, the 8th Desolation Demon Emperor spoke again. Although the leaders of the 4th, 5th, and 6th stages were getting stronger, there wasn't any qualitative change. With the strength that this young man had displayed, it shouldn't be a problem for him to pass the next 3 stages. Just as the 8th Desolation Demon Emperor had said, Ning Chen's speed in the next 3 stages of the demonic Sky 7 paths was getting faster and faster. After going through the first 3 stages, he gradually understood the fighting style of the Red Dust Realm. The leaders of the 3 stages weren't weak, but facing the life-knowing expert who had mastered the extreme state of the sword and 2 great god restrictions, their attacks were severely restricted. The 3 leaders couldn't break through the endless changes of the 2 great god restrictions and were defeated one after another. In the 6th stage of the demonic Sky 7 paths, the defeated leader looked at the young man in front of him with a complicated expression. The student had surpassed the master. The current younger generation had grown to such a terrifying level. "Thank you." Ning Chen cupped his fists and walked towards the entrance of the 7th stage. "Let me remind you." Behind him, the leader of the 6th level looked at the young man in front of him and said seriously, "The guardian of the next level is different from us. She is a real king realm cultivator. Guard your heart well and don't be fooled by her appearance." Chapter 1046. The 7th stage of the 7 paths of demonic sky, knowing destiny, appeared. The surroundings were filled with birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers. It was a peaceful paradise. Ning Chen didn't feel any danger as he walked in. However, his expression became even more serious as he was fully on guard. The master of the 6th stage reminded him that the guardian of the 7th stage was a terrifying expert in the king realm, so he couldn't be careless. The king realm was a true cultivator in the 4th realm. Every single one of them was an expert with shocking abilities. They had mastered the laws of the king realm and had transcended the mortal world. The last stage of the 7 paths of demonic sky. For thousands of years, there weren't many people who could reach this stage. However, all of them failed at this stage and couldn't surpass the prestige of the king realm. Ning Chen walked in the paradise and didn't see anyone. His expression became more serious as he looked around and was on guard. After another 100 steps, he heard the sound of a waterfall from afar. Ning Chen stopped and walked towards the direction of the sound after a while. A few miles away, a huge waterfall fell from the sky above a clear lake and washed the rocks below. Below the waterfall, there was a clear lake with sparkling water that looked exceptionally clear. In the clear lake, there was a young lady bathing. Her body was crystal clear like jade and her long hair hung down. She looked even more alluring. In the distance, a silhouette in plain clothes walked over. She had a calm expression and a pretty face. She didn't seem aggressive at all. Ning Chen stopped in front of the clear lake and looked at the lady bathing in the lake. He bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, senior. I'm Ning Chen. Am I that old?" In the lake, the lady had her back facing Ning Chen and said softly, "There's a seniority in learning Tao. Those who are first should be senior in this life," Ning Chen replied. "Has anyone told you that a woman is most sensitive to age?" The lady still didn't turn around and said, "Yes. However, as a junior, I can't be rude," Ning Chen said calmly. "You're so young but so old-fashioned. You're really an unromantic blockhead." The lady turned around and looked at the young man beside the lake. She smiled and said, "Am I pretty?" "Yes," Ning Chen replied honestly. "Then I'll walk out for you to see." The lady's smile became even brighter as she spoke softly. "Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Senior, please respect yourself." Ning Chen was unmoved and replied. In the clear pond, the woman smiled gently. She straightened her body and walked towards the shore step by step. Ning Chen frowned and silently turned around to avoid her gaze. Seeing this, the woman's smile became even more radiant. It had been a long time since she had met such an adorable young man. Unfortunately, her current identity was the master of the 7th stage of the Devil Sky 7 Paths, so she had to complete her mission first. The woman waved her hand, and from the grass not far away, a light veil flew over and attached itself to her body. Without saying a word, her delicate hand extended outwards. A world-shaking might swept up a giant wave that was tens of thousands of feet high as it swept forward. The waves pressed down, and the sky and earth changed color. Ning Chen looked back at the side of the clear pond. The sword gleam in his hand flashed, and it was a famous weapon that shocked the heavens and earth. With a swing of the sword, the divine weapon once again shone with a peerless sharpness. In an instant, the giant wave was reversed and rushed toward the woman. Seeing this, Queen Desire turned her palm to block the huge wave that was descending from the sky. A strange expression flashed across her beautiful face. What a strange sword! Senior, a sneak attack from behind is not the behavior of a gentleman. As he spoke, Ning Chen's body moved. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the woman. The tip of his sword slashed out mercilessly. Sister is a woman, not a gentleman. Queen Desire chuckled. Her delicate hand condensed chi to block the divine sword. With a clang, the palm and sword met. Queen Desire felt her body sink, and her legs sank into the ground. The moment her body was restrained, Ning Chen concentrated his chi and used the 12 forms of spiritual rhinoceros to attack. The mighty power shook the heavens and earth. The smile on Queen Desire's face finally disappeared. Her delicate hand condensed chi to block the incoming attack. With a boom, the 2 palms met, and the turbulent waves shook violently. The 2 of them separated, each bearing the remaining force. Your strength is not bad. No wonder you can make it this far. Be careful, sister is going to be serious. Before she finished speaking, Queen Desire's delicate hand moved. Within 1,000 miles, pink mist surrounded the 2 of them. A decadent aura filled the air and drowned the 2 of them. Within the king's domain, Ning Chen felt the changes in his body. He frowned slightly. This mist was not simple. The surging chi of blood became more and more unstable. Under the influence of the mist, it continued to fill up his meridians. Since sister has been given the title of Queen Desire, I naturally have some special skills. Young master, it's not too late to admit defeat now. Within the red mist, Queen Desire's voice drifted between the heavens and the earth, making it difficult for others to tell the direction. Sorry, I can't do it. Ning Chen stood within the king's domain and replied coldly. The moon demonic divine weapon in his hand shone brightly as he slashed out. With a boom, Queen Desire shattered the sword chi with a flip of her palm. She looked at the figure in the mist, and a bright light flashed in her eyes. The sword in this youngster's hand was strange. It seemed to be able to make one's body heavier, which was very troublesome. Thinking about this, Queen Desire opened her hands, and a horrifying power quickly gathered, pressing forward. Within the pink mist, Ning Chen looked over and saw the surging king's power in the sky. His expression turned cold. Great Sword Realm, Sword Emperor. Under the pressure of the king's power, Ning Chen activated his sword realm. Instantly, 10,000 swords soared into the sky and welcomed the king's power. The rumbling shook the entire demonic sky 7 paths, sword light, and king's power shook the heavens and the earth. Within the small world, Ning Chen stepped into the air, and his figure instantly appeared in front of the girl. The moon demonic divine weapon slashed down, forcefully counterattacking. Queen Desire's eyes narrowed as she stabilized her body and raised her hand to block the divine weapon again. Boom! The shaking shook again, and Queen Desire's expression changed again. Her body involuntarily flew into the air, and she could not control her body anymore. Ning Qin stepped forward, and his figure soared into the sky. He arrived above the girl, and with a flip of his palm, he slapped down. With a boom, the heavy palm landed on Queen Desire's body, and she fell down, smashing into the ground. After gaining the upper hand in one move, Ning Chen's figure moved again, and he flew down. The divine weapon's sharpness flickered, and he did not hide his killing intent at all. The inverted water moon slashed down again, and he did not hold back at all. A slender hand reached out from the red mist and caught the moon demonic divine weapon. So, this sword can not only make one's body heavier. Queen Desire raised her hand to wipe off the blood at the corner of her mouth. She looked at the youngster in front of her and said with a smile, "Sister, I admit defeat. I don't want to fight anymore." On the other side, Ning Chun heard this, and his expression sank. He could not believe the girl in front of him. "What's wrong? You can't believe it?" Queen Desire smiled lightly and pushed away the divine weapon in the former's hand and said, "Sister admits defeat. You pass." "Why?" "Senior, you didn't lose." Ning Chin asked. "No reason. I just don't want to fight anymore." Queen Desire smiled. "There must be a lot of people waiting outside. You should go out." As she spoke, not far away from the two, the void swirled, and the exit of the 7 paths of demonic sky appeared. "After you go out, don't forget to send my regards to the 8 Desolation demonic emperor." Queen Desire smiled. Ning Chen nodded lightly, and without asking, he turned and walked towards the exit. He did not know why Queen Desire admitted defeat, but it was good. Under the eyes of the 3 demonic emperors, he would try not to use his trump card if he could. In the first Kuan Emperor Palace, all the demonic kings looked at the 7th stage of the 7 paths of demonic sky in confusion. Queen Desire lost? How could this be? In the battle just now, Queen Desire was indeed suppressed. But even so, she still had the strength to fight. It was too strange for her to admit defeat like this. Willful girl. In front of the throne, the 8 Desolation demonic emperor snorted coldly and said, "She has always been like this. You don't have to be angry." The first Kuan demon emperor replied. He looked at the 9 Nether King below and continued, "9 Nether, congratulations on taking in an incredible disciple. Elder brother, you flatter me." The 9 Nether King replied. As the 2 of them spoke, the space in the royal palace shook, and the passage between the 2 worlds appeared. A white-haired figure in plain clothes walked out, immediately attracting everyone's attention. In less than 3 days, he had passed the 7 paths of demonic sky. This was something that had not happened for thousands of years, and the young man in front of them looked like he still had some strength left. It was really terrifying. Queen Desire's withdrawal made it difficult for them to see the bottom line of this person's strength. In this battle, did he use 80% of his strength, 100% of his strength, or 120%? Ning Chen walked out of the passage and bowed to the 9 Nether King, who was the leader of the group. He knew that in the entire primordial demon domain, only the person in front of him cared about him. The 9 Nether King nodded calmly, without any change in his expression. However, there was a flash of relief in the depths of his eyes. Greetings to the 3 demon emperors. After bowing, Ning Chen looked at the 3 demon emperors in front of the throne and bowed again. "You may rise," the first Kuan demon emperor said. "Thank you, demon emperor." Ning Chen stood up and thanked him. "Come forward and listen to the conferment." The first Kuan demon emperor's voice was slightly gentler as he said. Ning Chen nodded and took a few steps forward to stand in front of the group. "I announce that from today onwards, Ning Chen of the 9 Nether King residents will be conferred as the 13th prince of the Heavenly Demon Clan." As soon as the announcement was made, the entire hall was shocked. Even the 2 demon emperors beside him were shocked. They could not believe their elder brother's words. "Prince, only the descendants of the 3 demon emperors would have such an honor." The Nine Nether King was indeed powerful, but he had yet to enter the imperial path. According to the rules, his disciple could only be conferred the position of crown prince at most. Demon Emperor, this matter is inappropriate. Please reconsider. In the hall, everyone recovered from the shock. One person walked out and asked for the order. Demon Emperor, please reconsider. After the first person, the other members of the royal family walked out and asked for the order anxiously. The Seven Brilliants, Demon Emperor, transmitted his voice from the black sun floating beside the first Kuan Demon Emperor. Eldest brother, it's indeed inappropriate for us to do that. Why don't we make ninth brother's disciple a prince after he achieves the emperor realm? The first Kuan Demon Emperor shook his head and replied, "It's fine. The Nine Nether King's strength has already reached the monarch realm. It's not impossible for his disciple to be conferred the title of prince." Elder brother, the Seven Brilliants Demon Emperor said in a deep voice. Say no more. The first Kuan Demon Emperor interrupted him. He looked at the crowd below and said, I've already made up my mind. There's no need for you to say anything. Ning Chen received the order. Thank you, Demon Emperor. In the hall, Ning Chen bowed respectfully. He looked up at the illusionary figure in front of the throne and narrowed his eyes slightly. What was the number 1 Demon Emperor of the Heavenly Demon Clan planning? Chapter 1047. In the first Kuan Emperor's palace, the Demon Kings requested to stop the Demon King's decree. Among the 3 Demon Kings, the Seven Brilliants Demon Emperor also objected to the first Kuan Demon Emperor's decision. However, the first Kuan Demon Emperor ignored the objections of the Seven Brilliants Demon Emperor and the other Demon Kings. He stood his ground and insisted on his decision. The leader of the Demon Kings, the 9 Underworld King, watched this quietly. He wasn't surprised at all, as if he already knew that the first Kuan Demon Emperor would make such a decision. On the right of the first Kuan Demon Emperor, the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor chose to remain silent. He didn't express his opinion. The Seven Brilliants Demon Emperor seemed to have understood something when he saw the first Kuan Demon Emperor's insistence and the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor's silence. He didn't say anything else. The Demon Kings below also noticed the unusual atmosphere in the palace. Although they didn't want to, they had no choice but to step back and accept the fact. Inside the palace, Ning Chen received the decree. A dark, golden stream of light flew out from the throne and stopped in front of him. It was a token surrounded by demonic aura. It was 3 inches wide and represented the status of a prince of the Heavenly Devil Clan. Each token was extremely precious, more precious than any weapon. Ning Chen took the Heavenly Devil token and bowed again. He said calmly, Thank you, Demon King. 3 days later, bring this token to the ancestral land of the Heavenly Devil Clan. I'll teach you the true supreme secret technique of the Heavenly Devil Clan, the Heavenly Devil 9 transformations. The first Kuan Demon Emperor said sternly before the throne. Yes, Ning Chen said respectfully. If there's nothing else, you may all leave, the first Kuan Demon Emperor said calmly. Inside the palace, everyone looked at the plain-clothed young man in front of them with complicated feelings. At this point, the 9 Underworld King's disciple had already become the ruler of the royal family. No one could change it. The Heavenly Devil 9 transformations was a secret technique of the royal family. Only the princes or king realm relatives of the royal family had the right to cultivate it. The first Kuan Demon Emperor wanted to teach the Heavenly Devil 9 transformations personally. His attitude couldn't be clearer. Since they couldn't do it, the Demon Kings didn't stay any longer and left one after another. After the Demon Kings left, the 3 crown princes also left the palace, including Xianqing. The 3 crown princes didn't say a single word since the beginning. 8 Desolation Demon Emperor. Queen Desire asked me to send her greetings. As he was leaving, Ning Chen paused and looked at the terrifying shadow to the right of the first Demon Emperor. Got it. You may leave. The 8 Desolation Demon Emperor replied calmly. Yes. Ning Chen bowed. then turned around and left. After everyone left, only the 3 demon emperors and the 9th underworld king were left in the palace. The 4 people who represented the strongest battle prowess of the heavenly demon race gathered in the royal palace with different thoughts in their minds. Nine Nether, are you satisfied with my arrangements? In front of the throne, the first Kunyi demon emperor spoke. I will always remember eldest brother's kindness to Ningqin. The 9th underworld king replied lightly. Nine Nether, come back. With your comprehension ability, you will be able to attain the sovereign Tao fruit within 100 years as long as you focus on your cultivation. At that time, my heavenly demon clan will truly reign supreme in the human world. No one will dare to disobey us, said the 8th Desolation Demon Emperor. I've long since grown tired of the struggles in the world. Moreover, the Heavenly Devil clan already has 3 Devil Emperors. There's absolutely no need for a 4th one to appear, the 9th Underworld King said calmly. The auras of the 3 demon sovereigns sank. They thought that 9 Nether's return meant that he had changed his mind. Who would have thought that he was still unwilling to return? My 3 brothers, the royal clan, is flourishing. There's no need for another 9 Nether. I'll take my leave first. After saying that, the 9th Underworld King bowed respectfully to the 3 people in front of the throne and then turned to leave. The king left freely without any reluctance. Perhaps the king had once been obsessed with fighting, but that was all in the past. Stubborn. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor harumphed coldly from the demonic sun floating in front of the throne. His tone was full of dissatisfaction. Old 9 has just returned. Don't push him too hard. Let's wait patiently. The 8th Desolation Demon Emperor sighed softly. There's no need to rush this matter. The first Kunyi Demon Emperor said calmly, Old 9 has spent so much effort to pave the way for his disciple. It's obvious how much he cares about this kid. As long as this kid is in the Heavenly Devil clan, Old 9 won't really leave. Just as the 13th prince of the Heavenly Devil clan was set in stone for Ningqin, secret messages were sent to the various mystic realms of the 100 races, reporting what had happened to the Heavenly Devil Imperial clan. The 100 races were shocked. They could not believe that the Heavenly Devil Imperial clan would make such a decision. They thought that even if the Heavenly Devil Imperial clan could not refuse, they would try their best to prevent the 9th Underworld King and his disciple from joining the Imperial clan. Now, it seemed that things were the opposite. If the 9th Underworld King's disciple was made the 13th prince, it meant that the 9th Underworld King's status was comparable to the 3 demonic emperors. Could it be that the 9th Underworld King was really going to break through to the King realm? For a time, the 100 races were in a panic. It was already very terrifying that the Heavenly Devil clan had 3 demonic emperors. If a 4th demonic emperor really appeared, then even if the other imperial clans of the 100 races joined forces, they would not be able to keep the Heavenly Devil clan in check. In the Green Hill mystic realm of the Fox clan, the secret message from the 3 imperial cities arrived. The king of the Fox clan and several elders looked solemn after reading it. It seems that the marriage can't be delayed any longer. The first elder of the Fox clan looked at the king of the Fox clan on the main seat and said, This matter can't be delayed. My king, send this secret message to Juan. The white-haired old woman said in a deep voice. The king of the Fox clan sighed and waved his right hand, sending out the secret message. In the distance, in a small bamboo courtyard, a graceful and beautiful woman stood quietly. Beside her was the heavenly maiden of the Fox clan, Xiao Xiao. Her devastatingly beautiful face was unforgettable. Right at this moment, the void swirled, and a stream of light flew in front of the woman. Stretched out her hand and took the secret message in the stream of light. She glanced at it and passed it to the person beside her. Xiao Xiao took the letter, and after reading it, her expression changed. He actually passed the 7 paths of the demonic sky. Xiao Zhao's face was filled with disbelief as she said, "Legend had it that the last stage of the 7 paths of the demonic sky was guarded by a powerful king. Since young Master Ning could pass this stage, didn't that mean that his strength was comparable to a King Realm expert? Big sister, Juana might have made the right bet." Juana looked into the distance with a gentle expression. Xiao looked at her younger sister and sighed. "Juana, I've met young Master Ning twice, but I can't see through him at all. I'm worried that you'll be wronged if you follow such a scheming person." "How can I be naive when I'm in a dangerous situation?" Juana said softly. "Don't worry, big sister. Since Juana has chosen him, I won't regret it." Xiao fell silent when she heard this. After a long time, she said, "Big sister will prepare your wedding dress." The 9th Underworld King's estate was brand new, and it was completely different from when the two of them had returned. Within the king's estate, Ning Chen looked at Xianqing and said, "Third prince, you don't have to go through so much trouble. You should call me royal brother now." Xianqing smiled and said, "You're a newly conferred prince, so how can you not have a decent estate? Moreover, this is the 9th royal uncle's estate. If I don't renovate it properly, royal father won't let me off easily. I'm used to calling you third prince. I'm not used to suddenly changing it." Ning Chen smiled lightly and didn't speak any further about this matter. He changed the topic and said, "There's something that I haven't been able to figure out. Who exactly is the owner of the 7th test? I seem to sense an extremely special aura from her." Xianqing sighed lightly and said, "She's called Xianyu, the daughter of the 8th royal uncle. She's also the 2nd princess of the Heavenly Devil clan. However, because of her mother's low status, the title of princess is only a name, and she's always been ostracized by the other princes and princesses. After Second Sister stepped into the King realm 400 years ago, she volunteered to guard the 7 paths of the Heavenly Devil clan, and she hasn't left for 400 years. A strange expression flashed through Ning Chen's eyes when he heard this. So, Queen Desire has such an identity and experience. No wonder I kept feeling a familiar aura from her when I fought her. 13th brother, you'll be heading to the ancestral land of the Heavenly Devil clan to receive the inheritance of the Heavenly Devil 9 transformations in 2 days. This is an extremely rare opportunity, and you must do your best to grasp it." Xianqing spoke seriously. "What do you mean?" Ning Chen was puzzled. The Heavenly Devil 9 transformations is a secret technique of the Imperial clan that isn't passed down to outsiders. Even though it's called the 9 transformations, the true cultivation technique only contains the first 7 levels. Once you cultivate it to the peak of the 7th level, you'll be able to step into the King realm. However, when he spoke up to here, Xianqing's tone changed, and he continued, "If you want to attain the King realm, then you must comprehend the cultivation technique for the 8th level and walk down the path of the King realm that belongs to you. From there, you'll be able to attain the King realm Grandao. As for the legendary 9th transformation, it merely exists in legends, and no one has been able to attain it until now." Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this, and he didn't say anything and continued listening to Xianqing. "The ancestral land of the Heavenly Devil clan possesses devil chi that's even purer than the Heavenly Devil pool, and it even contains the energy of the laws left behind by the ancestors of the Heavenly Devil clan. When Imperial Father passes down the Heavenly Devil 9 transformations to you 2 days from now, you'll be able to cultivate there for 10 days. During this period of time, the more levels you break through, the more benefits you'll obtain from the ancestral land." Xianqing reminded him kindly, "Thank you, third prince, for reminding me." Ning Chen said seriously, "At the same time, in the 7th stage of the 7 paths of the demonic sky, the heavens and earth shook, and an extremely powerful aura descended. The 8th Desolation Demon Emperor had arrived personally, and he descended from the sky. His domineering figure shook the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The 8th Desolation Demon Emperor walked towards the clear pool, and he looked at the woman in the pool and said, We haven't seen each other for 400 years. Are you still unwilling to forgive Imperial Father? In the clear pool, Xian Yu turned around and looked at the figure in front of her. She smiled and said, Forgive? What did Imperial Father do wrong? I don't understand. When the 8th Desolation Demon Emperor heard this, he sighed in his heart and didn't force the issue. He looked at his daughter in front of him and continued, You asked that young man to bring a message to Imperial Father. Do you have any requests? In the clear pool, Xian Yu stood up. Under the light veil, her exquisite body was firmly covered, and there wasn't the slightest hint of spring in her body. I want him. Xian Yu said calmly, He's your imperial brother now. The 8th Desolation Demon Emperor's face darkened, and he said, So what if he's my imperial brother? When has the Heavenly Devil clan ever followed the secular rules? Imperial Father, don't you think so? Xian Yu said with a mocking smile. Chapter 1048. Primordial Demon Region. Heavenly Demon Ancestral Land. Demonic chi lingered, and a heavy demonic aura filled the air, turning the area into a forbidden zone. Legend had it that this was the birthplace of the Heavenly Demon Clan. Countless Heavenly Demon ancestors chose to return to their ancestral land when they reached the end of their lifespan. On this day, a plain-clothed figure walked over from afar. His face was delicate, and his expression was calm. However, his long white hair was dazzling, adding to his vicissitudes of life. As soon as he stepped into the ancestral land, he could feel the powerful power of laws that filled the area. It was mixed and heavy, protecting each other. It was extremely uncomfortable. Greetings to the 3 demon emperors. Ning Qin stopped and bowed respectfully. You may rise. Demonic chi swept out from the depths of the Heavenly Demon Ancestral Land. A terrifying aura that surpassed the boundaries of heaven and earth appeared. The first Demon Emperor of the Heavenly Demon Clan had appeared. Ning Qin looked at the powerful demonic aura in front of him, and his expression turned serious. Compared to the phantom in the 3 Emperors' palace, the Demon Emperor before him was even more terrifying. He could not even tell if the first Demon Emperor before him was the real body or just a clone. At this moment, the first Demon Emperor was also sizing up the young man before him. The royal bloodline in this man's body was very pure. It was not much different from the royals. It was obvious that the heavenly demon he had devoured was not an ordinary person in the Heavenly Demon Clan. However, this was not important. This man had the protection of 9 underworlds, and his status was not what it used to be. Apart from the first Demon Emperor and the other 2 Demon Emperors, no one could hurt him. The 3 imperial cities and even the entire primordial demon region had been silent for too long. Someone needed to break this balance. The young man before him was the best candidate. After making up his mind, Demon Emperor Kuin raised his hand to stabilize the sky above the void. Wind and clouds gathered for thousands of miles, and a majestic holy city descended from the sky. A small world that was almost comparable to a big world appeared above the heavenly demon ancestral land. Come in. The first Demon Emperor said calmly. Yes. Ning Qin replied softly. He stepped forward and turned into a stream of light, flying toward the floating city in the sky. In the next moment, Ning Qin appeared in the demon city. He looked at the ancient and magnificent buildings around him and walked forward step by step. In the deepest part of the demon city, a blood waterfall fell from the sky. The smell of blood filled the air was nauseating. In front of the blood waterfall, the first Demon Emperor of the Celestial Devil Imperial family was standing in the air. His body was shrouded in mist, which made it impossible to see his face clearly. An existence that transcended the limits of heaven and earth resonated with the great Tao. Countless, multicolored lights filled the air, shocking everyone. Not long after, Ning Qin appeared. He looked at the ruler in the sky and bowed. Devil Emperor, no need to be so courteous. Go stand under the blood waterfall. Next, I will teach you the cultivation method of the heavenly demon 9 transformations." Yes, Ning Qin accepted the order and walked towards the blood waterfall. The majestic blood waterfall fell from the sky, rumbling and echoing for hundreds of miles. When Ning Chen stepped into it, he immediately felt an intense burning sensation coming from all over his body. It was unbearable. In front of the blood waterfall, the first demon emperor looked at the young figure under the waterfall and said calmly, "I will only demonstrate at once. How much you can comprehend will depend on your luck." As soon as he finished speaking, demonic qi surged out like a tide, engulfing everything within 100 miles. In the dark, demonic qi world, the demonic emperor's martial arts demonstration had 9 levels. There were endless changes, complicated mysteries, and the limit of human strength. Under the blood waterfall, Ning Chen endured the burning pain from all over his body while trying to memorize every level of the heavenly demon 9 transformations. 9 transformations. Investiture of the gods, a legendary martial art. The first demon emperor had evolved to the 8th transformation, and his aura had reached a terrifying level. Even from thousands of feet away, one could feel the invincible sense of powerlessness. Under the blood waterfall, the dual demonic qi pressed down on Ning Chen's body. Ning Chen's knees were in intense pain, but he gritted his teeth and refused to bend. A man had gold under his knees. How could he bend his knees so easily? In life, one could lose one's life, but one's dignity was priceless. In the endless demonic qi, after the 8th transformation, the first demon emperor gradually withdrew his aura. He looked at the figure in front of him, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. This young man's willpower was indeed extraordinary. After 10 days, everything here will disappear. So, you have to cherish this rare opportunity. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure of the first demon emperor in the void gradually faded. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. Under the blood waterfall, Ning Chen endured the pain in his body that was getting more and more intense. He worked hard to activate his demonic vitality and cultivate the 9 transformations of the heavenly demon that he had memorized. He only had 10 days, and he could not waste it. In this dangerous primordial demon region, the more powerful he was, the more guarantee he had to survive. With the blood waterfall on his body, the intense burning sensation made it difficult for him to concentrate. However, Ning Qin, who had experienced too much pain in the human world, bore the pain and cultivated diligently. The first level of initial awareness, the second level of object prying, the third level of minute subtlety, the fourth level of mountain splitting, the fifth level of overturning the sea, the sixth level of star shaking. The changes flashed through his heart one after another, deepening his understanding of the martial arts realm at knowing destiny state. For 7 days, Ning Chen stood quietly under the blood waterfall, continuously verifying the martial arts of the 9 transformations of the heavenly demon. His mind was highly concentrated, and he did not notice the changes in his surroundings. In the blood pool in front of the blood waterfall, a beautiful figure appeared. Her body was covered in a light gauze, and her perfect body was shining with a charming white brilliance. Xian Yu appeared, and her gaze was fixed on the young figure under the big waterfall. Her eyes were shining. She wanted this man. A focused man was the most charming. In the 7 paths of demonic sky, he hurt her. Now, it was time for him to pay her back. In 7 days, Ning Chen broke through one obstacle after another, stepped into the peak of the 5th level of heaven, and continued to strive for the 6th level of heaven. Once he stepped into the 6th level of star shaking, he could break the barrier of the mortal world celestial realm and step into the legendary 4th level. His aptitude was not as good as the geniuses of the 100 clans, not to mention the princes and princesses of the royal family. To step into the 4th level was as difficult as ascending to heaven. But now, there was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in front of him. As long as his demonic body could cultivate to the 6th level of heavenly demon and step into the mortal world celestial realm first, he was confident that all 3 of his bodies would step into the 4th level within the next 10 years. Under the blood waterfall, the surging demonic aura became more and more powerful. In Ning Ming's body, the bloodline of the royal heavenly demon became purer and purer under the burning of the blood waterfall. It was infinitely close to the bloodline of the royal family. The peak of the 5th level, the ability to overturn the sea, tried again and again to break through to the star-shaking realm. However, unlike the first 5 levels, Ning Chen failed several times before he reached the star-shaking realm. In the blood pool, Xian Yu looked at Ning Chen quietly, and the smile on her face became gentler. It seemed that the man who hurt her also had times when he was powerless. She raised her delicate hand, and a decadent aura spread out. After a while, the entire blood pool was filled with a pink mist, and nothing could be seen. This is? Just as Xian Yu made her move, the first demon emperor in the deepest part of the heavenly demon ancestral land opened his eyes and looked into the distance, and his expression darkened. Xian Yu, 8 desolations you. Sorry. The 8 desolations demon emperor's voice sounded, and he sighed softly. I owe her. I can't refuse her request. Do you know what this means? The first demon emperor said with a gloomy expression. I will bear all the consequences. I hope elder brother can indulge you or this time. The 8 desolations demon emperor replied tiredly. 8 desolations. I didn't expect you to be like old Ninth, troubled by the meaningless word love. The 7 brilliance demon emperor's cold voice sounded. The 8 desolations demon emperor fell silent and did not refute. He owed you her too much. As long as she was happy, he didn't care about anything else. In the space beyond heavens, in the reverence moon ancient ground, above the altar, moonlight shone down on the phoenix body. Day after day, year after year. After inheriting the role of the reverence moon clan's high priest, the phoenix body didn't leave the reverence moon ancient ground for more than 10 years. She stood on the altar and prayed for the reverence moon clan's people. After more than 10 years of recuperation, the moon god's light once again descended on the reverence moon clan. Below the altar, thousands of reverence moon clan's people knelt and prayed day and night. Ugh! Suddenly, under the moonlight, the phoenix body let out a muffled groan and opened its eyes. The connection between the 3 bodies could be clearly felt. The phoenix body suppressed the restless qi and blood in its body, and looked into the distance with a solemn expression. Something happened to the main body and the demon body. However, it was too far away, and he couldn't know what happened to them. If it was a life and death crisis, he could feel the strong sense of danger. However, the current situation was obviously not the case. If it wasn't a life and death crisis, then what had happened to the main body and the demon body? This restless feeling couldn't be an illusion. High priest, below the altar, a white-haired old woman spoke with a hoarse voice. What happened? Nothing. The phoenix body shook her head and looked away. She suppressed the uneasiness in her heart and closed her eyes to pray again. The primordial devil realm was too far away. Even if he rushed over now, it was too late. He could only hope that the main body and the demon body could deal with the trouble by themselves. In the primordial devil realm, in the heavenly devil ancestral land inside the blood waterfall, Ji Ming was focused on cultivating. He was completely unaware of the changes in his surroundings. The decadent qi engulfed an area of 10 miles, blocking all the laws of heaven and earth. In the blood pool, Xian Yu stood up. Her perfect body was faintly discernible and was extremely tempting. The heavenly devil royal princess was a beautiful lady. Although she was ostracized because of her mother's low birth status, no one could deny that Xian Yu's talent was amazing. She entered the king's realm 400 years ago and shocked the entire heavenly devil royal family. Even among the 12 princes and princesses, there were very few who could match her. Step by step, Xian Yu walked forward. The light gauze on her body was removed piece by piece, revealing her fair skin. Her waist-length hair casually hung behind her back. Drops of blood dripped down, making her look even more demonic. Under the blood waterfall, Ning Chen's eyes were closed. He frowned from time to time because of the pain caused by the burning of qi and blood in his body. Xian Yu walked over. She stretched out her delicate hand and gently caressed the face of the person in front of her. She smiled gently and said, "That day you asked me why I suddenly admitted defeat. Now, Big Sister is telling you that you are the person I have chosen. How can I bear to hurt you?" Chapter 1049. Inside the blood pool in the heavenly demon ancestral land, decadent qi lingered, covering the laws of heaven and earth. Under the blood waterfall, Xian Yu looked at the young man in front of her with a gentle smile. The status of the women of the heavenly demon clan was far inferior to the men. They couldn't even choose their own husband. She was already very lucky. At least she had the chance to choose. Xian Yu raised her hand and gently stroked the young man's face. A faint pink qi filled the air and entered the latter's body. Not long after, Ning Chen's skin gradually turned dark red. His temperature rose sharply, and even his breathing became rapid. Ning Chen abruptly opened his eyes, which were filled with blazing, killing intent. He raised his hand and grabbed the woman's throat, forcefully suppressing the instinctive desire that came from his body. He activated his cultivation technique, wanting to kill the woman in front of him before the desire in his body erupted. He was careful with every step, but he didn't expect to be careless. He thought that this place was safe for the time being, so he focused on cultivation and ignored the outside world. He didn't expect that there would be an opponent in the heavenly demon ancestral land. The desire poison spread, and Ning Chen's qi and blood surged violently. He couldn't suppress it. Caught off guard, the poison spread through his meridians, and his consciousness became blurry. 13th brother, I advise you not to struggle. The more you use your qi, the faster the poison will spread. Xian Yu broke free from the former's hand. Her delicate body twisted like a water snake, wrapping around the person in front of her. Get lost! An even stronger stimulation came. Ning Chen's consciousness was attacked by the fire in his body and became even more blurry. In the face of danger, he relied on his strong will to keep calm. He raised his hand and pushed his qi, pressing it against Xian Yu's chest. With a groan, Xian Yu was forced back several steps. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. 13th brother, you hurt me. Xian Yu raised her hand and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She wasn't angry and said softly. Ning Chen raised his hand and forcefully suppressed his drowsy will. His true essence surged out, and in an instant the wind and snow within 100 miles fell and froze the world. Taking a step forward, Ning Chen took in qi with a flip of his palm. The blood waterfall behind him was pulled and crashed down. Knowing that the person in front of her couldn't hold on for long, Xian Yu stepped forward and dodged the attack. 12 styles of spiritual rhino, 8 void dragon renegade. The appearance of the raging dragon stirred up thousands of waves. Around Ning Chen, the blood pool surged. 8 blood dragons roared as they rushed forward. Knowing destiny, who was full of killing intent, no longer held back. Every move of his could shake heaven and earth. Looking at the 8 furious blood-red dragons, Xian Yu's expression turned serious. Her delicate hands moved and the red mist around her gathered, forming a barrier in front of her. In the next moment, an intense tremor resounded. Between the two of them, the world seemed to be overturned. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, countless remnant laws of heaven and earth madly surged, causing sand to fill the air. With a wave of his hand, a sword appeared and the universe shook. Ning Chen took a step forward. An inverted moon appeared in his hand. The moon demon divine artifact shone brilliantly again. The moment Xian Yu caught the sword, his body suddenly sank and fell into the blood pool. An astonishing divine artifact, able to surpass common sense. While Xianyu was not paying attention, he immediately fell into danger. In the blink of an eye, Ning Chen's figure flashed by, and a vast palm essence containing 8 dragon force slammed towards the former. Xian Yu's pupil shrank, just as the 8 dragons were about to attack, knowing Destiny's body staggered. The desire poison broke out and attacked his body. The 8 dragons shook, and their attacks were already weak. With the palm essence, Xian Yu carried the power of the 8 dragons. Her delicate hands wrapped around the man in front of her, and the demonic qi increased, accelerating the spread of the desire poison in her body. Ugh! Blood qi rushed in the opposite direction, and the heavenly book's power clashed with the desire poison, bringing about intense pain. Ning Chen groaned, but the intense pain made his consciousness clear for a moment. Piss off! Regaining consciousness for a moment, the killing intent in Ning Chen's eyes burned even more fiercely. His palm turned into a fist, and the 6 ultimates of the sky demon punched out. An earth-shaking punch was added to the king's body again. Xian Yu's mouth turned red, and her body flew dozens of feet away. One was merciless, while the other was holding back. As the two clashed, the situation of the battle quickly changed. With the punch on the body, Ning Chen's momentum increased. Taking advantage of the short moment of consciousness, Ning Chen unleashed all of his techniques. His 2 bodies merged, and his eyes turned into a dark abyss. The Moon Demon Divine artifact shone brightly, and every attack was deadly. Ning Chen's figure flashed quickly, and his sword was like lightning, mercilessly attacking. Seeing this, Xian Yu no longer held back. She used the king's body to block the storm-like attacks. With a clang, the surroundings shook, and the 9 heavens and 10 earths collapsed. The blood pool turned into waves, surging violently. Even with the desire poison in his body, his killing intent increased, and his sword moved the world of mortals, dividing life and death. Xian Yu turned her palm to block the attacks, and with her imperial heavenly demon body, she blocked wave after wave of attacks. However, the Moon Demon Divine artifact's effects were difficult to deal with, and she was at a disadvantage. This was the first time Ning Chen had been so angry since entering the primordial demon domain. Cold air spread around him, and the heavenly demon blood in the blood pool showed signs of freezing. 13th brother, do you really hate this sister that much? Xian Yu was puzzled, and she dodged wave after wave of attacks. Her hair covered half of her body, but it could not hide her seductive beauty. Ning Chen did not reply. Holding on to what little consciousness he had left, he grabbed her shoulder, and his body fell rapidly. With a loud rumble, the 2 fell into the blood pool. The blood pool water soared into the sky, and the battle of life and death below became even more intense. In close combat, every punch landed on flesh. Ning Chen's eyes turned from black to scarlet, and he gradually found it difficult to suppress the desire poison. Just as the 2 were fighting to the death, in the depths of the heavenly demon ancestral land, 3 intimidating figures watched the battle in the floating city quietly. None of them interfered. He can still maintain his consciousness after being poisoned for so long. This disciple of 9 underworlds is not simple, the 7 brilliance demon emperor said indifferently after watching the battle for a long time. This child's willpower is rarely seen in the world. No wonder he has such great accomplishments at such a young age, the first demon emperor said calmly. No one under the imperial Tao can block you, Er's poison. He's not bad, but it's just a meaningless struggle, the 8 desolation demon emperor said. Is it worth it to go to such lengths? The first demon emperor sighed softly. As long as you is happy, it's worth it, the 8 desolation demon emperor said firmly. The first demon emperor heard this and fell silent. He did not say anything else. In the past, Old 8 and Old 9 were the closest, and their personalities were the most similar. He did not expect that nothing had changed after so many years. 8 Desolation. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to explain it to 9 underworlds? The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said calmly. 9 underworlds is not a person who cares about trifles. Besides, is my daughter not worthy of his disciple? The 8 Desolation Demon Emperor said calmly. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor sneered and said, You and I both know how protective 9 underworlds is. You helped Xian use scheme against his disciple. He won't let it go so easily. If 9 underworlds wants to seek justice for his disciple, I'll accept it. The 8 Desolation Demon Emperor said in a deep voice. In the 9 underworlds king's mansion, a peerless king in dark purple robes stood quietly under the cold moonlight. Although he looked young, his aura was unusually powerful and domineering. The 9 underworlds king's expression suddenly froze. He looked into the distance with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Xian Jia warned him that Ning Chen was in danger. Not daring to delay, the 9 underworlds king took a step forward and turned into a bolt of lightning, flying toward the heavenly demon ancestral land. At the same time, in the depths of the heavenly demon ancestral land, the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor sensed it. He stepped in and disappeared. The 9 underworlds king arrived in front of the heavenly demon ancestral land. He looked at the floating city in the sky and leaped into the air. 9 underworlds, this is not a place for you to come. Go back. At this moment, a terrifying aura that seemed to have come from the primordial era descended from the void and blocked his path. The 8 Desolation Demon Emperor had arrived personally to block the 9 underworlds king's path. Brother, please step aside. The 9 underworlds king's expression darkened as he spoke. The 8 Desolation Demon Emperor stood in front of him, unmoved. Excuse me. Seeing that words were useless, the black demonic flames around the 9 underworlds king burned fiercely. The 9 underworlds battle technique appeared in the world again. The demonic flames condensed into a black spear. In an instant, the king's figure disappeared and reappeared in front of the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor. The black spear pierced through the void, and black flames swept out. It carried a destructive force as it pierced toward the emperor in front of him. The 8 Desolation Demon Emperor raised his hand, and sovereign laws gathered. The area within 10,000 miles instantly turned into a sovereign world. The power of the small world gathered and blocked the black spear. The two extremes clashed, and heaven and earth sank together. The rumbling sound reverberated throughout the primordial demon domain. Heaven and earth were alarmed, and all living beings prostrated themselves. The battle between a supreme emperor and a peerless emperor shocked everyone, and they all looked over. Do it! We can't let these two destroy the primordial demon domain. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said coldly from the deepest part of the heavenly demon ancestral land. The first Demon Emperor nodded and stepped out of the ancestral land. The 3 emperors appeared at the same time. In the battle before the floating city, Xian Juyo's expression turned colder, and the black, demonic flames around him burned fiercely. He stood between heaven and earth like a demon god, and his aura was abnormally terrifying. Juyo, your disciple will be fine. Go back. The first Demon Emperor walked out of the void and said to the person in front of him, If he's fine, why would my 3 emperors appear to stop me? Xian Juyo said, unable to hide the anger in his eyes, You'll know the reason in 3 days. Can't you even wait for 3 days? The first Demon Emperor said in a deep voice, I don't want what happened in the past to happen again. As soon as he said that, Xian Juyo activated his body, and half of his body burned with blood qi. The blazing black, demonic flames lit up the entire night. The terrifying demonic aura filled the entire primordial demon domain. The power that surpassed the limits of a king was so powerful that even heaven and earth began to collapse. The first Demon Emperor, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor, and the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor's expressions turned serious. Their 9th brother had really impressed them. Just as the 3 emperors and the peerless kings were clashing, Ning Chen's desire poison spread in the blood pool, and his eyes were blood red. He was about to lose consciousness and only had a trace of rationality left. When he was at his wits' end, Ning Chen roared furiously, and his white hair stood up. He used the ultimate move of the 6 ultimate techniques of the heavenly demon domain, eternal exile. In the collapsing void, a spatial storm surged, and it quickly devoured the knowing destiny body. The burning battle soul under the night wouldn't yield even if he had to exile himself forever. Chapter 1050. In front of the floating city in the heavenly devil ancestral land, the 3 heavenly devil emperors joined hands to stop the peerless kings. The battle between the 4 supreme experts reached its climax as soon as it started. The flying swan art's attack was heaven-shaking and earth-shattering. The imperial technique's defense was unparalleled under the heavens. The 9 underworlds' king's fate transformed into 2 supreme techniques. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor raised his hand and summoned the imperious laws. 7 black demonic suns rose into the sky and turned the primordial demon realm into a fiery hell. The 6 directions and 8 desolations, the beginning of the immemorial era. The 8 desolation demonic emperors used their supreme techniques at the same time. Sovereign Tao laws spread out and opened up a world in the scorching sun hell. With the 2 sovereigns working together, the laws of the major worlds within 10,000 miles stopped operating and were replaced by the laws of the sovereign Tao. 9 Nether, my apologies. In the center of the battle, the first Demon Emperor, who had stopped the peerless king, flipped his palm and shook off the battle. The absolute demon showed his heavenly might, and the universe changed color. His body and Tao merged. The 9 underworld king's expression turned cold when he saw the 3 sovereigns displaying their supreme demonic might. Blood and chi surged wildly around his body, and the black flames on his body rose to the extreme. Within the 10-fold devilish flames, the 9th underworld king's black hair danced wildly. His demonic aura shook the 9 heavens. The 4 of them pushed their battle prowess to the limit, and the outcome of the battle was decided immediately. At this moment, in the floating city, the heavens and earth shook and the aftershocks roared. Not good. In the battle, 9 Nether and 8 Desolation sensed something, and their expressions changed. They stopped fighting and rushed towards the floating city. The 2 demon emperors, Kuan Yi and 7 luminaries, turned around and looked behind them. Their eyes narrowed slightly, but they did not stop him. Xian Yu and the young man's auras have disappeared, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said. Go and see what's going on. The first Kuan Demon Emperor said in a serious tone. His figure flashed, and he flew towards the floating city. In the floating city, above the blood pool, a spatial storm swept across, swallowing everything in the surroundings. The 9 Underworld King and the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor appeared. Looking at the mess after the battle, their faces were unusually heavy. Ba Huang, if anything happens to him, I will not let this matter rest. The 9th Underworld King said coldly. He took a step forward and left in pursuit of the remaining weak aura in the world. The first Kuan Demon Emperor and the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor arrived too. Their expressions shifted when they saw the surroundings. The ultimate technique of the royal clan, eternal banishment. This kid was truly ruthless. Even towards himself, he didn't hesitate to banish him. Ba Huang, you've really made a mistake this time. Demon Emperor First Kuan sighed. I will go find you and come back. The 8 Desolation Demon Emperor did not say anything. He took a step forward and disappeared. After 9 underworlds and 8 desolates left, Demon Emperor Kuan looked at the destroyed blood pool and frowned. He raised his right hand and a supreme, demonic aura spread out. In the next moment, the landscape around the blood pool changed. The blood chi gathered and returned to its original appearance. In the endless nothingness, in the wild space storm, a knowing destiny cultivator in plain clothes closed his eyes. His clothes were stained with blood, which was extremely dazzling. Not far away, Xian Yu looked at the figure in front of her in the spatial storm. Anxiety flashed across her beautiful face. The space storm rolled out, its power becoming more and more terrifying. The unconscious Ning Qin was carried further and further away by the space storm. In a flash, he disappeared into the depths of the void. 13th brother. Regret flashed in Xian Yu's eyes. He moved quickly and chased after them. Half a month later, somewhere in the void, a figure covered in blood fell into the stream. Not far away, several fawns that were drinking water panicked and scattered in all directions. After a long time, 2 deer walked back curiously. When they saw that the human beside the stream did not move, they went forward and bowed. Then they jumped back in fear. Within a radius of 3,000 miles, many powerful auras felt the change in space in the distance and looked over. Go and find out what is going on. Voices rang out from the various forces as they gave their orders. Yes. In an instant, figures flew out from various forces and rushed in the direction of the space fluctuation. In the Green Hill secret territory, the king of the Fox clan and the Fox clan elders also felt the violent space fluctuation in the distance. A strange look flashed across their eyes. Xiao Xiao, go and see what is going on, the king of the Fox clan said. Yes. In the green bamboo courtyard, not far away, Xiao Xiao nodded gently. Just as she was about to move, she stopped and looked at the girl beside her. Let's go together. Okay, Wana replied softly. After a few breaths, 2 figures flew out from the Green Hill secret territory and left quickly. A stream in the mountains flowed east. A figure in white clothes lay by the stream. A few deer surrounded her and licked her curiously. Clearly, they were very interested in the human who fell from the sky. Right at this moment, figures rushed over from all directions. Their powerful auras were shocking to the core. The deer sensed it and immediately ran away in panic, not daring to stay any longer. The experts from various forces stopped and looked at the unconscious young man by the stream. Their expressions were solemn. What a powerful demonic chi! This person was from the Heavenly Demon Clan. Just as the experts from various forces arrived, the space trembled and 2 beautiful figures walked out. One of them was charming, making it hard for people to look away. The saintess of the Fox clan. Seeing who it was, everyone was shocked and did not dare to offend her. It's him. When Xiao Xiao saw the figure by the stream, her eyes trembled as she exclaimed, Sister, do you know him? Asked softly from the side. Xiao Xiao nodded and replied, He is the 9th Underworld King's disciple. However, shouldn't he be in the primordial demon domain now? How did he end up like this? Hearing that, Wana looked at the man by the stream seriously. After a while, she walked over. The stream was dyed red with blood. It was bleak. Walked forward and checked the situation. She did not mind and carried Ning Chen, who was covered in blood. Sister, let's go back, Wana said softly. Okay. Xiao Xiao nodded and replied. The 2 left and the crowd made way for them. No one dared to stop them. The Fox clan was a royal clan. They could not offend them. In the Green Hill secret territory, the 2 returned. Wana looked at the person beside her and said softly, He is heavily poisoned and needs to be treated. I won't go back with you. Xiao Xiao frowned slightly but did not say anything. She nodded and agreed. The 2 separated. One went to report while the other went to the green bamboo courtyard not far away. Not long after, returned with the unconscious Ning Qin on her back. She opened the door of her room and placed the ladder on the bed. The woman's clean clothes were dyed red with blood. Did not seem to notice and carefully took off the wet clothes of the man on the bed. On the bed, Ning Chen's body was abnormally red. Blood flowed from his cracked skin and dyed the bedsheet red. Is it the desire poison? Looked at him and murmured softly. It was not difficult to detoxify the desire poison. However, she was not willing to do so. She couldn't give herself to him on their first meeting. However, other than this method, the price to detoxify the desire poison was not cheap. I will save you. I hope you will not let me down in the future. Cut her wrist. Blood flowed out and fell on Ning Chen's body. The Fox clan was the best in the world when it came to charming people. Their understanding of the desire poison was not inferior to anyone. The blood of the Fox clan's king flowed in her body. Few people could match her resistance to the desire poison. Blood fell on Ning Chen's body and seeped into his cracked skin bit by bit to resist the power of the desire poison. Er's face turned pale after the Fox clan's king blood left her body. It was obvious that the loss of blood had a great impact on her. At this moment, the Fox clan's fairy Xiao Xiao appeared outside the bamboo house. Her expression changed when she saw the situation in the room. Without any explanation, Xiao Xiao immediately walked into the room, grabbed his hand, and sealed his wound. Are you crazy? Losing so much blood qi will destroy your foundation. Xiao Xiao said angrily as she looked at her younger sister. He will be my husband in the future. Therefore, I must save him. Smiled tiredly and broke free. She cut her arm again and smeared her blood all over Ning Chen's body. The king blood entered Ning Chen's body and merged with the heavenly demon king's blood. The two different types of king blood did not repel each other. Instead, the desire poison was expelled bit by bit. As the blood left Ning Chen's body, 9 white fox tails appeared behind one. In the blink of an eye, one of them disappeared and turned into starlight. Xiao Xiao's pupil shrunk when she saw this. 9 tails. At the same time, the Fox clan's king and the other elders felt the changes in the bamboo house. Their expressions changed. How could this be? Wana was also a fairy? In the bamboo hut behind Waner, the shadows of the fox tails disappeared one after another. The first time the 9 tails appeared, it destroyed the foundation. After a while, the Fox clan's king appeared in the house. He looked at his daughter and asked, "When did you awaken?" 10 years ago. Replied tiredly as she continued to smear blood all over Ning Chen's body. Why have you never mentioned it before? The Fox clan's king asked. The appearance of a fairy in the Fox clan has already made the 100 races fearful. If a second fairy appears, it will be a disaster for the Fox clan, Warner said softly. At this point, Wana looked at her mother and smiled. Paper can't cover fire. It's already difficult to hide the fact that sister is a fairy. If the 100 races know that a second fairy has appeared in the Fox clan, the consequences will be unimaginable. The Fox clan's king's heart was in turmoil when he heard his second daughter's words. All this time, Wana had been very ordinary. She was not much stronger than ordinary fox girls. Even her mother rarely spent too much effort on her second daughter. She never thought that was the smartest person in the Fox clan. She used her ordinary self to silently protect the Fox clan. 9 tails scattered. Wana looked at the man on the bed whose aura was gradually stabilizing. A gratified smile appeared on her face. Intense exhaustion came. Who had lost half of her king blood, could no longer hold on and fainted. Xiao Xiao went forward and supported her younger sister. Her expression was complicated. She felt some heartache and some guilt. If not for her, might not have to suffer like this. She owed her younger sister too much. Chapter 1051. Green Hill, Secret Realm, Green Bamboo Courtyard. The Fox clan's holy maiden revealed her true appearance. 9 illusory white tails appeared, shocking everyone. 1. Ur's royal blood cleansed her meridians to resist the desire poison. 1. Ur's blood chi was rapidly depleted, and the 9 tails behind her dissipated. Her blood chi dissipated, and her foundation was damaged. The 9 tails appeared, but they quickly dissipated. The 4 tails shattered, turning into starlight and disappearing from the world. An intense sense of exhaustion attacked her. 1. Ur's consciousness became dizzy, and she fell straight to the ground. Xiao Xiao saw this and immediately went up to support her. "Mother." Xiao Xiao looked at the woman beside her and said, "Let's arrange for 1 to rest first. I'll deal with this young man after discussing with the elders," the Fox Clan's king said calmly. Xiao Xiao nodded and did not ask any more questions. She carefully helped her sister to the bed and lay down beside the man on the bed for the time being. The Fox Clan's king then left. She needed to discuss the matter between 1 and this young man with the elders as soon as possible and make the best decision for the Fox Clan. The fact that 1 was a holy maiden had shocked her. She knew better than anyone what a holy maiden meant to the Fox Clan. Xiao Xiao looked at the 2 unconscious people on the bed and sighed softly. She had known too little about her sister all this time. 1 was quiet and did not like conflict. Although she was the princess, her presence in the Fox Clan was extremely low. She lived a simple life and did not care about worldly affairs. This was 1's life for hundreds of years. In the Fox Clan's sacred palace, the Fox Clan's king sat on the main seat. Below him, the Fox Clan's elders sat on both sides with solemn expressions. Since 1 is a holy maiden, then let's forget about the marriage between her and the 9th Underworld King's disciple. The Fox Clan's Grand Elder said solemnly, "No matter what, our holy maiden cannot marry into another clan." The Fox Clan's elders fell silent. This matter was very difficult. The appearance of a holy maiden should have been a blessing for the Fox Clan. However, the Fox Clan already had 1 holy maiden. Now that there was a second one, it could very well be a disaster for the Fox Clan. No matter if it was the other royal clans or the sovereign clans, they could not sit and watch the Fox Clan have 2 emperors in the future. This is not absolute. In front of the Grand Elder of the Fox Clan, a white-haired old woman said, "In order to save the 9th Underworld King's disciple, 1's foundation was severely damaged. It's still unknown if she can recover her 9 tails in the future. Furthermore, having a fairy is enough for the Fox Clan. If 1 marries into the celestial fiend royal family, our Fox Clan will be able to obtain the 9th Underworld King's protection. This will definitely bring more benefits to our Fox Clan than harm. Rather than placing our hopes on others, why don't we become stronger ourselves? As long as the 2 fairies can attain the position of emperor in the future, our Fox Clan will become the strongest clan below the heavenly demons," the Fox Clan Grand Elder said in a deep voice. "Great Elder, aren't you thinking too simply? Let's not talk about whether or not 1 can recover. Even if she can, will the 100 tribes give us the time to do so? Rather than that, why don't we form a marriage alliance with the celestial devil royal family? At least the 100 tribes will be afraid of the 9th Underworld King's prestige and won't dare to act rashly," the white-haired old woman said coldly. On the main seat, the Fox King listened to the 2's argument and frowned from time to time. Both elders had a point, and it was really hard to choose. Just as the elders of the Fox Clan were discussing, a painful groan sounded in the small bamboo courtyard. On the bed, demonic qi surged around Xi Ming's body. The heavenly demon king's blood that had fused with the 9-tailed fairy's blood began to mutate. The demonic blood devoured the fairy's blood, and its demonic power became more and more shocking. The fairy of the Fox Clan was born with 9 tails. She was a natural emperor, and her bloodline was extremely powerful, not inferior to any royal bloodline. In Ning Chen's body, when the demonic blood met the fairy's blood, it was like rain after a long drought, and it began to devour it crazily. For a moment, the entire bamboo hut was filled with demonic chi, and its power was shocking. Boom! At that moment, thunder rumbled in the sky, and the path to immortality opened. Sunlight shone down on the world. Below, in the bamboo hut, Ningchen opened his eyes. The heavenly demon 9 transformations shook the stars. He took a step forward and disappeared in an instant. In the sky, a white-clothed figure appeared. Her white hair danced wildly, and she looked like a demon. With a rumble, thunder fell from the sky. The shocking power shook the entire Qingqiu secret territory. Heavenly tribulation. In the Fox clan's imperial palace, the Fox King and the other elders' expressions changed. They all stood up and looked outside the palace. Boom! Tens of thousands of bolts of lightning fell from the sky. The dazzling lightning instantly drowned the white-clothed figure below. Within the lightning, Ningchen stood in the air, unmoving like a mountain. Demonic flames surged out of his body. The flying swan art appeared for the first time, and its shocking demonic chi collided with the heavenly tribulation. The sickly king's peerless divine weapon, which was forged from the immortal slaying foundation, revealed its sharpness. With a slash of his sword, 10,000 miles of space split open. The earth rumbled, and a huge pitch-black ravine appeared in the sky above the Qingqiu kingdom. It spread for 10,000 miles, shocking the world. In front of the imperial palace, the Fox clan and the other elders were shocked when they saw this terrifying sword. This child's mastery of the sword was too terrifying. With the flying swan art, the peerless divine weapon could cut through the sky and split the sea. After one slash, the lightning in the sky collapsed. The thunderclouds that hadn't completely gathered dissipated, returning to the world. With one slash, the shocking scene was reflected in the eyes of the Fox clan. It took a long time for them to regain their senses. In the sky, Ningchen waved his hand and put away the sickly king's divine sword. The demonic flames around him also dissipated. He landed and walked back to the bamboo hut. In front of the hut, Xiao Xiao looked at the man who passed by her. Her heart was in turmoil. It had only been a few months, and this person's strength had become even more terrifying. In the bamboo hut, on the bed, the woman was still unconscious. Half of her blood qi had left her body, and her beautiful face was abnormally pale. Ningchen walked forward and looked at the woman on the bed. He pressed his hand on her chest, and the scroll of life activated. Endless life force flowed into her body. Lord Ning. Xiao Xiao walked into the room and looked at the figure in front of the bed. No need to say more. I know what happened just now, Ningchen said calmly. Ningchen replied calmly, I won't let anything happen to her. Xiao Xiao nodded. She looked confused and said, Lord Ning, you just entered the Sky Devil royal family. How did you end up like this? This cannot be explained in a few words, Ningchen said softly. Ningchen lightly replied, This one has yet to thank Miss Xiao Xiao and Miss Wan for saving my life. I didn't do anything. If you want to thank me, then wait until Wan wakes up. Xiao Xiao sighed. Ningchen nodded, looking at the woman on the bed. His gaze became gentle. Behind him, Xiao Xiao stood quietly for a while and then left the room. She believed that Lord Ning could take good care of her sister. She hoped that Wan Er's choice this time was not wrong. Time passed. Ningchen stood quietly in front of the bed. Outside the bamboo hut, the sky darkened. Night fell. The entire Qingqiu mysterious territory quieted down. On the bed, the woman opened her eyes. At first, she was in a daze. Then she calmed down. She looked over at the man beside the bed. Wan smiled gently and said, Are you okay? I'm okay, Ningchen said softly. Can you help me up? Wan asked gently. Okay, Ningchen nodded. He stepped forward and carefully helped the woman up. He said gently, Be careful. You've lost too much blood qi. If you feel uncomfortable, just tell me. One heir smiled and said, I'm not that delicate. After lying here for a day, I want to go out for a walk. Ning Chin nodded and helped the woman out of the bed. They walked out of the room together. In the small courtyard, the shadows of the bamboos reflected the moon. As the autumn wind blew, the bamboo leaves swayed and rustled. Lady Wan Heir, thank you for saving my life. Outside the room, Ning Chen helped the woman beside him and said softly, It's what I should do. Wan Heir smiled and said, Lord Ning, there's something you don't know yet. What is it? Ning Chen asked. The Fox clan is going to marry the Sky Devil royal family. The chosen ones are you and me. Wan Heir said softly. Hearing this, Ning Chen frowned. I know Lord Ning might not be willing, but it's unavoidable. Wan Heir said softly. Since young Master Ning has become a member of the Celestial Devil Imperial family, you can't decide your own marriage. My sister is a fairy, which means that the Fox clan will have an Emperor Realm Master in the future. Just for this reason, the Celestial Devil Imperial family will agree to our marriage with both hands. Lady Wan Heir agreed. Ning Chin frowned again and asked, Before today, you and I didn't know each other. Lady Wan Heir shouldn't be willing. Wan Heir smiled and said, Actually, I was the one who suggested it. Since we can't decide on our marriage, why don't we choose someone we don't hate? The 9th Underworld King's pride is well known throughout the world. Someone who can be his disciple will definitely not be ordinary. Ning Chen listened to the woman's confession and sighed softly. Miss Wan, I already have a wife. How many? Wan Heir asked softly. Ning Chen was startled and answered honestly, 1. Where is she? Wan Heir continued to ask. Ning Chen was silent. After a long time he said she passed away. I'm sorry. Wan Heir said apologetically. It's fine. Ning Chen shook his head and said, Lady Wan Heir, you're a good girl. You should find someone you like, who also likes you. My heart can't hold anyone else. In this life, he owed too much. He couldn't let down such a kind girl. Wan Heir was silent. She looked at the bamboo in the courtyard. After a long time, she sighed and said, As a member of the royal family, we can't ask for a perfect relationship. Lord Ning, I know you don't like me, but you don't have a choice. At this point, Wana looked at the man beside her and said softly, Young Master Ning, even if the person you choose in the future is not me, it will be another royal family's princess or royal family's royal daughter. Compared to them, Wan Heir should be more suitable for you. When Ning Chin heard the woman's words, he sighed deeply in his heart and said, Miss Wan Heir, why must you put yourself through this? I'm the Fox clan's princess, so I have to consider the future of the Fox clan. As long as the Fox clan and the Sky Devil royal family have a marriage alliance, even if the 100 clans know that my sister is the 9-tailed fairy, they won't dare to act rashly. The Fox clan needs time. Marrying into the Sky Devil royal family is the best way, Wan Heir said softly. Chapter 1052. Half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Wan Heir's body was getting better. Although her foundation hadn't recovered yet, she could move like a normal person. Ning Chin rarely left the green bamboo courtyard during this half a month. He was taking care of the Fox clan's heavenly lady who was heavily injured because of him. Just as Wan Heir's body was getting better, demonic chi surged outside Green Hill's secret realm as a domineering figure appeared. A peerless king had personally come to Green Hill. In the Fox clan's sacred palace, the Fox King and the elders were shocked when they sensed the powerful demonic chi from afar. The 9th Underworld King had actually come personally. Go out and welcome him, the Fox King said as he stood up from his throne. The elders of the Fox clan accepted the order and walked out of the palace together. Outside the secret realm, their ray opened and the Fox King led the elders out. They bowed to the peerless king who had appeared in Green Hill. 9th Underworld King, please forgive us for not going out to welcome you, the Fox King said with a smile. No need to be so polite. I'm here to bring Ning Chen back. Where is he? The ninth underworld king said calmly. 13th prince is currently in Green Hill as a guest. Ninth underworld king, please. The fox king said and moved aside, making a path for the ninth underworld king. Thank you. The ninth underworld king nodded and walked toward Green Hill's secret realm. In the green bamboo courtyard, Ning Chen sensed something and looked into the distance. He had finally come. Is it the ninth underworld king? Wan asked softly. Yes. Ning Chen nodded. Are you leaving? Wan Er's eyes flashed with sadness. It wasn't that she had truly fallen in love with him after being together for a dozen days. It was just that humans weren't plants and couldn't be emotionless. After being together for so long, she would more or less be reluctant to part with him. It's time to go back. Ning Chen's eyes flashed coldly. My mission in the Heavenly Demon Clan isn't over yet. I'll return this time to repay kindness and revenge. The Heavenly Demon Imperial Clan's power is unfathomable. You have to be careful, Wana said with concern. I will. Ning Chen nodded and said with a smile, Miss Wan, you don't have to worry. I'm good at scheming. As long as those 3 Devil Emperors don't do anything, I won't be in any danger in 3 Imperial City. Before he even finished speaking, a beautiful figure walked over from outside the green bamboo courtyard. It was the Fox Clan saintess, Xiao Xiao. She looked at him and said, Sir Ning, Imperial Mother invites you over. In front of the bamboo house, Wan sighed inwardly. She gathered her thoughts, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. She said, Sir Ning, you can go. Ning Chen nodded and didn't say anything else. He strode out of the courtyard. Xiao Xiao glanced at her younger sister in front of her and nodded lightly. Then she turned around and followed after them. In the holy hall of the Fox Clan, the main seat was empty. When the 9th Underworld King arrived, even the Fox King walked down from his throne and sat down below. No one dared to be arrogant in front of the Sky Devil Imperial family's peerless king. Outside the hall, Ning Chen and Xiao Xiao walked in together. After entering the hall, they bowed to the Fox King and 9 Underworld King, respectively. In the guest seat, the 9 Underworld King looked at his disciple whom he hadn't seen for a long time. After sizing him up, he was relieved. He didn't seem to have any injuries, and his cultivation had improved. It seemed that this disciple of his had profited from a disaster. Ning Chen, it's time to go back. The 9 Underworld King said calmly. Yes. Ning Chen replied softly. He looked at the Fox Clan's king in front of him and bowed again. He said, Thank you, Fox King, for taking care of me these days. The Fox King smiled and nodded. He said Sir Ning is too polite. From now on, Sir Ning is welcome to visit Green Hill any time. If I have the chance, I will definitely come and visit. Ning Chen replied seriously. In the guest seat, the 9 Underworld Kings stood up and said, Let's go. Ning Chen nodded and turned to follow. The moment the two left the palace, the Fox King suddenly spoke with anticipation. 9 Underworld King, I hope you can consider what I said just now. I will give Green Hill a reply as soon as possible. The 9 Underworld King replied faintly. Demonic chi surrounded him as he left Green Hill secret territory with his disciple. After the 9 Underworld King left, the elders of the Fox Clan looked at the Fox King in front of them with doubts. Go and prepare Wan Er's wedding dress. The Fox King looked at Xiao Xiao in the palace and said, Okay. Xiao Xiao nodded and replied softly, My king, are you so sure that the 9 Underworld King will agree? The first elder of the Fox Clan asked. My Fox Clan is his best choice, the Fox King said calmly. Not to mention that Wan Er saved Sir Ning's life. Wan Er's identity alone is enough to make it difficult for the 9 Underworld King to refuse. In the 3 Imperial City, the 9 Underworld King's residence, demonic chi swept across the area as 2 figures walked out and returned from Green Hill. At the same time, All the kings in the 3 imperial city sensed something and looked at the 9 underworld kings' residence. The 9 underworld king had returned, and so did the 13th prince. In the residences of the 12 princes and princesses, many people looked at him coldly. The 13th prince had come back alive. He was really lucky. They didn't know what had happened in the heavenly demon ancestral land, but everyone knew that something had happened to the 13th prince. The 9 underworld king had fought with the 3 demon emperors because of his disciple. The entire 3 imperial city had seen it clearly. Everyone was guessing whether the 13th prince was in danger or not. 9th brother, it seems that we need to visit our 13th brother. In the 7th prince's residence, Xianling looked at the 9 underworld king's residence and said with a smile. The 9th prince frowned slightly and said in confusion, "7th brother's status is noble. How can you visit an outsider personally?" You don't understand. Our 13th brother is very popular now," Xianling said with a smile. "7th brother, why do you say that?" the 9th prince asked. Xianling put down the wine cup in his hand and said with a smile, "As you said, our 13th brother is an outsider. Since he is an outsider, unless he obtains the imperial throne with his own strength, there is no way for him to inherit the throne. In this way, he is not much of a threat to me." However, Xianling's tone changed and he continued, "Our 13th brother's master is a terrifying figure who can influence the decisions of the 3 demon emperors. If we are on good terms with our 13th brother, it means that we will have a strong support." Hearing this, a pondering look flashed across the 9th prince's face. A moment later, he asked, "7th brother, you should know that when the 9th Serenity King and his disciple entered the imperial family, most of the imperial family members had spoken out against it. If we take the initiative to be on good terms with the 9th Serenity King's estate, will it make the imperial family members who support us feel resentment? What they think is not something we need to consider." Xianling said faintly, "In terms of influence, the 10 imperial family members are not comparable to the 9 underworld king, who is comparable to an imperial expert. 7th brother, have you ever thought that if the 9 underworld king becomes a real imperial expert one day, our 13th brother will be a big threat to us?" The 9th prince said seriously, "If that day really comes, there will be people more anxious than us." Xianling sneered and said, "Go and prepare. Our 3rd brother should have the same plan. Now, let's see whose sincerity can move our 13th brother more." The 9th prince nodded and said seriously, "In the 3rd prince's residence, the 9 underworld king had just returned." Xianqing left the crown prince's residence and rushed to the 9 underworld king's residence. "Brother." In the 1st prince's residence, the 5th prince looked at the secret reports from the 3rd prince's residence and the 7th prince's residence and said in a low voice, "3rd brother and 7th brother are preparing to win over our 13th brother. Brother, you should act as soon as possible." "No need," Xianzhen said coldly. "It is useless for us to win over our 13th brother now." "Why?" The 5th prince did not understand. "Do you know what my stupid sister did?" Xianzhen's face flashed coldly. "This time, 13th brother almost couldn't come back because of Xianyu. Although I don't have much contact with Xianyu, she's still my sister. 13th brother won't accept my invitation because of this." Hearing this, the 5th prince's expression turned serious, and he said, "Elder brother, you should give it a try. After all, the person standing behind the 13th prince is the 9th underworld king. The 9th underworld king's attitude will definitely affect the decision of the 3 demon emperors. That's a matter for the future." Xianzhen said faintly, "The 3 demon emperors have a long lifespan. The inheritance of the demon emperors is still very far away. There is no need to rush. Moreover, the demon emperor does not necessarily have to inherit the demon emperor's position. Who knows what will happen in the future? But," the 5th prince said anxiously, "Brother, you should know how difficult it is to achieve the Demon Emperor's position with one's own strength. Only by inheriting the Demon Emperor's position and obtaining the fate of the Demon Emperor will you be able to successfully enter the Demon Emperor realm. The Demon Emperor's fate of the Demon Emperors is the reason why the Demon Emperor's fate of the Demon Emperors are getting worse with each generation. There are many people who have inherited the fate of the Demon Emperors, but are still unable to enter the Demon Emperor realm. Therefore, instead of placing all your hopes on inheriting the Demon Emperor's position, it is better to cultivate diligently and obtain the fruit of the Demon Emperor's path with one's own strength, Xianjin said calmly. In the 9 Underworld Kings' palace, Ning Chen personally brewed some tea and brought it to the 9 Underworld King. 6th Heavenly Layer? The 9 Underworld King took the tea and took a sip. Yes, Ning Chen nodded and replied. The 9 changes of the Demon Emperor's 6th Heavenly Layer is equivalent to the human race's immortal realm. You are lucky to be able to enter this realm, the 9 Underworld King said calmly. Thank you, Master, Ning Chen said. He had sensed the 9 Underworld King and the 3 Demon Emperors fighting outside Floating City from the blood pool. There was no doubt that his master really cared about him. It's good that you are fine. The 9 Underworld King had a gentle expression. There is one thing that I would like to ask for your opinion on. What is it? Ning Chen asked seriously. The King of the Fox Kings wants to betroth his daughter to you. She is the one who saved your life, The 9th Underworld King said with a serious expression. Ning Chen, you are now the 13th prince of the Heavenly Demon Clan. A marriage alliance is a must. The king of the Fox Clan has already told this king about Miss Er's identity as a fairy. I think this marriage is the most suitable choice for you. Chapter 1053. In the palace of the 9 Underworld King, the master and disciple looked at each other. After a long while, the 9 Underworld King said calmly, What do you think? Er is a good girl. I don't want to hold her back. Ning Chen sighed. The Fox Clan has 2 fairies. If they don't submit to the Sky Devil Imperial family, it will be an unimaginable disaster for them. The 9 Underworld King looked at his disciple and said seriously, the marriage between the clans has always been the most common thing. That girl is the 9-tailed fairy, so it's not a disgrace to you. As for whether you have feelings for each other, it's not important for the marriage between the clans. Girls shouldn't be sacrificed for the marriage between the clans. Ning Chen said softly, This is a world where the strong are respected. If you don't have the strength to control your own fate, you have to accept the arrangements of the strong. The 9 Underworld Kings said calmly, Ning Chen, I don't want to force you. However, it's difficult for you to decide your marriage. Even if I don't force you, the Imperial family and the 3 Demon Emperors will interfere. At this point, the 9th Nether King paused for a moment before continuing. In addition, that girl called Wonner has saved your life. According to my intentions, since the Fox Clan wants to protect themselves through marriage with the Sky Devil Imperial Clan, you should agree to this marriage. Firstly, you can repay the Fox Clan's kindness. Secondly, you can prevent the Imperial Clan's relatives or the 3 Demon Emperors from using this opportunity to arrange their trusted aides into my 9th Nether King mansion. Hearing this, Ning Chen fell silent. After a while he said, Master, please give me a few days to consider. Okay. The 9 Underworld King nodded and said, There's no rush. This isn't something that can be decided in a day or 2. You've just joined the Sky Devil Imperial family, so there'll be many things that will come to you. You have to be mentally prepared. I understand. Ning Chen said softly, Because of Master's existence, I'm sure many people have already begun to move. The 9 Underworld King's palace won't be quiet for long. The 9 Underworld King nodded slightly and said, I won't care about these things. You have full authority to deal with them. As soon as he finished speaking, a guard quickly walked in front of the palace and said respectfully, Your Highness, 13th Prince, the 3rd Prince requests an audience. He came quickly. Ning Qin turned and looked outside the palace and said, "Invite him in." Yes. The guard accepted the order and turned to leave. "All right. The rest is up to you young people. I won't get involved." With that, the ninth underworld king stood up and walked towards the back of the palace. He had no interest in the power struggle that would ensue. "Master." Behind him, Ning Qin asked with a serious expression, "How far can I go?" The ninth underworld king stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at his disciple. He said calmly, "As long as you have a clear conscience, you can do whatever you want. If anything happens, you have to deal with the 3 sovereigns by yourself. As for the 3 sovereigns, I will take care of them for you." Hearing this, Ning Qin bowed deeply and said, "This disciple understands." The ninth underworld king smiled and didn't say anything else. He turned around and left the hall. As a disciple of the 9 underworlds, apart from being ordinary, everything he did was right. The 9th underworld king had just left the palace when Xianqing, who was dressed in white, walked over. His face was handsome and heroic. The 3rd crown prince of the celestial devil imperial clan was a peerless genius of the imperial clan. He'd stepped into the king realm at a young age, and his strength was unfathomable. Among all the princes, Xianqing's cultivation was not the strongest. However, when it came to tolerance, few could compare to him. As the legitimate son of the first demon emperor, Xianqing was considered the most likely one to inherit the throne among the 3 princes. His performance all along could be said to be perfect and flawless. No one could find any flaw in him. Xianqing's evaluation of him was the most appropriate one to say that he was well-rounded and flawless. 13th brother. Outside the palace, Xianqing walked over with a smile. He looked at the young man in the palace and said, "Seeing that you have returned safely, I am relieved." "Greetings to the 3rd prince." Ning Qin bowed. Seeing this, Xianqing quickly walked over and helped him up. He said, "We are brothers. Why are you being so polite?" "I still have to follow the rules." Ning Qin stood up and smiled. "3rd brother, please take a seat." Xianqing looked at the person in front of him and said, "I haven't seen you for a month. Your cultivation seems to have improved again." "Thanks to 3rd brother, I was lucky to have a breakthrough. However, compared to 3rd brother, I am still lacking a lot." Ning Qin said softly, "13th brother, you are too modest." Xianqing sat down on a seat and said, "When I was your age, my cultivation was far from yours. According to your cultivation speed, you will surpass me in at most 100 years. Ning Qin smiled and walked to the side to bring the tea that he had prepared. He poured a cup and pushed it in front of Xianqing. He said, "3rd brother, please have some tea." Xianqing nodded and picked up the tea. He tasted it carefully and nodded. "Good tea." "3rd brother, do you know where the art of tea originated from?" Ning Qin asked softly. "The human race," Xianqing said calmly. Ning Qin nodded and poured a cup of tea for himself. He took a sip and said, "The human race invented the art of tea. Unfortunately, among the 100 races, many races have surpassed the human race in terms of tea. They are stuck in their own ways and do not want to improve themselves." Xianqing said lightly, "Not to mention the art of tea, even in terms of martial arts, the human race has wasted the talent given by the heavens and fallen behind the 100 races." Ning Qin drank the tea in his cup silently and did not interrupt. The human race's lifespan and physical strength are indeed not as good as the 100 races. However, in terms of cultivation speed, the 100 races cannot compare with the human race. Just like 13th brother, you have such amazing achievements in just 100 years of cultivation. This is absolutely unimaginable among the 100 races. Xianqing put down the teacup in his hand and continued, "The human race is weak for a reason. Compared to the human race who indulges in pleasure, the living environment of the heavenly demon clan fates that everyone is born to be a warrior. No matter male or female, They have to go through big and small battles to survive. Therefore, in the primeval demon realm, the heavenly demon clan can become the true rulers. Ning Qin listened quietly. After a long time, he smiled and said, "Third Imperial Brother, may I know the reason for your visit?" To form an alliance. Xianqing looked at the person in front of him and did not hide his intention at all. He said, 13th brother, a straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. You should know that you and 9th uncle entering the royal family is an outcome that most of the royal family members do not want to see. 13th brother's future in the royal family is destined to not be peaceful. I can promise that I will do my best in the future to help 13th brother gain a foothold in the royal family and become a true prince of the heavenly demon royal family. To be honest, I am not interested in these power struggles. Ning Chen looked at the tea leaves floating in the teacup in his hand and said, Third brother, the heavenly demon royal family's waters are too deep. I really do not want to get involved. This time, I suffered for no reason and am already exhausted. I really do not have the energy to get involved in the power struggles. I can only apologize to you, third brother. Hearing this, Xianqing frowned slightly and said, 13th brother, I do not know much about this matter. If there is anything I can do, please tell me. Ning Qin shook his head and sighed. It is all in the past. Third brother, power struggles are not my forte. Please do not make things difficult for me. Chapter 1054. In the palace of the 9 Serenities King, the atmosphere was tense. Ning Chen's firm attitude made Xianqing even more confused. In his mind, 13th Prince would not reject his suggestion. After all, he had known 13th Prince the longest among the 3 princes of the royal family. They had always been on good terms. Xianqing picked up the tea in front of him and thought quickly. The 9 Serenities King's existence was too important. He could not let him stand on the side of the other 2 princes. 13th brother, if you have any concerns, just tell me. After all, the 9th royal uncle is not suitable for some things. Although I am not talented, I still have some power in the 3rd royal city. Xianqing put down the teacup in his hand and looked at Ning Qin seriously. Thank you for your kindness, 3rd royal brother. I don't have any trouble, and I don't want to get into any trouble. I'm afraid that I will let you down. Please forgive me. Ning Chen was not moved at all and replied softly. Xianqing frowned when he heard that. He thought for a while and nodded slightly. Everyone has their own ambitions. 13th brother, you don't want to get involved in the fight for the throne. I don't want to force you either. This is a blood dragon fruit. It can help you refine your blood so that you can return to your ancestral roots sooner. I don't deserve it. This gift is too valuable. I can't accept it. Ning Qin refused. He did not want to accept it. It's just a small gift from you. All right, 13th brother. You just came back and need to rest. I won't disturb you. Then Xianqing put the wooden box with the blood dragon fruit on the table and turned around to leave. After Xianqing left, Ning Chen looked at the wooden box on the table and thought, the next one should be here soon. Waiting for the right price can indeed increase your value. However, it can also backfire. The 3 princes of the celestial devil imperial family are not stupid. You have to know when to advance and when to retreat. The 9th Serenity King's voice rang out in the palace. I understand. Ning Qin nodded and said, Master, don't worry. I know what I am doing. It's good that you understand. In the coming days, I will do my best to prepare for the breakthrough to the imperial plane. You are in charge of the 9 Serenities King's mansion for the time being. The 9 Serenities King continued. Master, please don't worry. This disciple will take care of the big and small matters of the prince's mansion. Ning Qin softly replied. Be cautious and act boldly. The 9th Nether King Manor has never been afraid of any trouble. Even if the sky falls, Master will bear it with you. His last words echoed in the palace for a long time. In the palace, Ning Chen stood quietly without saying a word. At that moment, two powerful Qi arrived outside the imperial palace. One of them had reached the king level. Although there was still a gap between them and Xianqing, it was enough to surpass most of the princes and princesses. He's here. Ning Chen collected his thoughts. His eyes glittered. The son of the 7 brilliants, Demon Emperor, the 7th prince Xianling, 13th prince, the 7th prince, and the 9th prince have come to visit. The guard stepped forward and congratulated him. Invite him in. Ning Chen said, Yes. The guard accepted the order and turned to leave quickly. Not long after, 2 figures walked in front of the imperial palace. The one in the lead was a young man dressed in purple. His features were slightly feminine, and he looked too feminine. Greetings, 7th Crown Prince, 9th Imperial Brother. Ning Chen took 2 steps forward and bowed. You're welcome, 13th Brother. Xianling stepped forward and helped Ning Chen up. He smiled and said, I heard that 3rd Imperial Brother was here. Did he leave already? 3rd Imperial Brother left not long ago. Didn't 7th Imperial Brother see him? Ning Chen stood up and asked. 3rd Imperial Brother's residence is in a different direction from mine. Maybe we missed each other. Xianling smiled and said, 3rd Brother, you must be here to congratulate 13th Brother on officially becoming the head of the royal family. Our brother is always 1 step ahead of us. Ning Chen smiled and didn't say anything. He stepped aside and said, 7th Imperial Brother, 9th Imperial Brother, please. Xianling nodded and walked into the imperial palace. The 9th Imperial Prince followed behind. The moment they passed each other, he sized up Xianling. A strange light flashed in his eyes. The first time they met in the imperial palace, the 13th prince hadn't reached the mortal realm yet. He didn't expect him to take such a crucial step in just a month. Inside the imperial palace, Ning Chen invited the 2 imperial princes to sit down. He poured tea and then sat down opposite them. 9th Imperial Uncle's palace doesn't even have a maid to serve tea. I have to trouble 13th Imperial Brother to do such a small thing. The 9th Imperial Prince frowned. My master and I like quiet, so we didn't arrange for maids to work in the palace. Ning Chen smiled. How can that be? You are now an Imperial Prince. Even if you stay in the 9th Imperial Uncle's palace, you can't not have a maid to serve you. The 9th Imperial Prince scolded softly. Tomorrow I will arrange for a few maids to come to the palace. 13th Imperial Brother can use them first. If you are not satisfied, you can tell 9th Imperial Brother. Thank you for your kindness, 9th Imperial Brother. It's just that. Ning Chen looked embarrassed. He was about to continue when he was interrupted. This is 9th Imperial Brother's kindness. 13th Imperial Brother, don't refuse. Xianling smiled. Ning Chen heard this and sighed softly. Thank you, 9th Imperial Brother. The 9th Imperial Prince nodded with satisfaction. He was still thinking about how to arrange people in the 9th Imperial Palace. He didn't expect his 13th Imperial Brother to give him a chance. Since 9th Imperial Brother has given you a gift, 7th Imperial Brother can't be stingy. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianling flipped his left hand and a palm-sized jade box appeared. The moment the jade box was opened, the entire palace was filled with the color of wind and thunder. An unusually strong power surged out, shocking everyone. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. What a powerful medicine! This is the Honorable King Pill. Xianling smiled. It can increase the chances of a person at the peak of the Red Dust Realm to enter the King Realm. 13th Imperial Brother, it will be useful when you reach the 7th transformation of the Omen Realm. Xianling handed the Honorable King Pill to Ning Chen and said, Since you have received 9th Imperial Brother's gift, you can't refuse 7th Imperial Brother's gift. It's too expensive. Ning Chen didn't reach out to take it. He looked solemn. Seventh imperial brother is not as generous as your third imperial brother. I don't have many things that I can take out. Only this honorable king pill is not embarrassing. If 13th imperial brother doesn't accept it, you are looking down on me." Xianling pretended to be unhappy and said, "Seventh imperial brother, you are too kind." Ning Qin said helplessly, "Just accept it." "That's right. There is no need to be so polite between brothers." Xianling smiled and said, 13th imperial brother, if you need anything, just tell me. Even if 7th imperial brother doesn't have it, I will find a way to get it for you." "I don't need anything, but I have a question. I wonder if 7th imperial brother knows about it?" Ning Qin asked. 13th imperial brother, please speak." Xianling said, "Before entering the zone of demons, I had many conflicts with the young lord of the Rock clan. Although I was lucky enough to defeat Aolai last time, I also suffered a lot in the face of the Rock clan speed. So, I want to know if there is a cultivation technique in this world that can suppress the Rock clan speed. If you meet the young lord of the Rock clan, or even the old Rock king in the future, you won't be too embarrassed." Ning Qin said seriously. Xianling frowned when he heard this. He had heard about the conflict between his 13th imperial brother and the young lord of the Rock clan in Jueyang Ancient City. Although the young lord of the Rock clan had a bad temper, he was still quite powerful. The Rock clan had the fastest speed among the 100 clans. Even the Heavenly Devil imperial family couldn't compete with them. The old Rock king was also known as the number 1 under the imperial Dao. He was very difficult to deal with. After thinking for a long time, Xianling shook his head and said, "The Rock clan's talent is indeed unique. There is no other way except to suppress with absolute power. Is there no race or secret technique that can surpass the Rock clan's speed in this world?" Ning Qin frowned. Xianling was silent. After a while, he shook his head again and said, "I don't think so." On the side, the 9th prince opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but swallowed it back. The atmosphere was tense, and it was not easy to talk. Xianling stood up and smiled. 13th imperial brother, you just came back and need time to rest. Your 9th imperial brother and I will not disturb you any longer. We will leave first." Ning Qin stood up and said, 13th imperial brother, see you off." Xianling and the 9th prince nodded. They turned and left the palace. Ning Qin saw the two of them to the gate of the palace. He stopped and watched the two of them leave. 7th imperial brother, you clearly had the chance to win 13th imperial brother over. Why didn't you say so? After leaving the 9th imperial palace, the 9th prince looked at the person beside him and asked with a puzzled expression, "What do you know?" Xianling's face turned cold and said, "The only race that can surpass the speed of the Skyrock clan is the Phoenix race. Do you want me to give 13th imperial brother the whereabouts of the Phoenix race's secret technique?" The 9th prince's face froze and said, "That's not what I meant. I just said that, since 13th imperial brother asked, we might as well tell him a thing or two. His teacher is the 9th imperial brother, a terrifying figure that even the 3 demon emperors fear. Sooner or later, 13th imperial brother will get the information of the Phoenix race's secret technique from his teacher. We might as well take this opportunity to do him a favor. The 9th imperial brother and the 3 demon emperors can tell him. Only we can't tell him." Xianling said coldly, "The existence of the Phoenix has long been a taboo in our Sky Demon imperial family. Even the 3 demon emperors don't want to talk about this race. If we mention it in front of 13th imperial brother, won't we be looking for trouble? There are many ways to win 13th imperial brother over, but this is not the only way." In the palace of the 9th imperial palace, Ning Qin picked up the teacups that the 3 princes had used. He walked to the front of the palace and threw them out. The 3rd imperial brother, the 7th imperial brother, and the 9th imperial brother. The 3 princes that he had met today had different personalities and tolerance. The 9th imperial brother was not smart enough. It would be difficult for him to achieve great things. He could be ignored. However, the third imperial brother and the seventh imperial brother were really smart people. To be able to become the crown prince of the Sky Demon imperial family, these two princes were indeed extraordinary. In addition, the Phoenix race's secret technique was very likely to be in the Sky Demon imperial family. Although Xianling wanted to hide it, the ninth imperial brother's attitude had betrayed him. Chapter 1055. In the ninth underworld king's mansion, since the return of the ninth underworld king and Ningqian, there had been a continuous stream of nobles coming to visit. As usual, Ningqian received all of them. He didn't refuse anyone who came. He changed pots of tea again and again, and threw away sets of teacups. For a few days, the ninth underworld king did not appear again. The matters of the mansion were all handled by Ningqian. On the second day after the seventh prince and the ninth prince left, the ninth prince sent two maids named Xiu and Shiqing. Whether it was appearance or temperament, they were the best in the world. Their purpose was self-evident. However, in the few days that the two women came to the mansion, Ningqian really ordered them as maids. They served tea, cleaned the mansion, and did not have the slightest tenderness for the fairer sex. At first, Xiu and Shiqing were still hopeful. However, as the days passed, they gradually lost hope when the young master of the ninth underworld king's mansion did not show any interest in them. Xiu. In the palace, after sending off the last batch of guests of the day, Ningqian glanced at the tea set on the table and called out, "Your Highness." Outside the palace, Xiu walked in, looked at the person in front of her and bowed. "Clean it up and throw it away." Ningqian said calmly, "Yes." Xiu answered softly. She walked to the table, cleaned up the tea set, and turned to walk out of the palace. Outside the palace, Shiqing looked at Xiu, who walked out, and a strange expression flashed across her beautiful face. "Throw it away again." "Yes." Xiu nodded and answered, "Our Highness is really strange. Every time the guests leave, these used by them will be thrown away." Shiqing looked puzzled. "Just do your job. Don't talk too much," Xiu reprimanded softly. The nobles had many eccentricities. As servants, they were not qualified to interfere. After being reprimanded by her sister, Shiqing kept quiet and did not dare to ask more. In the palace, Ningqian's face flashed with fatigue after dealing with the nobles for several days. Among the nobles, not all were sensual. There were also many smart people like Xianqing and Xianling. Even he had to be careful when dealing with them. Shiqing. Ningqian saw the woman standing quietly outside the palace and called out, "Your Highness." Outside the palace, Shiqing heard the call, immediately walked in, and bowed respectfully. "Do you still have a visiting card?" Ningqian asked. "Your Highness, there are none for the time being," Shiqing said softly. "That's good." Ningqian nodded and said, "Go prepare 2 jugs of good wine. I'll be going out later." "Yes." Shiqing accepted the order and left with a puzzled look. "His Highness is going out. Does your Highness know anyone else in this 3-emperor city?" Not long after, Shiqing walked into the hall with 2 jars of wine and handed them to her mistress. "Your Highness, do you need me to go with you?" Shiqing asked. "No need. You and Xiu can stay in the mansion." Ningqian replied. Immediately he received the 2 jars of wine and walked out of the mansion. Outside the palace, Xiu and Shiqing looked at each other, their eyes full of doubt. Where was His Highness going? Outside the prince's mansion, Ningqian headed west under the blazing sun. In front of 3-emperor city, the imperial guards were carrying out their last change of guard. Seeing that everything was in place, Xian was relieved. Although he had arranged the change of guard countless times, he was still a little nervous every time. After all, the change of guard was when the imperial guards were at their weakest, so he had to be careful. After the change of guard, Xian Emo looked at the setting sun and couldn't help but want to go home quickly. Your Highness. At this moment, after the change of guard, the imperial guards who were about to leave saw the person in front of them. They were shocked and bowed respectfully. Get up. Ning Qin said calmly. Thank you, Your Highness. The soldiers of the imperial army stood up and made way. Under the city gate, Xian Emo saw the young man walking over. Why was the 9th Underworld King's disciple here? The entire Three Emperor City knew that the 9th Underworld King's disciple had entered the imperial family and become the 13th prince. Logically speaking, the 13th prince shouldn't have extra energy to come here. Brother Xian Emo Ning Chen looked at the man in front of him and smiled. Brother Xian Emo, I hope you don't mind. Your Highness has a noble status. I don't deserve it. Xian Emo bowed and said, Brother Xian Emo, you're too polite. Master has been in seclusion these days, and I don't know many people in the city. I couldn't find anyone to drink with. I had no choice but to come and disturb you. I hope you don't mind. Ning Qin smiled. Xian Emo looked at the person in front of him. After a long while, he nodded and said, If you don't mind, you can come to my house for a chat. Then I'll have to trouble you. Ning Qin said, Your Highness is too polite. Please, Xian Emo said with a respectful expression on her face. Ning Qin nodded and walked forward with 2 jars of wine. In the southeast of the imperial city, the two walked forward. Not far ahead, in an inconspicuous courtyard, Xian Emo brought Ning Qin over. Pushing open the courtyard door, a delicate-looking woman was busy in the courtyard. When she saw the 2 people walking over, she was stunned. This is the 13th prince, the disciple of the 9th Underworld King. Xian Emo introduced. Hearing this, the woman was shocked. She immediately stopped what she was doing and bowed. Greetings, Your Highness. Ning Qin went forward and helped the woman up. He smiled and said, Sister-in-law, there's no need to be so polite. I came uninvited. I'm sorry to disturb you. Your Highness is too polite. The woman stood up and said, You can continue with your work. I'll take care of the 13th prince. Xian Emo looked at the woman and said, Okay. The woman nodded and bowed again. Then she continued with her work. Your Highness, my house is simple and crude. Please excuse me. Xian Emo said seriously, No matter how luxurious a place is, if you can't be with someone you cherish, it's just a cold decoration. Although Brother Xian Mo's house is simple and crude, with a virtuous wife like you accompanying him, it's better than any palace. Ning Qin said with emotion. Xian Emo heard the former's words and was slightly surprised. These words didn't sound like something a member of the royal family would say. It seemed that he knew too little about this disciple of the 9th Underworld King. Your Highness, please come in, Xian Emo said. Ning Qin nodded and walked into the house. It was a simple house without any luxurious decorations. It was no different from an ordinary house. It didn't look like the house of a commander of the imperial army. The woman brought hot tea into the house and poured it for the 2 of them. She said softly, There's no good tea in the house. I hope Your Highness doesn't mind. Ning Qin took the tea with both hands and smiled. Sister-in-law, you really don't have to be so polite. My identity as a prince was obtained by luck. It's not worth mentioning. On the side, Xian Emo removed the heavy armor and placed it on a table not far away. Then she walked back to the tea table and said, Your Highness should be busy taking care of the nobles of the royal family. Logically speaking, you shouldn't have time to leave the residence. I've been drinking tribute tea for a few days, and I'm tired of it. So I came to find Brother Xian Emo to drink some wine. Ning Qin smiled. Xian Emo fell silent and said, Your Highness, I didn't say much in front of so many soldiers. Now that it's just the 2 of us, I won't hide it anymore. If Your Highness is here to win me over, Your Highness may have come in vain. I'm not interested in the struggle of the royal family, and I don't want to get involved. Ning Qin heard this and smiled. Brother Xian Mo, do you know how many times I've said these words? Xian Mo heard this and frowned. What did he mean? Brother Xian Mo, what do you think of my master's position in the celestial devil royal family? Ning Qin asked with a smile. Although the royal family has repeatedly obstructed, the ninth underworld king has shown his strength twice. It's enough to shock the entire celestial devil royal family. Except for the 3 demon emperors, the ninth underworld king's prestige and position is unmatched. Xian Mo said honestly. Then, as the disciple of the ninth underworld king, what do you think my position should be? Ning Qin continued to ask. Except for the 3 crown princes, Your Highness should be the head of all the princes and princesses. Xian Mo answered. Hearing Xian Mo's answer, Ning Qin took a sip of the hot tea on the table and said, I'm not a direct descendant of the royal family, so I can't inherit the throne of the demonic emperor. My master's position is enough to ensure my safety in the whole celestial devil royal family. Brother Xian Mo, do you think I still need to gather supporters? Speaking of this, Ning Qin looked at the person in front of him and said with a smile, Don't meddle if you're not in the position. I'm not the 3 crown princes who need to strengthen their forces to win the chance to inherit the throne. I'm also not the other princes and princesses who need to think of ways to protect themselves. I'm just an outsider with a special identity. It's meaningless to win over supporters. Xian Mo fell silent. What the 13th prince said was true. Was he thinking too much? Brother Xian Mo, you're in charge of dispatching the imperial guards. Your identity is indeed sensitive. It's normal for you to have such doubts. However, you're really thinking too much this time. I'm just here to find someone to drink with. That's all. Ning Qin said calmly. Xian Mo listened to the former quietly. He stood up and bowed solemnly, saying, I was being petty just now. I hope your highness won't be offended. Brother Xian Mo, don't be so polite. When I first entered the imperial city, I felt that Brother Xian Mo was a person worth befriending. That's why I'm here today. I've been dealing with the royal family these days, and I'm really tired of it. I'm only here to drink to my heart's content. Ning Qin said softly. Xian Mo glanced at the 2 jars of wine on the table and said, Your Highness, I'm not used to the wine you brought. Oh, Ning Qin was puzzled. Could it be that Brother Xian Mo has other good wine hidden here? A real man should drink military wine. Xian Mo said. He raised his left hand and a strong suction force exploded. Instantly, the wooden compartment under the table opened. Jars of strong wine with mud seals appeared. The strong smell of wine rushed out. Looking at the dozen jars of strong wine under the table, Ning Qin's face gradually revealed a smile. He said, 2 jars of wine in exchange for so much good military wine. This trip was worth it. In front of the house, the woman saw this scene and silently retreated. She didn't want to disturb the 2. Chapter 1056. The moon rose and the night was slightly cold. In the southeast of the 3 royal city, there was an inconspicuous courtyard that was brightly lit and filled with the fragrance of wine. When the strong military wine entered his throat, he felt a burning sensation, intoxicating him. After 3 rounds of wine, it wasn't the wine that intoxicated people, but they were intoxicated. The 2 had different personalities and a huge age gap. But strangely, they sat together and drank to their heart's content. Ning Qin, who had always been scheming, didn't play any tricks this time. He drank jar after jar of strong wine and experienced the burning sensation. His exhaustion was reduced by a lot. Xian Mo looked at the young man in front of him, and his attitude and view gradually changed. The first time they met, he didn't have a good impression of this young man because he couldn't understand him. A young man who could completely hide his thoughts was terrifying. His intuition told him that this disciple of the 9th underworld king wasn't simple. He had been stationed in the 3 royal city for too long and had seen countless young prodigies. He didn't have a good impression of these nobles, who looked approachable but had deep hearts. When he first met this young man, he had the same feeling. However, because of the ninth underworld king, he still held back. Today, when they met again, this young man brought 2 jars of wine to drink with him. His impression of this young man became even worse. Over the past few hundred years, more than one prince had come to rope him in. They all used different methods, but their final goal was the same. He controlled the royal army and was in charge of the safety of the 3 royal cities. To the princes, he was a powerful bargaining chip. He didn't like fighting in the Yellow Springs, but it didn't mean that he didn't understand these things. Therefore, when facing this disciple of the ninth underworld king, he didn't want to beat around the bush and directly stated his attitude. However, he didn't expect that this young man would deny and dispel his concerns with just a few simple words. Why would a prince with a noble status who didn't have the right to inherit the throne need to rope him in? He came to find him, just to drink. Drunk, looking at the sword under the lamp, dreaming of blowing the horn. 800 miles of troops, the sound of 50 strings blowing across the Great Wall, the soldiers on the battlefield. The horse flies fast, the bow is like a thunderbolt, the string is frightening. Knowing the affairs of the world, winning the reputation of life and death. A pity for nothing. Ning Chen looked at the night view outside the window and murmured in a low voice. The strong liquor burned his heart and the tipsy feeling rushed to his brain. His life of struggle gradually turned into memories. When he was young, he led troops to protect Great Xia, bathed in blood, and fought for 10 years to protect his loved ones. When he was young, the gods descended upon the world, and the divine prefecture was faced with a calamity. At the moment of life and death, he had to give up everything. He used 500 years of his lifespan to borrow 100 years of foundation from the heavens, to resist the power of the gods, and sent the gods back to the heavens. When he was in the prime of his life, the 5 regions merged, and the world was in chaos. The land of heaven invaded, and if the lips were gone, the teeth would feel cold. In order to prevent the divine prefecture from being attacked again, he had to fight again with his sword to protect the lower worlds. When he was middle-aged, he traveled to the heavens beyond the heavens in search of a way to resurrect the ghost girl. He battled the celestial trampler and Qianjiao and obtained the immortal divine tree and the jade lake water. When he was 100 years old, his hair had turned completely white, and the undying peach tree had blossomed and bore fruit. The ghost woman had been resurrected, and his life had come to an end due to the heavenly punishment. However, the ghost woman had saved him once again, forcefully pulling him back from the gates of hell and allowing him to live another life. In this life, how would he walk down this path? Ning Chen drank mouthful after mouthful of wine. His eyes were somewhat dazed. Perhaps one day, when he woke up from his drunken stupor, he would return to his youth. At that time he would be in his prime, and he would dare to challenge the heavens. It happened for nothing. It happened for nothing. 100 years. He should have been old a long time ago. At the side, Xian Emo listened to the murmur of the young man beside him, and for some reason, an inexplicable sense of desolation rose in his heart. He had accomplished everything under the heavens, and he had won fame in life or death. It happened for nothing. This was the portrayal of a general in the human world. Why would this young man sigh like this? Xian Emo looked at the person beside him. After a long time, his eyes narrowed slightly. It was only now that he noticed that this young man's long hair had turned completely white. It was not that there were no races among the 100 races that had white hair, so very few people would notice this. However, no matter if it was the celestial demons or the human race, someone of this young man's age and cultivation level would definitely not have white hair. In the 3 imperial city, it was rumored that the 13th prince was a demon from the human world. It was because he had devoured a royal celestial demon that he possessed the royal bloodline. After observing for a long time, Xian Emo sighed softly. It seemed that this disciple of the 9th underworld king had too many unknown pasts. "Brother Xian Emo," If we meet on the battlefield one day, I will not show mercy to you." After drinking a mouthful of strong wine, Ning Chen suddenly spoke in an unusually serious tone. When Xian Mo heard this, he was stunned and did not react for a moment. Ning Chen smiled slightly and did not say anything more. He continued to drink silently. He was very clear about his identity and mission. Now that the passage between the primordial demon realm and the heavens beyond heaven had opened, although Senior Yen King and the mysterious old man had made a move to intimidate the Scaled Emperor and the first batch of powerful figures of the 100 races, there would be a battle between the primordial demon realm and the human race sooner or later. This was a battle left behind from ancient times, and it was unavoidable. The 100 races of the primordial demon realm would not give up this opportunity to fight for more resources, especially the celestial demons who had 3 demon emperors. They probably had not given up their ambition to rule the world since the ancient times. "Your Highness, I have a word of advice for you," Xian Mo said in a low voice. "Brother Xian Mo, please speak your mind." Ning Chen smiled. The battle for imperial power has always been a battlefield without weapons. It is even crueler than a battlefield. If your Highness is not interested in it, it is best not to get involved. Xian Mo said seriously, "The tree wants to be quiet, but the wind will not stop." Ning Chen silently drank a mouthful of wine and said, "Being in this position, how can I keep myself clean?" "Brother Xian Mo, do you know how many members of the royal family have come to the 9th Underworld King's residence in the past few days? Your Highness's teacher is the 9th Underworld King. If your Highness insists on not participating in the battle for imperial power, who would dare to force your Highness?" Xian Mo said seriously, "The Crown Prince, the 3rd Crown Prince, the 7th Crown Prince, and the other princes. Which one of them is not the son of the 3 emperors? Just because I don't want to fight doesn't mean that I can stay out. All right, Brother Xian Mo, let's just drink today and not talk about politics." Ning Chen held out his wine jar and smiled. Xian Mo nodded and clinked the jar. Without saying anything else, she raised her head and drank. The night grew darker and darker. Empty wine jars piled up beside the 2 like a small mountain. The woman walked over and poured more oil into the oil lamp. Then she left silently and didn't disturb the 2. When the moon was in the middle of the night, Xian Mo half lay in front of the door and fell asleep. Without using her cultivation to resist the wine, even a King Realm Imperial Guard commander couldn't resist the strong wine. Ning Chen finished the last jar of wine and put it aside. Then he stood up. Not far away, the woman was waiting quietly without resting. "Sister-in-law, sorry to disturb you today." Ning Chen walked forward and bowed respectfully. "It is getting late. I should go back." "Your Highness, are you not going to rest here?" the woman asked softly. "No." Ning Chen shook his head and said, "With my current status, if I stay here for too long, I will only add unnecessary trouble to Brother Xian Mo then." Ning Chen bowed again and said, "Goodbye." The woman didn't ask him to stay and watched him leave. After Ning Chen left, the woman walked to the front of the door and carefully helped the man up. "This young man is not bad. It is just that his life is too tiring." Xian Mo opened her eyes. She was 70% drunk and 30% sober. The disciple of the 9th Underworld King can't be too bad. In the 3 Emperor City, Ning Chen walked forward. The night was slightly cold. As the cold wind blew, his white clothes fluttered. At this moment, a black moon appeared in the sky, and a cold light pierced through the air without any warning. It was ruthless and murderous. Finally, Ning Chen stopped and looked at the cold light. His right hand gripped the air and the demon's sword appeared, killing millions. Heaven and earth couldn't tolerate it. The only one in the world, knowing destiny, Marquis. The sword moved in the opposite direction. The cold light shattered. His white clothes flashed past, and his eyes were filled with red. Chapter 1057. The moonlight was cold, and the wind was cold. A black moon rose into the sky in the Three Emperor City, and the killing intent suddenly exploded. Under the night sky, the curved blade was deadly. Without any warning, it was already in front of knowing Ming when it appeared. Ning Chen stopped. He gripped his right hand, and the demonic sword appeared. With a slash, the demonic aura filled the sky. The blade and the sword clashed. With an ear-piercing sound, the moon demon godly weapon cut the curved blade in half, leaving behind a bloody mark. A slash to the throat was done without any hesitation. The moment the sword was unsheathed, it represented death and blood. The falling figure was covered in black clothes. Blood flowed out of his clothes and dyed the ground red. After defeating the enemy with one slash, Ning Chen was still alert. He glanced around and said coldly, "Come out, all of you." Before he finished speaking, black figures appeared out of nowhere. They held black curved blades and were filled with killing intent. To be able to hide so many death warriors in the Three Emperor City without anyone noticing, it seems like your master's identity is quite extraordinary. Ning Chen said coldly as he looked at the black-clothed assassins around him. "Kill!" With a cold shout, the 10 black-clad assassins moved in unison. The dense saber light was like a cold, black moon, carving out deep ravines in the sky. In the killing trap, Ning Chen held the moon demon godly weapon. His demonic aura surged. His sword was merciless, like a dragon breaking through a city. The 10 demons teamed up to fight knowing Ming. The clash between the blade and the sword raised smoke. It was a battle without a clear winner. Blood spilled everywhere. The god of death had opened his eyes. The moon demon godly weapon was unparalleled. As the blade and the sword clashed, the assassins felt their bodies sink. Their legs could not help but sink into the ground. They could not move. While 5 of them were restrained, the other 5 assassins did not slow down. Their curved blades cut through the air and slashed over. Demonic flames sky attacking. Ning Chen's expression turned cold. He turned his sword around and turned it upside down. Demonic flames surged out as he slashed out, facing the 5 black curved blades. The divine weapon, Demon Shaker Edge, trembled violently. The 5 assassins' expressions changed at the same time. Their bodies soared into the air, flying uncontrollably toward the horizon. Being restrained, Ning Chen's left hand clenched and the red drill weapon appeared. The 2 swords appeared at the same time, and the heavens and earth were instantly split open. A frightening pressure swept out in all directions. The heavenly book was opened, and the world was boundless. Heaven and earth echo, life and death defy fate. The 2 swords joined together, and the 2 divine swords shone brightly. In an instant, the 2 swords soared into the sky and into the ground, and the aurora lights intersected. The 2 swords that split the sky and the earth brought forth a waterfall of dazzling vermilion. The 10 restrained assassins only saw the sky and the earth as bright as day. When they regained their senses, the swords that sealed their throats had already returned to the hands of the plain-clothed young man on the ground. The figure that crashed to the ground smashed out 30 m of dust and sand, and pools of blood dyed the streets of the city a miserable and bright red color. "You guys are too weak." Ning Chen looked at the 10 people who had their throats sealed and said coldly, "The one who is still hiding, go back and tell your master that next time he can either send a king-level battle force or just stay put. I don't have much time, so I don't have time to play with you." As soon as he finished speaking, the inverted water moon in Ning Chen's hand slashed down, and the whole street collapsed 1,000 feet away. The terrifying power was shocking. In front of the sword light, an illusory figure appeared, and his face was full of shock. He was lucky to survive, and he didn't dare to stay any longer. His figure blurred and disappeared. Under the moonlight, Ning Chen waved his hand and put away his swords, then turned and left. In the ninth underworld king's mansion, Shiyu and Shurqing were waiting in the mansion courtyard, and they didn't go back to rest. The mansion door opened, and Ningchen walked in. When he saw the two girls, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Your Highness." The two girls' expressions became serious, and they stepped forward and bowed. "It's late. Go back and rest," Ningchen ordered. "Yes." Shiyu and Shurqing looked at each other, then bowed together and turned to leave. Ningchen looked at their backs, and the smile on his face gradually became cold. Without saying a word, he turned and walked into the palace in front of him. Even a fool wouldn't believe that there was nothing wrong with the two maids that the ninth brother gave him. He had only been out for less than half a day, and his whereabouts had been exposed. If it was a coincidence, it was too much of a coincidence. In the backyard of the mansion, the lights in the room were lit. Shurqing looked at the person beside her with a worried expression and said, "Do you think that His Highness has already suspected us?" Shiyu was silent. After a moment, she said softly, "His Highness should have never trusted us. After all, we were sent by the ninth prince. The ninth prince asked us to pay attention to the 13th prince's every move at all times. Are we really going to harm the 13th prince?" Shurqing looked a little down and said, "I don't know." Shiyu shook her head and said, "The battle between the princes is not something that we can see clearly. We just need to do our job well." "I don't want anything to happen to the 13th prince," Shurqing said softly. These days, although the 13th prince had been neither cold nor warm to them, no matter what they did, the 13th prince had never interfered nor scolded them. They were not fools. They could tell who was a good person. The more time they spent together, the more they could feel the 13th prince's magnanimity. However, their families were still in the ninth prince's hands, so she and Shiyu had to follow orders. In the ninth prince's mansion, a black-clothed figure appeared and knelt outside the imperial palace. "How did it go?" The ninth prince's cold voice came from the imperial palace. "Your Highness, the 11 men of sacrifice have all died in battle. The 13th prince's strength should be around the advanced stage of the red dust realm," the black-clothed figure replied. "Advanced stage of the red dust realm?" The ninth prince frowned slightly. It was really amazing that his 13th brother had such strength when he had just entered the 6th level of the heavenly demon 9 changes. It seemed that his 13th brother had learned a lot from his 9th uncle. "Did he see through your identities?" the ninth prince asked again. "The weapons and martial arts used by our subordinates were all copied from the first prince's personal guards. I don't think the 13th prince could see anything," the black-clothed figure replied. The ninth prince nodded and said, "Okay, you may leave." "Yes." The black-clothed figure accepted the order and was about to leave. However, at this moment, a streak of light shot out from the imperial palace and arrived in front of the black-clothed man. A palm mercilessly pierced through the black-clothed man's chest. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed the night sky red. "Your Highness, you!" The black-clothed man looked back with great difficulty and saw the familiar and cold face behind him. Only the dead can keep secrets forever. The ninth prince pulled out his hand from the black-clothed man's chest and said coldly. The black-clothed man fell down powerlessly. He died with his eyes wide open. At the same time, a secret report came from the first prince's mansion. Xianzhen frowned as he read the contents of the report. "What's wrong?" the fifth prince asked. Xianzhen waved his hand and handed the report to the fifth prince. "Take a look for yourself." The fifth prince took the secret report and quickly skimmed through it. A strange look flashed in his eyes. "Someone attacked the 13th prince?" the fifth prince asked in surprise. "Yes." Xianzhen nodded and said, "And they used martial arts and weapons from the first prince's mansion. Their intentions can't be more obvious. First, Xian Yu attacked the 13th prince, and then someone tried to frame him. It seems like the 13th prince won't be on our side. The fifth prince said calmly. It's fine. Xianjin said coldly. If the 13th prince is someone who can be fooled so easily, then there's no need to rope him in. The fifth prince sighed and said, the 13th prince's master is the 9th underworld king. If the 13th prince stands behind the other 2 princes, then it's not good for you. Xianzhen was silent as he walked to the front of the palace and looked in the direction of the 9th underworld king palace. After a while he said, Fifth, what are we fighting for? The throne and the fate of the royal family. The fifth prince said seriously. The fate of the royal family? Why? Xianzhen asked softly. The path of the emperor. The fifth prince said in a low voice, so long as you inherit the throne, then you'll have an over 60% chance of stepping into the monarch realm. Even though my celestial devil imperial clan has a long history, its current karmic luck is merely sufficient to support a single crown prince to attain the position of monarch. So, brother, you must fight for it. The path of the emperor. Specks of light flashed through Xianzhen's eyes as he said, Our 9th imperial uncle has never obtained even a shred of the karmic luck of the imperial family. Now he's also infinitely close to the monarch realm. Perhaps it won't be long before a 4th emperor appears in our celestial devil imperial clan. The 5th prince sighed and said, Brother, the 9th underworld king is the only one in the sky devil imperial family. Without external help, it's almost impossible to become the emperor. Brother, don't be soft-hearted. There's no turning back now that we've come this far. Xianjin nodded. The 5th prince was right. There was no turning back now. His rise and fall was related to the fates of too many people. Where's the war king? Is he back? Xianjin asked. Yes. The 5th prince nodded and said he's been back for many days. Xianjin quietly looked at the night sky. After thinking for a while, he said, Since the 13th prince can't be used by us, let's give up. In a few days, I'll think of a way to get him out of the city. Let the war king prepare. The 5th prince's face turned solemn when he heard this. He said, Brother, once the war king makes a move, the 13th prince and we will fight to the death. I understand, Xianzhen said softly. That's why I arranged for the war king to make a move. I'll only be at ease if he makes a move. We only have one chance. We can only succeed. How should we deal with the 9th uncle? The 5th prince asked. The same as what they did today. Xianzhen said indifferently, Since they like to push the blame onto others, we'll let them have a taste of it. In the 9th underworld king's manor, Ning Qin stood quietly in front of the royal palace. He looked at the dark clouds above the 3 royal city with ripples in his eyes. Soon, the 3 royal city would no longer be peaceful. Without a doubt, his appearance had caused many forces to be restless. The battle for the throne and the battle for benefits would make the 3 royal city even more chaotic. However, this was something he was happy to see. Next, it was his turn to make a move. Chapter 1058. The sun rose in the east of the 3 imperial city. The doors of the crown prince's palace were wide open as usual. In the distance, a silhouette in plain clothes walked over, facing the rising sun. Her expression was as calm as autumn water, without the slightest bit of hostility. In the crown prince's palace, Xianzhen sensed something and looked into the distance. He's here, so quickly. Your Highness, the 13th prince wishes to see you. A guard from the crown prince's palace came forward and bowed respectfully. Invite him in. Xianzhen said solemnly, Yes. The guard turned around and left. Not long after, a silhouette in plain clothes walked into the palace and bowed politely. Greetings, first brother. 13th brother, there's no need to be so polite. Xianjin looked at the young man in front of him and said calmly, Please have a seat. Thank you, first brother. Ning Qin said, and walked to the side and sat down. Someone, serve the tea. Xianjin said, Not long after he finished speaking, a maidservant came from the back of the hall with a cup of green tea and poured tea for the two of them. "Thank you," Ningchen said. "13th brother, may I know why you're here?" Xianzhen asked calmly. "Ever since I came to the 3 Imperial City, I haven't had the chance to visit you. Since I'm free today, I came," Ningchen said with a smile. "13th brother, you've just entered the Imperial family, so you'll have a lot of business to attend to." "You don't have to be so polite," Xianzhen said calmly. "I still have to be polite," Ningchen said softly. "13th brother, I hope you don't mind that I'm late." "We're brothers, so there's no need to say that," Xianjin said. "You're staying in the 9th Imperial Uncle's palace for the time being. Is there anything you need? If there's anything, just let me know. 3rd brother and 7th brother have already given me a lot of things." "I don't need anything now," Ningchen said with a smile. Xianjin nodded and said, "1st brother has been busy with the Imperial court and hasn't had time to visit you. Is 9th Imperial Uncle doing well?" "Master is doing well. Thank you for your concern," Ningchen replied. As the two were talking, the 5th prince walked over to the Crown Prince's palace. When he reached the gate, he suddenly stopped. "Guest." The 5th prince asked the guard in front of the Crown Prince's palace. "Your Highness, the 13th prince is in the residence," the guard replied respectfully. 13. Hearing this, the 5th prince frowned slightly. Why was he here? "5th Highness, this subordinate will go in and report." The guard in front of the mansion said, "There's no need to report. I can enter by myself." After saying that, the 5th prince did not say anything else and walked into the Crown Prince's residence. Inside the palace, Xianzhen looked at the approaching figure and said, "13th brother, your 5th brother is here?" As soon as he finished speaking, the 5th prince walked into the hall. He first bowed to the master of the Crown Prince's mansion. Soon after, he looked at the young figure beside him and smiled. "13th brother, we meet again. Greetings, 5th Imperial brother." Ningchen stood up and bowed. "You're welcome." The 5th prince smiled and said, "I've always wanted to visit 13th brother, but I've been busy helping my brother deal with political affairs these days and haven't had the time. I didn't expect 13th brother to come first. I should be the one coming to visit my 2 imperial brothers," Ningchen said softly. The 5th prince smiled and did not continue on this topic. He looked at the first crown prince on the main seat and said seriously, "Royal brother, I have something to report." "What is it?" Xianzhen asked. "Last night, there was a fierce battle in the Empire. A total of 11 corpses were left at the scene. Looking at their clothes and weapons, they look similar to your personal guards," the 5th prince said calmly. Hearing this, Xianjin frowned and said, "5th Imperial brother, what do you mean?" "Imperial brother, please don't blame me. I'm in charge of the security of the Imperial City. Naturally, I have to be more sensitive. I've already sent people to investigate the identities of the 11 corpses. However, I also need to investigate your matter before I can prove your innocence," the 5th prince said respectfully. Xianjin looked at the people below him quietly. After a while, he said, "How do you want to investigate?" "Imperial brother, please gather your personal guards. You can check the name list and find out how many people are missing," the 5th prince said softly. Xianzhen was silent. He then nodded and said, "I've sent a few people out to do some work. The rest of them are in the residence. Follow me." After that, Xianzhen stepped down from the throne and walked out of the hall step by step. 13th Imperial brother, you should come too." The 5th prince looked at the figure in front of the guest seat and said. Ningchen nodded and followed him. In the sparring field of the Crown Prince's residence, fists were exchanged, and it was very lively. It was as intense as a military camp, and it made people's blood boil. Dozens of men in silver armor were sparring. None of them used their cultivation, and they only fought with their physical bodies. Bang, bang, bang. Every punch landed on the flesh. The wind from the punches and kicks could break mountains. There are only 36 lunar shadow guards. Now that 5 of them have gone out to do some work, the remaining 31 are here. This is the name list with the 3 Imperial Brothers' golden seals. 5th Imperial Brother, you can check it out. As he spoke, a piece of paper with a golden seal appeared in Xianzhan's hand and flew to the 5th Prince. The 5th Prince took the paper and looked at the name list. He then walked to the sparring field. In the sparring field, the 31 lunar shadow guards stopped sparring and bowed respectfully when they saw the 5th Prince. "Greetings, 5th Prince." "No need to be so polite." The 5th Prince glanced at them and said calmly, "Take out your tokens. I'll check them." Yes, the 31 lunar shadow guards took out their tokens from their waists and waited for the 5th Prince to check them. The 5th Prince went forward and checked their tokens. After comparing them, he nodded and looked at the 2 people in the distance. "You're right. I'm sorry, Imperial Brother. I was rude. It's my duty. It's what I should do." Xianzhan replied and said, "13th Imperial Brother, can you dispel your suspicions now?" Ningqin smiled and said, "I've never suspected that it was Imperial Brother who did it." "Oh." Xianzhan's eyes flashed, and he said, "Then, 13th Imperial Brother, aren't you here to denounce us?" "Imperial Brother, you must be joking." Ningqin shook his head and said, "I left the mansion yesterday on a whim. If I didn't get the news immediately, I wouldn't have time to arrange an assassin. Therefore, Imperial Brother, who has never been to the 9th Serene King's mansion, is the most unlikely person. Even if Imperial Brother wanted to denounce us, I wouldn't have come looking for Imperial Brother." The 5th Prince was surprised when he heard this. It seemed that they had underestimated his 13th Imperial Brother. "Let's not beat around the bush. 13th Imperial Brother, since you're not here to denounce us, why don't you tell me your intentions?" Xianzhan said calmly, "Imperial Brother, you've already said that I'm here to visit Imperial Brother." "I have no other intentions," Ningqin said with a smile. "Why?" Xianzhan said calmly, "I think 13th Imperial Brother doesn't have a good impression of me, right?" Indeed, Ningqin didn't try to hide anything either. He said calmly, although Xian Yu's actions weren't First Royal Brother's fault. First Royal Brother and Xian Yu are siblings. Royal Brother can't pretend that nothing happened. If I say that Xian Yu has nothing to do with me, would you believe me?" Xianzhan said indifferently. "I would." Ningqin nodded and said, "Everyone in the Imperial family knows that there's almost no interaction between First Brother and Xian Yu. However, blood siblings will always be blood siblings. First Brother can't really stay out of this matter at any time. Even if First Brother wants to completely disassociate himself, the 8th Desolation Demon Emperor won't allow it. It seems that 13th Imperial Brother sees things more clearly than anyone else." Xianzhan's expression turned serious. This was also the reason why he didn't go to the 9th Serene King's mansion to try to win Xianzhan over. As long as Imperial Father was around, Xianzhan wouldn't choose to rely on him. To be honest, among the 3 crown princes, Imperial Brother doesn't admire Xianqing or Xianling the most. It's Imperial Brother. What a pity. Ningqin sighed softly. Xianzhan looked at the person in front of him and said calmly, 13th Imperial Brother, who do you think is behind the assassination attempt last night?" Ningqin smiled faintly and said, "It doesn't matter who it is. The important thing is that his target isn't me, but Imperial Brother. Otherwise, he wouldn't have purposely used the weapons and martial arts of the Moon Shadow Guards. Don't you want to find the murderer for the assassination attempt?" Xianzhan frowned and said, "How dare he act so boldly in front of the Demon Emperor? Even if we find the murderer, as long as he doesn't admit it, Imperial Brother can't do anything to him. If that's the case, why should I waste my time? Don't you think so, Imperial Brother?" Ningqin smiled and said, "I admire 13th Imperial Brother's wisdom." Xianzhan sighed and said, "If you want to live, you can't be too stupid. Although I'm not talented, I don't want to be used by others to eliminate the enemy. Ning Qin said softly. Xian Zhen fell silent. The truth was that Xian Ling and Xian Qing wanted to use Xian Zhen to frame him, and he wanted to use Xian Zhen to counterattack. Unfortunately, Xian Zhen was too smart. They couldn't use him as they wished. Imperial brother, fifth Imperial brother, there are a lot of things going on in the palace these days. I won't stay any longer. I'll take my leave first. Ning Chun bowed with a smile on his face, and then he turned and left. Looking at Ning Chen's back, Xian Ling's expression became serious. What a good 13th Imperial brother. Today, he had a whole new level of respect for him. Imperial brother, why did 13th Imperial brother come here? The 5th Imperial brother frowned and asked. To warn and demonstrate his power. Xian Ling said seriously he might have guessed who was behind the incident yesterday. He came here to give that person a warning. Besides that, he also wants to show off his power to me, the first prince. He had to admit that 13th Imperial brother's tolerance was beyond his expectations. He had to be more cautious. However, this also strengthened his determination to get rid of that person. A huge threat that couldn't be used by him must be eliminated with a thunderous force. Otherwise, it would become a disaster one day. Outside the imperial palace, Ning Chen walked out with a slight smile. His gaze became colder and colder. Imperial brother, you can't estimate his tolerance. Chapter 1059. The sun rose and set in the 9th Underworld King's residence. It had been more than a month since the 9th Underworld King went into seclusion. Over the past month, there had been an endless stream of visits from the royal family. In the residence, there were mountains of gifts and countless treasures. Xiyu and Shiqing became the busiest people in the residence. Every day, they sorted out all kinds of strange gifts. Those that were not used for the time being were all piled in the storeroom. As a new member of the royal family, Ning Qin had seen almost half of the royal family in the 3 imperial cities in a month. If not for his extraordinary memory, he might not have remembered who he had received in the past few days. The busy days passed one by one. The assassination a few days ago was deliberately arranged by someone with ulterior motives. In the game between the 3 crown princes, no one dared to make a move without absolute confidence. As for who was involved in the game, the 3 crown princes did not care. A general success was built on thousands of bones. The battle for imperial power had always been cruel and did not allow any mercy. Over the past month, other than the 1st crown prince, Xian Zhen, the 3rd crown prince, Xian Qing, and the 7th crown prince, Xian Ling, had sent their own people more than once to investigate knowing Destiny's attitude. Because of the existence of the 9th Underworld King, they were unwilling to give up this important ally. However, after several hints, Ning Chen had clearly rejected them. He had clearly expressed his unwillingness to get involved in the battle for imperial power. While the 2 crown princes were puzzled, neither of them was aggressive. After another 2 months, the quinquennial meeting of the 100 races gradually approached. The envoys of each race left for the 3 imperial cities, one after another. Since the ancient times, the Heavenly Demon Clan had ruled the primordial demon realm. Except for a few royal families, almost all the major clans had to come to the meeting regularly. Half a month later, as the envoys of the 100 races entered the city, the 3 crown princes were ordered to receive them. For a moment, the 9th Underworld King's residence, which was the center of attention, gradually quieted down. Everyone's attention was temporarily shifted to the meeting of the 100 races. Everyone in the residence could not help but heave a sigh of relief. During the rare quiet time, Ning Chun focused on cultivating in the residence. The mysterious 9 transformations coiled around his body like a dragon emerging from the sea, changing unpredictably. Not far away, Xiyu and Shiqing quietly watched His Highness practice martial arts in front of them, waiting for orders at any time. Xiyu, I heard that the envoys of the 100 races have entered the city. The other princes also went with the 3 crown princes to receive the envoys of each race. Why is His Highness not worried at all? Shi was bored to death as she stood in front of the hall. She wanted to sit down but didn't dare, so she said in a bad mood, "Don't ask too much about His Highness," she reprimanded softly. Buzz. At this moment, the xianjia around Ningchen suddenly went out of control. The devil qi was vast and mighty. The xianjia turned into a black flame meteor and rushed towards the 2 girls not far away. Ah! Shi Qing cried out in alarm, seeing the black flames rushing over. She was so scared that her beautiful face turned pale. At the moment of crisis, Xiu did not hesitate to pull Shi Qing behind her, using her own body to block the front. At this moment, Ning Chen's eyes suddenly opened within the surging devil qi in the mansion. He took a step forward, and his figure instantly appeared before the 2 women. Xiao Chen raised his hand and poured in his essence energy. A vast demonic flame surged and clashed with Xianjia, who had lost control. Amidst the violent tremors, the earth in front of the 3 of them cracked open. The sky was overturned and the earth surged. It was a horrifying scene. The experts of the 3 imperial cities all felt the same thing and looked in the direction of the 9 Serenities Palace with surprise. What had happened? Someone had started a fight in the 9th Underworld King's estate? Everyone in the Great Hall, who was responsible for receiving the envoys of the 100 races, looked at the place where the tremors were coming from. It's the 9 Serenities Palace. In the Great Hall, the 9th prince retracted his gaze and looked at the 7th prince beside him. Xianling nodded. He also felt it. What had happened? At such a sensitive time, there shouldn't be anyone who dared to cause trouble. "Send your men to investigate," Xianling said in a low voice. "Understood." The 9th prince nodded and quickly walked out. Almost at the same time, the 2 princes, Xianzhan and Xianqing, sent out orders. More than 1 expert of the Red Dust realm went to investigate secretly. The arrival of the 100 races was a big event for the imperial family. At this time, no accidents could happen. Otherwise, once the 3 demon emperors blamed them, no one could bear the responsibility. Inside the 9 Serenities Palace, Ning Chen raised his hand to block the Xianjia, who had lost control. His demonic qi surged like stormy waves, drowning the entire 9 Serenities Palace. After a few breaths, Xianjia's agitation was gradually suppressed. Ning Chen waved his hand and put him away. He looked at the 2 girls behind him and said, "Are you hurt?" Xiu recovered from the shock and didn't care about herself. She immediately looked at her sister and said anxiously, "Shi Qing, you're not hurt, right?" "No." Shi Qing shook her head in a daze and answered. In front of the 2, Ning Chen looked them up and down. After confirming that they were fine, he nodded lightly and said, "Don't stand here. Go back and rest. I'll call you if there's anything." Shi nodded gently and pulled Shi Qing, who was a little frightened, towards the backyard. After the 2 girls left, Ning Chen looked at the back of the palace. His expression became serious. He bowed respectfully and said, "Master, these 2 girls are spies. Can't you see?" A majestic voice came from the back of the palace. "I know," Ning Chen replied. "Then why did you save them?" The 9 Serenities King continued to ask. "Although they're wrong, they don't deserve to die. Moreover, I have use for them." "Please spare their lives, Master," Ning Chen said softly. "Since you know their identities, I won't interfere anymore. Now is an eventful time. I can't come out for the time being." "You must be careful," the 9 Serenities King reminded. "Thank you for your concern, Master. I will remember it." Ning Chen bowed respectfully. The 100 Clans Imperial Court has always been the time for the 100 clans to show their wings to the heavenly demonic Imperial Clan. If you want to fight for a place in the Imperial Clan, this is the best opportunity, the 9 Serenities King continued. Ning Chen's expression changed when he heard this. He nodded lightly and said, "I understand." Just as the messengers of the 100 clans arrived one after another, two beautiful figures walked in front of the 3 imperial city. One of them was extremely beautiful and attracted everyone's attention. It was the holy maiden of the Fox clan, Xiao Xiao. The legendary Heavenly Maiden represented the Fox clan. As soon as she appeared, she attracted the attention of countless people. There was a rumor among the 100 clans that the current Holy Maiden of the Fox clan was very likely to be a Heavenly Maiden. Her bloodline was comparable to an emperor's bloodline. It was destined that the Fox clan would have an emperor's path powerhouse in a few hundred years. Compared to the peerlessly beautiful Holy Maiden of the Fox clan, the woman beside her was not very eye-catching. Her gentle face was not stunning, but she was gentle and pretty. However, next to the Holy Maiden of the Fox clan, she seemed to pale in comparison. The two entered the city. Xiao Xiao looked at the bustling streets in front of her. A strange look flashed through her calm eyes. Should we go to the 9 Serenities King's residence first, or the Great Elder? Xiao Xiao looked at the woman beside her and asked. Let's go to the Great Elder, Wanner said softly. It's inappropriate to go to the 9 Serenities King's residence now. Elder sister is representing the Fox clan this time. We can't be rude. Xiao Xiao nodded lightly and walked toward the Great Elder. The two walked 100 steps forward and suddenly stopped. A figure in plain clothes appeared in front of them. She had a gentle smile on her face as she walked over step by step. Seeing the person who came, Wan Er's face bloomed with a smile. Her originally pretty face immediately became very charming. It was like 100 flowers blooming at the same time. It was intoxicating. On the street, the pedestrians were in a trance. It was as if they were intoxicated. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao immediately stood in front of Wan Er and covered the charm that Wan Er unconsciously revealed. Ning Qin walked forward and looked at the two. He smiled and said, Wan Er, Miss Xiao Xiao, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Greetings, 13th Prince. Xiao Xiao bowed and said, All right, you don't have to be so polite. Ning Qin raised his hand and helped Xiao Xiao up. He smiled and said, Wan Er, Miss Xiao Xiao, I'll bring you to the Great Elder first. Then, I'll bring you to the Great Elder. What do you think? We'll listen to Prince's arrangement. Xiao Xiao replied. Ning Qin nodded and walked in front. He said, Let's go. The Great Elder isn't far from here. We'll be there soon. Young Master Ning, how are your injuries? Wan Er asked softly. I've already recovered. Ning Qin said with a gentle expression. Miss Wan, are you feeling better? Much better. Wana smiled. Xiao Xiao looked at the two with complicated feelings. She could see that although Wan Er didn't like the 13th Prince, she already had a good impression of him. However, she couldn't feel the slightest ripple in the 13th Prince's heart. She had seen many heartless people. However, the 13th Prince wasn't heartless. Why was his heart so hard that she couldn't see the slightest possibility of it melting? Wan Er was the person she cared about the most. She didn't want Wan Er to regret. In front of the Great Elder, Ning Chan walked in with the two women. Inside the Great Elder, Xianling, who was receiving the envoys, was surprised when he saw them. It was really strange that the 13th Prince had come out. 7th Brother. Ning Qin cupped his fists and bowed. No need to be so polite. Xianling calmed himself down and looked at the former. He said, Why are you here, 13th Brother? Ning Qin smiled and said, You have some friendship with the 2 princesses of the Fox clan, so I'm here to send you off. Xianling looked at the 2 women behind Ning Qin. His eyes flashed with surprise. Fox Lady and Saintess. They were indeed as beautiful as the legend said. Greetings, 7th Prince. Xiao Xiao took a step forward and bowed respectfully. Xianling nodded and said with a smile, Saintess, you don't have to be so polite. Since you know 13th Brother, you are also my friends. If Saintis needs anything in the future, just tell me, or 13th brother. Thank you, 7th prince. Xiao Xiao stood up and said softly, just as Ning Chen brought the two women to the great elder. A young man wearing a scarlet robe with gold appeared in front of the great elder. He held the fairy cloud ancient sword in his hand. His eyes were as cold as ice, and his aura was as hot as the sun. As soon as the king-level aura appeared, all the Red Dust Realm experts in the Great Elder's Great Elder were shocked. Under the Great Elder's Great Elder, Xianemo looked at the young man walking in front of her. What a terrifying aura! Chapter 1060. The moment the Grand Elder, the young lord of Sunrise Royal City, appeared in the Imperial City, everyone focused and looked into the distance. In the distance, a blazing and powerful aura, like the birth of a divine sun, shook the entire 3 imperial cities. Ning Chen turned around and looked at the figure in the distance. His expression froze. He finally came. The young lord of Sunrise Royal City, Yu Yao. In just a few months, he had already stepped into the king level. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. For Yu Yao to be able to step into the king level in such a short period of time, one could imagine the shocking price he had to pay. In the imperial city, following Yu Yao's appearance, all the forces looked over. A king had actually appeared in the young generation of the 100 races. It was truly shocking. In the west wing of the Grand Elder, in the Peng clan's guest room, the old Peng king who came personally sensed the powerful aura in the distance and said, "Do you feel it? Someone from your generation has already stepped into the king level. Your opponent is not just the 13th prince of the Heavenly Devil Imperial family. So what if he's a king? My Heavenly Peng clan has always been good at going against the heavens and slaying deities." Ao Lai snorted coldly. "Father is very pleased that you have such confidence. However, you still have to be careful. No matter if it's the 13th prince or this young king, they are not simple. They are your great enemies." The old Peng king reminded seriously. "Father, don't worry. I will suppress them one by one and use them as my stepping stones on the path to becoming a king." Ao Lai said with a cold expression. In the 3 imperial cities, a scarlet figure with gold inlays walked past. His pace was not fast, but it was as if 1,000 tons were pressing down on everyone's hearts. The first king of the young generation of the 100 races had shocked everyone. Not long after, the Grand Elder, the young lord of Sunrise Royal City, walked over. Blazing young energy surged around his body. Those with weaker cultivations immediately felt their blood surging violently. It was unbearable. Ning Chen looked at the figure walking over with a solemn expression. He only felt apologetic towards this person. However, he did not regret it. He knew the consequences of letting a tiger return to the mountain better than anyone else. King Sunrise must die. He could not be soft-hearted. As for Yu Yao, he could no longer care so much. The two looked at each other with surging battle intent. The moment they passed each other, devilish energy and yang energy collided, and the entire world was distorted. A moment later, Yu Yao retracted his aura and continued to walk forward. 9th brother. Xian Ling glanced at the 9th prince not far away and signaled him with his eyes. The 9th prince understood tacitly. He walked in front of Ness Yao and said, "Please." Yu Yao's footsteps paused for a moment. Turning around, he glanced at the plain-clothed figure behind him and calmly said, "Ning Chen, it's time for the grudge between us to end." After saying that, Ness Yao did not say anything else. As he strode forward, Wan, who was beside Ning Chen, looked worried. This person's cultivation level was too terrifying. Could Lord Ning deal with him? 13th brother. Seeing the 9th prince and Ness Yao leaving, Xianling shifted his gaze towards the man in front of him and asked, "Do you have any grudges with the young lord of Sunrise Royal City? It's a long story that can't be explained in a few words." Ning Chen opened his mouth and said calmly, If there's a chance in the future, I'll tell Royal Brother. Since Miss Xiao Xiao and Miss Wanner have come from afar, Royal Brother should take them to rest first." Hearing this, Xianling nodded gently and said, "The Fox clan's guest room is in the east wing. 13th brother, bring the two ladies there." Ning Qin nodded and looked at the two women beside him. Miss Xiao Xiao, please." After saying that, the three of them moved and walked towards the east wing together. In the east wing guest room, Ning Qin brought the two women over. After arranging the rooms, he said with a smile, "You two should rest first. When you're well rested, I'll take you to the 9th Underworld King's Mansion for a tour." "Your Highness." In the room, Xiao Xiao looked at the man in front of her and asked in confusion, "Back in the Blood Moon ancient battlefield, you and the young lord of Sunrise Royal City joined forces to fight against the 100 races. Why are you enemies now?" On the side, one also looked over with concern. "I killed King Sunrise." Ning Qin did not hide anything and told her the truth. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao was shocked, and her face was filled with disbelief. "The peerless king of Sunrise Royal City? How is that possible?" She knew that this 13th prince's combat strength was astonishing, and he was at least at the late stage of the Red Dust realm. However, King Sunrise was an extremely powerful existence in the King realm. He was definitely not someone an ordinary king could compare to. Ning Qin saw the doubt in her heart. He smiled faintly and said the situation was special at that time. King Sunrise couldn't use his full strength, so I had the chance to kill him. Xiao Xiao recovered from her shock and nodded lightly without asking any more questions. No matter what the reason was, King Sunrise's death at the hands of the 13th prince of the Sky Devil Imperial family was a major event that shook the primordial demon realm. How could it be so easy to go against the heavens and kill an immortal? "Lord Ning, can I go to the 9th Underworld King's Mansion to have a look?" Wan'er asked with a trace of expectation in her eyes. "Of course." Ning Qin nodded with a smile and said, "Miss Xiao Xiao, it should be your first time in the 3 imperial cities. Let's go together." Xiao Xiao looked at Wan'er and shook her head after a while. She said, "I'm a little tired. Your Highness, please take Wan'er there first." Ning Qin did not force her. He smiled and said, "Then I'll take Wan'er there first. I'll definitely send Wan'er back safely before sunset." "Thank you, Your Highness," Xiao Xiao said softly. She looked at her younger sister and said with concern, the 3 imperial cities are not like the Green Hill. You must listen to Your Highness." "Okay." Wan'er nodded and replied, "Miss Xiao Xiao, have a good rest. We'll leave first." Then Ning Qin looked at the girl beside him and said, "Wan'er, let's go." The two then left the east wing of the Taishang division and walked toward the 9th Underworld King's Mansion. The 3 imperial cities were bustling with people. Ning Chan walked with Wan'er on the streets and enjoyed the unique scenery of the #1 city of the demon race. Cultivators of the 100 races could be seen everywhere. Khanate, treading immortal, and even the Red Dust realm were not rare in the 3 imperial cities. "Is this your first time leaving the Green Hill?" Ning Qin asked with a gentle expression. "Yes." Wan'er looked at the bustling scene in the city and nodded. "How is it here?" Ning Qin chuckled. "It's very lively." Wan'er replied softly, "But I still like the Green Hill better." "The Green Hill is peaceful. It suits your personality." Ning Qin looked at the bustling pedestrians and said, "Wan'er, do you know how much blood is hidden under this seemingly peaceful and prosperous facade?" The 3 imperial cities is the place where the various forces of the celestial devil imperial family compete. The darkness inside is chilling. Wan'er was silent. She knew what Ning Qin meant, but her mother and several elders had already decided. There was no turning back for her. Ning Qin sighed in his heart. The last thing he wanted was to hurt this kind girl, but his heart could not accept anyone else. 2 people walked in front of the 9th Underworld King's Mansion. At the gate, 2 guards saw them and bowed respectfully. "Your Highness." Ning Chen nodded and led Wan'er into the mansion. Inside the mansion, the traces of the repairs were still clearly visible. Wan'er walked in with an intoxicating smile on her beautiful face. In the backyard of the mansion, Xiu felt a strange aura in the front hall. Her eyes flashed. Was there a guest? "What's wrong?" Qing was confused. "There's a guest," Xiu said softly. Hearing that, Qing immediately jumped down from the bed and said, "Then let's go quickly. Your Highness can't handle it alone." Xiu was silent. After a while, she nodded. The 2 left the backyard together and walked towards the front hall. In the front hall, Ning Chen took to visit half of the mansion. He was not as calm as usual. There was always a gentle smile on his face. Not far away, Xiu and Qing walked over. When they saw the 2, they could not help but stop. Xiu and Qing looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise. Who was this girl? These days they had more or less experienced His Highness's personality. Although he looked approachable, he was actually very difficult to get close to. This girl could make His Highness accompany her so patiently. Was she a princess of the imperial family? Behind the palace, demonic qi surged. The 9th underworld king, who was in seclusion, opened his eyes. That girl from the Fox clan, she also came. He was satisfied with his disciple in everything except for the emotional aspect. He was as hard as a rock. He did not object to the marriage proposal of the Fox clan king. However, since Ning Chen did not agree, he could not force it. The Fox clan's heavenly daughter was a royal bloodline that rarely appeared in 10,000 years. It was really incredible that 2 of them appeared in this generation of the Fox clan. If Ning Chen could marry a heavenly daughter, his future path of cultivation would not be too lonely. With a thought, heaven and earth shook. A drop of demonic blood flew out and swept forward. In the front hall, Ning Chen felt it. He looked back and showed a strange expression. The demonic blood flew past and swept to Wan'er under everyone's gaze. In an instant, it entered her body. Ning Chen recovered from his surprise. He looked behind the palace, his heart surging. The demonic blood just now already had the aura of the Emperor path. What was Master's intention? On the side, the demonic blood entered her body. Genuine qi surged around Wan'er's body. 5 phantom fox tails appeared. Then, 4 phantom fox tails appeared again. The damaged foundation was quickly repaired. The appearance of 9 tails at the same time was shocking. 9-tailed heavenly daughter! When Xiu and Qing saw this, their expressions changed as they cried out involuntarily. "Oh no!" Ning Chen's body shook and his expression changed. He looked at the 2 and released killing intent for the first time. Wan'er's identity as heavenly daughter could not be exposed. These 2 were the 9th prince's spies and could not be left alive. He raised his hand and activated the divine restriction. The surrounding space was instantly sealed, covering the aura of a heavenly daughter surging around Wan'er. An instant later, Ning Chen's figure flashed and swept toward the 2 women. Demonic qi surged, and he did not hide his killing intent at all. Qing run. Xiu came back to her senses and pushed Qing away. She stood in front of Ning Chen alone. Su Yi swept over and directly grabbed the woman's throat. Her killing intent surged. At this moment it was so cold. "Your Highness, please spare me." At the side, Qing ran forward and grabbed the former's arm, anxiously saying, "Hurry, hurry up and run." Xiu looked at her sister and said with difficulty. Qing acted as if she did not hear anything. Her beautiful face revealed a pleading expression. She said, "Your Highness, please let my sister go. I beg you." Chapter 1061. In the 9th Underworld King's mansion, knowing destiny attacked. Demonic qi filled the sky, and its power was shocking. Xiu was restrained. Her life was like a candle in the wind, and it could be extinguished at any time. On the side, Shurqing kept begging. Her voice was so sad that it was unbearable. Ning Qin was unmoved. The killing intent in his eyes became more and more intense. Wan Er's identity could not be exposed. These two could not be left alive. Just as Ning Qin was about to kill, Wan Er opened her eyes and stopped him. "Young master, please have mercy." As soon as she said that, the 9 white fox tails disappeared. Wan Er's charming face also disappeared. She stepped forward and gently pulled Ning Chen's arm. "Young master, please spare them," Wan said softly. Ning Chen looked at the woman beside him and said seriously, "Wan Er, they are not from the 9th Underworld King's mansion. They are the 9th Prince's spies. If you let them go, your identity will be exposed. At that time, not only you, but the entire Fox clan will be in great danger." Wan Er was stunned. After a while, she shook her head and said, "They are innocent. The fate of the Fox clan cannot be built on the premise of sacrificing 2 innocent women. Your Highness, my sister, and I will never tell anyone what we saw today. Please spare us." Shurqing pulled Ning Chen's arm and begged. Ning Chen's face flashed coldly. Reason told him that only dead people could keep secrets better. However, he could not ignore Wan Er's feelings. "Your Highness, please," Shurqing pleaded with tears in her eyes. With a flip of his palm, the light of the restriction surged and changed. It entered the 2 women's bodies and disappeared without a trace. After doing all this, Ning Chen released his hand and looked at the 2 of them with an icy, cold expression. "I know that the 2 of you are the 9th Prince's subordinates, and I can overlook what the 2 of you have done in the past. However, if you leak a single word about what happened in the mansion today, then no matter where the 2 of you flee to, the divine restriction I left in your bodies will take your lives at any time." Cough, cough! Shiyu coughed violently. It was the first time she felt that being able to breathe was a blessing. "Thank you, Your Highness. My sister, and I will keep this a secret. We will not tell anyone even if we die." Shurqing was grateful and promised. To the side, Wan Er sighed softly. In this world, without power, one could only be at the mercy of others. One could not even control one's own life. After the king's hall, the 9th Underworld King closed his eyes and did not interfere. He had already done what he should have done. As for how his disciple should be dealt with, he could not force him. In front of the imperial palace, Ning Chen looked behind the imperial palace and bowed. "Thank you, master." The 9th Underworld King did not reply and continued to cultivate in seclusion. "There's nothing for you to do here. You may leave." Ning Chen glanced at Shiyu and Shurqing, his expression indifferent. Shiyu and Shurqing bowed respectfully, and then they left together. After the 2 women left, Ning Chen's face regained its gentleness. He looked at the woman beside him and smiled. "I didn't scare you just now, did I?" "No." Wan Er shook her head softly and said, "Young master, these 2 ladies seem to have some hidden troubles. Since they have already come to the king's mansion, if possible, please help them." Ning Chen sighed softly and said, "Wan Er, do you know how great a threat their existence is to you? The Fox clan already has a heavenly maiden. If the 100 clans find out that you are also a heavenly maiden, then not only you, but even the Fox clan will suffer a calamity." Wana nodded and said, "I understand. But didn't they already promise not to leak the secret? Moreover, they have the divine restriction that young master left in their bodies. They will definitely not dare to break their promise." Ning Qin was helpless. Wan Er's kindness was really troublesome sometimes. He knew very well that there was nothing absolute in this world. Even if he had a trick up his sleeve, he could not guarantee that today's matter would not be leaked, unless Shiyu and Shurqing could never speak again. Previously, when he was assassinated, it was most likely Shiyu and Shurqing who leaked his whereabouts, because other than them, no one else could arrange an assassin's ambush in such a short period of time. He kept them alive so that he could give the 9th Prince and Xian Ling a big gift in the future. However, with today's sudden change, keeping these two women alive would not be worth the loss. Right? I have a gift that I have kept for you for a long time. Now I will give it to you. As he spoke, Ning Chen flipped his left hand. A wooden box appeared in the surging demonic qi. In an instant, spiritual qi filled the entire ninth underworld king's mansion. Warner looked at the wooden box in the former's hand with a puzzled expression and asked, "What is this?" "Blood dragon fruit." Ning Chen handed over the wooden box and said, "Previously, in order to save me, your qi, blood, and foundation were damaged. Although Master helped you recover your vitality just now, with the help of this fruit, the nine-tailed bloodline in your body will be further stimulated, and you will return to your ancestral roots faster. It's too valuable. I can't accept it." Warner shook her head lightly and did not reach out to take it. "This was given to me by someone else. It's not worth much. It would be a waste if you don't accept it. Since I gave it to you, take it. When you used half of your bloodline to save my life, do you still have to consider whether it's valuable or not?" Ning Chen forced the wooden box into the woman's hand and said, not allowing her to refuse. Warner looked at the wooden box in her hand. After a moment of silence, she said softly, "Thank you, young master. We are friends. Words of thanks are unnecessary." Ning Chen smiled and said, "In the three imperial city, other than master, I only have you as a friend. So if there's anything, don't be polite. Just tell me. Although my identity as a prince is like a fox borrowing the tiger's power, it is still useful in many cases." Like a fox borrowing the tiger's power? Warner was puzzled. She did not understand what he meant. Ning Chen smiled and explained, "It's just an analogy. It's like a fox borrowing the tiger's power. In the three imperial city, with Master here, I can basically do whatever I want." Warner covered her mouth and smiled. "Young master, you know so much." "Huh." Ning Chen smiled. Having lived two lives, this was the only thing he could take out. The two then continued to stroll around the mansion. It was a rare moment of leisure. Ning Chen did not pay attention to the undercurrent situation outside. He wholeheartedly accompanied Warner to tour the mansion. After half a day, the smile on Warner's face became brighter and brighter. She was a quiet and gentle woman. No one would have any thoughts of blasphemy. Unknowingly, the sun began to set in the west. Ning Chen glanced at the setting sun and said with a gentle expression, "It's getting late. Warner, let me send you back. Miss Xiao Xiao is still waiting at the Grand Superior. Don't let her wait too long." Warner nodded and replied softly. After a while, the two left the mansion and walked towards the Grand Superior. In the depths of the primordial demon domain, in the heavenly demon ancestral land, three abnormally powerful auras were floating up and down. They were like the gods at the beginning of the world. They were so powerful that it was hard to breathe. "Did you feel it?" Among the three auras, First Demon Emperor asked calmly. "Eight Desolation," Demon Emperor replied. "There was an extraordinary pressure in Ninth Brother's mansion. It was only for a moment. I couldn't feel it clearly. Send someone to investigate what happened in the Nine Serenities King's mansion today. Everything will be clear." "Seven Brilliance," Demon Emperor said. The aura just now was noble and pure. It was definitely not something an ordinary person or a supreme treasure could possess. In the east wing of the Grand Superior, Ning Chen returned with Warner. In the guest room, Xiao Xiao was meditating. When she sensed the two auras, she stood up and opened the door. "Sister, I'm back." Warner walked over and looked at the woman in front of her. "You didn't cause any trouble for His Highness, did you?" Xiao Xiao sized up her younger sister. She felt that there was something different about this girl compared to before. Warner looked at the man beside her. She did not know how to answer. "Did she cause trouble for young Master Ning?" Ning Chen chuckled and said, "Warner was very obedient. I didn't cause any trouble. Miss Xiao Xiao, I brought Warner back safely as promised. It's getting late. I can't stay any longer. I'll be heading back first." Xiao Xiao nodded. She knew the rules of the Grand Superior, so she did not ask him to stay. She said politely, "Take care, young master." Ning Qin bowed, and then he turned around and left. In the east wing of the Grand Superior, Ao Lai, the young master of the Peng clan, stared at the leaving figure. The murderous intent in his eyes became harder to conceal. He still could not forget the humiliation from before. Now that the 100 clans were here, he was going to return the humiliation back, then bit by bit. In front of the Grand Superior, Ning Qin looked back at the east wing with a slight smile. "Looks like the warning I gave you back then wasn't enough. You've already forgotten the pain." His casual voice was so soft yet so clear. It was extremely ear-piercing. Bang! The tea table beside Ao Lai was shattered by a palm strike. The teacups fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. "You're still so narrow-minded. I really don't know where you've grown these days. I hope you won't disappoint me too much this time." Then, Ning Qin did not say anything else. He turned around and continued walking forward. In the east wing of the Grand Superior, Ao Lai clenched his fists tightly. Killing intent surged from his body, and his fury was hard to suppress. At the same time, in the guest room in the north wing, a young figure dressed in a scarlet robe with gold inlaid on it was quietly drinking tea. Beside him, the Biyun divine sword was sheathed, and its sword intent was hidden deeply. The young master of Sunrise Royal City, who had undergone a complete transformation, regardless of his temperament or cultivation, was completely different from before. He was deep and cold, powerful and reserved. As the first person of the 100 clans' younger generation to step into the realm of king, he was gradually touching upon the level of the world's pinnacle experts. In front of the Grand Superior, the white-clothed figure gradually walked away. 1,000 meters away, the heavens and earth suddenly changed, and the wind and clouds lost their color. The divine sun that appeared out of thin air came without any warning. Its might was astonishing. Like the scorching sun of a large world, it vaporized all the water vapor within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. Ning Qin stopped. Looking at the divine sun that appeared in front of him, he calmly said, "Are you preparing to take revenge now?" In the north wing of the Grand Superior, Ness Yao, who was still sitting in front of the tea table, spoke up. "There's no rush. I'm just greeting him, and at the same time, I want to see how much His Highness has grown these days." When his words fell, in front of the Grand Superior, lightning and fire roared. The divine sun's brilliance spread out, engulfing a radius of 1,000 meters. Chapter 1062. In front of the Grand Elder, the divine sun burned the sky and swallowed the body of the knowing destiny state cultivator. Lightning and fire surged, whistling through the heavens and the earth. The shocking power shook the entire 3 imperial cities. The king had yet to appear, but the move of burning the sky was already stunning. In the divine flame, Ning Qin was surrounded by runes. The divine seal protected him and blocked the thunder and fire. The divine seal shook the divine sun. The 2 extreme forces collided and were in a stalemate. "I'll be waiting for your challenge." As he spoke, cold air surged in the divine sun. An ancient demonic weapon appeared. The moment it was in his hand, heaven and earth collapsed, and the divine sun fell to the ground. The moon and water were reversed, and the sword was sharp again. The clouds dispersed, and the wind cleared. The next moment, the white-clothed figure walked out and walked away. In the guest room of the Grand Elder's north wing, the current master of Sunrise City was drinking tea quietly. He had not left his seat since the beginning. After a few months, he had indeed become stronger. Unfortunately, they were destined to be enemies. Go and find out what happened between the 13th Prince and Sunrise City after the battle on the Blood Moon ancient battlefield, Xianjin said in the Crown Prince's residence. The 5th Prince nodded and walked to the Imperial Palace. The enmity between the 13th Prince and the young Lord of Sunrise City was indeed strange. They more or less knew what happened on the Blood Moon ancient battlefield. Why did the two who were friends become enemies now? Almost at the same time, orders were sent out from the residences of the royal family to investigate the matter. The 13th prince's identity was very sensitive now. He was the target of the 3 crown princes. Having the 13th prince was equivalent to having a crown prince's help. In front of the imperial palace in the 9th underworld king's residence, Ning Qin stood quietly. He looked at the unpredictable situation in San Huang City with a calm expression. The current situation was getting more and more unpredictable. However, he did not care. Back then, the most important thing he learned in the days when he fought with Fan Lingyue was that many times it was more useful to push the situation forward than to plan step by step. It did not matter to him which of the 3 crown princes won the throne. The key was whether he could use this opportunity to achieve his purpose of coming here. Your Highness. At this moment, Xiu and Shi Qing walked in front of the imperial palace and bowed carefully. Ning Qin came back to his senses, looked at the two of them, and said calmly, "What is it?" Xiu raised her head and looked at the young master of the 9th underworld king's estate. Barely suppressing the fear in her heart, she said, "Your Highness, Shi Qing and I are here to confess our identities." "Speak," Ning Qin said. Shi Yu bowed gracefully, and then told him about her and Shi Qing's identities and origins. It was a cliché story without any novelty, but it was the cruelest embodiment of the law of the jungle world. Ning Qin quietly listened to Shi Yu's story and didn't interrupt. After a long time, the story was finished. Shi Yu and Shi Qing stood there uneasily, as if they were waiting for the verdict. "Are you done?" Ning Qin asked. Shi Yu was slightly startled, and then she nodded and said, "I'm done." "If you're done, then go back and rest. There are still many things to do tomorrow," Ning Qin replied calmly. Shi Yu and Shi Qing were stunned when they heard this. They didn't react for a moment. "Your Highness." Soon, Shi Qing came back to her senses and couldn't help but say, "My sister and I didn't mean to betray your Highness. It's just that our families are still in the hands of the 9th prince, so we had to obey his orders." "Yes." Ning Qin nodded and didn't say anything else. Shi Yu and Shi Qing looked at each other, and the worry and confusion in their eyes grew stronger. They couldn't understand the meaning of His Highness's attitude. Did he forgive them or not? The two women left with worry and doubt. Not only did the fear in their hearts not decrease, it increased instead. In front of the royal palace, Ning Chan was still quietly thinking about things. He didn't take the two women's worries to heart. If you did something wrong, you had to pay the price. You couldn't shirk all responsibility just because you had no choice. In life, who could make everything by themselves? Even he couldn't do it after struggling for 100 years. So he also paid a heavy price. In the sky, the bright moon moved west. The night gradually passed and dawn broke. When the sky was about to brighten, 3 extremely powerful auras appeared in the east. The supreme demonic power descended upon the world, waking up the imperial city that hadn't fully awakened. In the 9th underworld king's estate, Ning Chen looked to the east with a serious expression. "Greetings to the demonic emperors." The 3 demonic emperors appeared. In the 3 imperial city, from the mortal realm to the commoners, everyone bowed respectfully. The grand superiors and the envoys of the 100 races knelt down to greet the 3 demonic emperors. Summoned the envoys of the 100 races. With this order, the world was shaken. The order of the demonic emperors spread to every corner of the imperial city. No one dared to disobey the order of the demonic emperors. In front of the 9th underworld king's palace, Ning Chen, who had been standing quietly for a night, walked out of the royal palace. At the same time, all the members of the royal family walked out of the 3 imperial city and walked towards the 3 imperial palace. When the 100 races came for a meeting, it was a grand occasion for the royal family. However, it was never peaceful. For countless years, although the 100 races had submitted to the celestial devil royal family, This rise and fall was not absolute. When it came to gains and losses, the 100 races would still fight with all their strength. So, every time the 100 races came for a meeting, it was the time for the 100 races to show their power to the celestial devil royal family, taking the opportunity to fight for more benefits for themselves. After countless years of tacit understanding, the celestial devil royal family also chose to acquiesce. Although the royal family was strong, they did not want to offend all the large clans in the primordial demon realm. In front of the 3 imperial palace, the void swirled, and 3 supreme beings appeared. Dense mist floated up and down, covering the 3 demonic emperors. In front of the 9,000 stone steps, the envoys of the 100 races and the royal family walked over one after another. They stood quietly at the bottom of the stone steps, looking up at the 3 demonic emperors. "Greetings, demonic emperors." Everyone bowed and said, respectfully, "Rise." In front of the first Kuan Emperor Palace, the first Kuan Demon Emperor said, "Thank you, demonic emperor." Everyone stood up and stood quietly. "Welcome to the Celestial Devil Royal City, envoys," the first Kuan Demon Emperor said calmly. "Same old rules. In 10 days, the princes and princesses of the Celestial Devil Royal family will accept the challenges of your successors. All objections will be decided by strength." The 100 races were good at fighting, and the Celestial Devil clan was even more so. So, no matter what, only those with bigger fists had the right to speak. In front of the 9,000 stone steps, none of the envoys of the 100 races objected. This was their chance to show their power, and they had to cherish it. "I'll go first." Beside the old Rock King, Aolai was the first to walk out. His arrogant and cold eyes looked at the youngest of the princes of the Celestial Devil Royal family. He said coldly, "13th Prince, do you dare to accept my challenge?" Everyone was shocked that the young master of the rock race had come out. This peerless talent of the rock race had chosen the most eye-catching prince of the Celestial Devil Royal family first. "My condition is simple. If I win, the rock race will not worship me for 100 years. Also, I want your hands, 13th Prince," Aolai said with a cold smile. Ning Qin looked sideways at the figure in front of him. After a while, he said calmly, "You're not worthy." Chapter 1063. In front of the 3 Emperors' palace, the peerless genius of the Rock clan provoked. His arrogant words shocked everyone present. Everyone in the world knew that the Rock clan was powerful. They were a behemoth that was not inferior to the royal family. They had long had the intention of not following the imperial court. However, the Rock clan was not a royal clan after all. Every time the 100 clans came to court, they still had to come. Now, the young master of the Rock clan had put forward the condition of not going to court, and he also wanted to cut off the Sky Devil Prince's hands. His bold words made people tremble in fear. The dignity of the imperial family could not be violated, let alone the celestial demon clan that had 3 demon emperors. The 100 race envoys looked at the 3 demon emperors in front of the 3 emperors' palace and waited for the result. In front of the first Kuan Emperor Palace, the first demon emperor of the demon race was surrounded by a chaotic aura. His powerful aura kept shaking, and the heavens and the earth prostrated themselves before him. The heavy atmosphere became more and more oppressive. No one dared to say a word. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Approved. After a long time, in front of the first Kuan Emperor Palace, the first Kuan Demon Emperor spoke, shocking everyone. Below, when Aolai heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up in a cold smile. He looked at the figures of the princes and mocked. "You don't dare to accept the challenge!" "Loser, where does your courage come from?" Ning Qin glanced to the side and said indifferently, "Since you are so stubborn, I'll fulfill your wish. I'm not interested in your hands, but I want your wings." When Aolai heard this, the killing intent in his eyes intensified. He said in a deep voice, "If you have the ability, then bring it over." In front of the three emperors' palace, the three demon emperors looked down. None of them spoke up to stop them. The Rock clan was arrogant and indeed needed to be taught a lesson. They were well aware of 13th Prince's strength, which was comparable to the advanced stage of the Red Dust Realm. Even among the princes and princesses, he was not considered weak. As for the young lord of the Rock race, although he wasn't weak, he had only just entered the Red Dust Realm. There was still a big gap between him and the 13th brother. The contest in front of the Imperial Palace was in a stalemate. The 100 clans' emissaries retreated hundreds of feet, leaving space for the two of them. In front of the three sovereigns' palace, the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor raised his hand. In an instant, heaven and earth shook and strange lights filled the sky, creating a space for the two of them to fight. Ning Qin clenched his right hand. Amidst the surging baleful aura, the scarlet drill appeared. The murderous weapon that had slaughtered countless people once again shone with a peerless sharpness. "I have been waiting for this day for a long time," Ao Lai said coldly. His hands opened and closed. Lightning roared and the halberd appeared. Its ferocious might shook the heavens. The power of the two murderous weapons continued to rise, shaking the heaven and earth and splitting the sea. In the next moment, the two of them moved at the same time. Qi Lian and Desolate halberd collided, and a terrifying power spread out rapidly, shocking the world. Just a single move was enough to display their peerless abilities. In a situation where they were evenly matched, no one was able to gain an advantage. Ao Lai sneered and took a step in the air, his figure instantly disappearing. The speed of heaven and earth was so fast that it was hard to capture. When he appeared again, he was already above the knowing destiny state. He waved his halberd and broke the sky. With a loud bang, the heavy halberd smashed down. The knowing destiny body fell directly to the ground, creating a huge sand wave. It was a shocking scene. Everyone was shocked. What had just happened? In front of the three emperors' palace, Kuin Yi, 7 luminaries, and 8 Desolation Demon Emperors had strange expressions on their faces. Everyone in the world knew that the Heavenly Pung race was good at speed. However, the speed of the Heavenly Pung race was still inferior to that of the Phoenix race. However, at that moment, the speed of the young master of the Pung race was extremely close to that of the Phoenix race. It seemed that they had underestimated the determination of the Pung race. In order not to come again, they seemed to have used some forbidden power. In this way, the 13th brother would most likely be in danger in this battle. The speed of heaven and earth added to the combat power of the young master of the Pung race. It would tilt the balance of this battle sharply. No matter how strong one was, if he couldn't even touch the opponent's body, he still wouldn't have any chance of winning. In the battle, the dust in the sky gradually dispersed. Ao Lai stared down, waiting for the result. He had used all his strength in the attack just now. He believed that even if the young master didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Below, the dust and sand dispersed, and a white-clothed figure appeared. His white hair danced lightly, and his clean clothes were not stained with a speck of dust. Ao Lai's eyes narrowed slightly. How could it be? Outside the battle, the emissaries of the 100 clans were also surprised. He wasn't injured. Strange. The heads of the princes and princesses, Xianzhen, Xianqing, and Xianling, were shocked. They knew very well that the 13th brother's strength was extraordinary. However, it seemed that their 13th brother still had a lot of reservations. On the ground, Ning Chen looked at the young master of the Pung race standing in the air and said lightly, "Is that all?" Ao Lai snorted coldly. Murderous intent rose in his eyes again. He took a step forward and instantly came to the front. He waved the halberd, and it was earth-shattering. With a rumble, the halberd fell, and the ground cracked, spreading thousands of feet away. When he saw the knowing destiny body again, he had unknowingly moved 10 feet away, avoiding the halberd. Ao Lai frowned. His figure flashed, and the halberd shook the heavens and the earth. It was extremely fast, and its power was shocking. The halberd arrived, but its speed suddenly slowed down. Qi Lian met it head-on, and the aftershock roared wildly. It slowed down. Outside the battle, everyone was surprised. They probably didn't see that the halberd's speed had indeed slowed down a lot. The 13th prince's strength had always been a mystery. In the Blood Moon ancient battlefield, he had defeated the geniuses of the 100 races and won the first seat. In just a few months after coming to the royal family, he had cultivated the heavenly demon 9 changes to the 6th level of the star-shaking realm. As for the 13th prince's strength, the major forces had estimated that he was at least in the late stage of the red dust realm, or even stronger. While everyone was thinking, the battle was getting more and more intense. The young master of the Peng race displayed astonishing speed, waving the halberd with unparalleled ferocity. On the other hand, Ning Chen's figure was like an illusion as he dodged one attack after another. The strange movement technique, the flickering light, and the interference of the divine prohibition made it difficult for the Peng race to touch him. Forbidden heavenly wasteland. After a long battle, Ao Lai let out a deep roar, and the surrounding thunder surged. The halberd attracted the heavenly thunder, and its ferocious power shook the wind and clouds for thousands of miles. Star's transformation. Ning Chen's expression didn't change. His left palm gathered energy, and the 6 ultimates of the heavenly demon appeared again. In an instant, 6 stars appeared in the sky and fell to the mortal world. The descent of the stars was shocking. Seeing this, Ao Lai's expression turned serious, and he didn't dare to be careless. He used another 30% of his power to shake the falling stars. With a rumble, the halberd shook the demonic power, and a huge impact erupted. The battle was instantly separated, and layers of the void collapsed. Spatial turbulence swept toward the two. Ning Chen and Ao Lai stepped forward at the same time, avoiding the spatial turbulence. Sword 11. The red sword spun, and tens of thousands of sword qi soared into the sky. The perfect sword of the mortal world appeared majestically, crisscrossing in a spectacular scene. After an instant, tens of thousands of swords broke through the air, and endless sword rain slashed toward the young master of the Peng race. Ao Lai focused. Facing the sword he had never seen before, he let out a deep roar, and his fierce qi soared into the sky. The halberd was raised to the sky, and then it swung down with all its strength. In an instant, a halberd light cut through the void and collided with the perfect sword of the mortal world. The sword and halberd collided violently, and the rumbling sound resounded through the world, dazzling people's minds. Among the endless swords, the last sword light flashed past, cutting through the sky and bringing with it a waterfall of blood. Ao Lai took half a step back, and blood gushed out from his left shoulder, dyeing his battle clothes red. Outside the battle, the old Rock King's expression became more and more serious. He had underestimated the 13th prince of the Sky Fiend race. Ao Lai's speed was actually unable to exert any advantage. Why did Ao Lai's attack become much slower when it approached this child? Could it be that the 9th Underworld King had given this child some supreme treasure? Could there be something in the world that could restrict the speed of the Peng race? Thinking about the sword, the old Rock King's expression became more and more gloomy. If there really was such a treasure, he must destroy it at all costs. His Sky Peng race was able to contend against the imperial family because of their speed. If there was a way to restrain it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ao Lai, there's no need to hold back. This child cannot be left alive. The old Rock King withdrew his mind and looked at his only son in the battle. When Ao Lai heard this, his expression darkened. He nodded and replied, "Understood." As soon as he finished speaking, a black aura spread out from Ao Lai's body. He spread his wings, and the surrounding space distorted violently. He took a step forward, and his speed was even faster than before. He was infinitely close to the speed of a phoenix, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Jiming. The halberd slashed down, and its power increased several times. Its shocking power surpassed the limits of the mortal world and approached the realm of kings. In the face of danger, Ning Qin advanced instead of retreating. He raised his hand to grab the halberd. The halberd's power broke through 1,000 caddies, and Ning Qin took half a step back. Behind him, rumbling sounds could be heard, and the ground beneath his feet caved in. I've said it before. The current you is not worthy to fight with me. The cold words entered Ao Lai's ears, and when he came back to his senses, his body flew out involuntarily. The splattering blood dyed the void red. A plain-clothed figure flew out and arrived beside the young master of the Peng race. Once again, he struck the former's chest with his palm. Ah! A pool of blood splattered all over the sky. Ao Lai's figure flew into the sky again, unable to stop. Ning Qin looked at the sky. He took a step in the air, and his body rose from the ground. The plain-clothed figure was the first to reach the sky. His left hand was tilted, and a demonic aura lingered around him. His power was shocking. Have mercy! Outside the battle, the old Peng King's expression changed drastically. His figure flashed quickly, wanting to stop him. Peng King, you've crossed the line. At this moment, in front of the first Kuan Emperor Palace, the number 1 emperor of the demon race spoke faintly. His body did not move, but his technique moved first. The whole world instantly froze, and it was difficult to move. When the emperor made his move, the old Peng King's body was immediately restrained. It was too late for him to help. In the sky, the demonic aura around Ning Qin became more and more majestic. He raised his hand to grab Ao Lai's wings, and then slapped out, landing on Ao Lai's back. The next moment, a shocking scene took place. A pair of wings on Ao Lai's back were forcefully torn off. Blood spurted out like a fountain, dyeing the sky red. The falling figure smashed a huge deep pit. Dust and sand filled the sky, and it was difficult to hide the rain of blood that fell from the sky. It was a miserable ending. The legendary genius of the Peng race was defeated once again. However, this time, the Peng race's wings were broken, and there was no chance for him to make a comeback. In the sky, the plain-clothed figure slowly descended, holding the wings that were torn off from Ao Lai's back. His white hair danced in the wind, and he looked like a demon. Chapter 1064. The battle had ended in front of the 3 emperors' palace. The Peng race's prodigy had lost miserably, and his wings had been torn off. Seeing this scene with his own eyes, the old Peng King's eyes were filled with killing intent. He wanted to avenge his only son at all costs. In front of the first Kuan Emperor Palace, the first Kuan Demon Emperor acted. He sealed the space and turned it into a cage, trapping the Peng race's leader. Peng King, you have to accept your loss. The 8 Desolation Demon Emperor said indifferently in front of the 8 Desolation Emperor Palace. The 3 Demon Emperors stood quietly in the light. Their auras could devour the world and shock the 100 races. It made everyone realize that these 3 were the true heavens in the primordial demon zone. The old Peng King gradually recovered from his madness. He glanced at the plain-clothed youth with murderous eyes. Then he walked over to his only son, who was unconscious, and left with him. The 3 demon emperors didn't stop him. They just watched the old Peng King leave with Ao Lai. After this battle, the Peng race's young master's foundation and martial heart had been completely destroyed. The Peng race had lost its heir, and it was destined that it wouldn't be able to recover for the next few hundred years. In front of the 9,000 stone steps, the envoys of the 100 races recovered from their shock. The 13th prince of the Heaven Demon race couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He had torn off the wings of the Peng race's young master in front of the old Peng King, who was comparable to an emperor. No one could compare to his courage and viciousness. Ning Chen cupped his fists at the 3 demon emperors. He didn't say anything and returned to his seat. After this battle, the envoys of the 100 Races looked at the former with fear in their eyes. They hadn't expected the 13th prince to be so powerful that it was almost impossible to challenge him. Among the envoys of the 100 Races, Xiao Xiao and Wan exchanged glances. Ning Chen's strength had exceeded their expectations. Several of the 13 princes and princesses of the Heaven Demon race had already become kings. There weren't many people they could challenge in the first place, and now there were even fewer. 13th brother, you've made us see you in a new light again, said the 9th prince with a smile from not too far away. 9th brother, you're too kind. I'm just showing off, Ning Chen said softly. Hypocrite. A girl with delicate features behind the 9th prince spoke in an indifferent tone. 10th sister, don't be impudent. The 9th prince lightly reprimanded. What's wrong? Can't I say anything about it? Xian Yu asked coldly. A cold light flashed in the 9th prince's eyes, but he didn't say anything else. Xian Yu's personality had always been like this. Ning Chen looked at the woman in front of him, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It seemed that there were still many unknown things about the princes and princesses of the royal family that he needed to slowly uncover. Xian Yu coldly looked at the young man behind her. She didn't know why, but she just didn't like this 13th brother of hers. Seeing the former looking over, Ning Chen smiled and nodded in greeting. Xian Yu snorted coldly and retracted her gaze, ignoring him. Ning Chen smiled awkwardly and stood at the end of the row, quietly observing the struggle of the 100 Races. The imperial family was strong, and the 100 clans did not have much room to fight back. However, as long as he could bring some trouble to the Sky Devil imperial family, he was happy to see it happen. Is there no one else? Let me do it. Just as the emissaries were speechless, a calm voice sounded. Everyone looked over, and a young man in green walked out. He had a handsome face and was quiet and peaceful. Song Ming. Seeing the person who walked out, Xian Ling's expression turned serious. This was going to be troublesome. The Howling Moon royal family was a large family that was not inferior to the Sky Rock clan. It was even comparable to the royal family. However, compared to the Sky Rock clan, the Howling Moon royal family was very low-key and rarely appeared in front of others. However, no one could deny the strength of the Howling Moon royal family, especially the current young master of the Howling Moon royal family. He was unfathomable and had never been defeated in hundreds of years. Seeing the heir of the Howling Moon royal family walk out, the emissaries were shocked. If it was the Howling Moon royal family, they might really be able to defeat the princes and princesses of the Sky Devil imperial family. 7th Crown Prince, how about we exchange a few moves? Song Ming looked at Xian Ling, who was in front of the princes, and asked. As soon as he said that, everyone present was shocked. Challenging the crown prince of the royal family? Was the heir of the Howling Moon royal family crazy? Among the 3 crown princes of the Sky Devil imperial family, the 1st crown prince Xian Zhen and the 3rd crown prince Xian Qing had entered the king realm many years ago. Their strength was immeasurable. Even the 7th crown prince Xian Ling, who had cultivated for the shortest time, was infinitely close to the king realm. Coupled with the Sky Devil imperial family's strong physical strength, even the kings of other clans would have to avoid him. At the front of the princes and princesses, Xian Ling looked at the young master of the Howling Moon royal family quietly. After a while, he said, I'm happy to oblige. Do you want to add some stakes? Song Ming said calmly. Up to you, Xian Ling said calmly. Since it's just a competition, there's no need to bet too much. How about 100,000 immortal jades? Song Ming said. As soon as he said that, the emissaries were shocked again. 100,000 immortal jades? Was he crazy? Immortal jades were precious and could not be reproduced. Even the royal family would not have too many in storage. Since the young master of the Howling Moon royal family was so generous, was he really that confident in his own strength? Sure. Xianling nodded lightly and agreed without hesitation. Demon Emperor, please grant us your permission. Seeing that Xianling agreed, Songming looked at the three princes of the three emperors' palace and said respectfully, "Permission granted." In front of the first Kuan royal palace, a majestic voice said calmly, "In front of the 8th Desolation royal palace." The 8th Desolation demonic emperor raised his hand and a small world appeared. The desert appeared in the void, providing a battlefield for the two of them. His shocking ability to split open the sky with a raise of his hand shocked everyone present. The Tao of an emperor could not be described with words. Under the 9,000 stone steps, Xianling and Songming stepped on the ground at the same time and leaped into the sky. In the sky above the desert, the two of them arrived and stood in the sandstorm with solemn expressions. "Please." Without saying anything, the two of them moved at the same time and clashed at lightning speed. As soon as they clashed, the heat became white-hot. The two of them kept clashing with each other. They were not kings, but were comparable to kings. Their bodies turned into lightning and roared. They were so fast that they died in an instant. Below, the emissaries looked at the intense battle above and were shocked. Is this the strength of the Howling Moon royal family's successor? Heavenly Wolf, Howling Moon. As they clashed, Songming shouted and his genuine qi shot up to the sky. His black hair danced in the air and his true form appeared behind him. A giant sky wolf appeared and held at the sky. In an instant, the entire place was filled with sand and wind and thunder. A terrifying force exploded and spread out rapidly. Seeing this, Xianling's face turned solemn. He stepped out and his majestic, demonic body appeared. He threw out a punch and met the force head-on. As the two of them clashed, there was an earth-shattering explosion. Around the two of them, sand waves rolled into the sky. As the shock waves from the collision dissipated, a shocking scene appeared before everyone's eyes. Between the two of them, blood flowed out from Xianling's chest. It was extremely eye-catching. Below, the crowd was in an uproar. No one had expected the 7th prince of the sky demonic royal family to be at a disadvantage. "Brother, will the 7th prince lose?" In front of the princes and princesses, the 5th prince's face darkened as he asked, "No, he won't. He can't lose." Xianzhen replied coldly. As the crown prince of the sky demonic royal family, he could not lose to an outsider. Regardless of the reason, Xianling must have understood this. Not far away, Xian Yu's face turned solemn. She had not expected the 7th prince to be at a disadvantage. Has the Howling Moon royal family's young master become so powerful? Just as the crowd was in awe, the two of them clashed again in the sky above the desert. The sand waves rolled, and the force became more and more terrifying. Around Songming, there was a faint wolf fire. Every move he made had the power to tear the sky apart. Even the sky demonic royal family's physical body could not withstand it. After more than 10 moves, more wounds appeared on Xianling's body. Facing Songming's storm-like attacks, the situation was getting more and more dangerous. Cloud-covering palm. The two palms clashed again. Xianling took the blow head-on. His right hand gathered yuan, and an earth-shattering blow landed on Songming's chest. Songming did not expect such a desperate move. He took a few steps back after the blow landed on his body. Blood splattered and dyed his battle robe red. Songming's face turned solemn. The crown prince of the sky demonic royal family was not easy to deal with. On the other side, Xianling took the blow head-on. His unyielding fighting soul would not allow himself to be defeated by an outsider. Below, Ning Chun watched the two of them fight. His eyes flashed. The sky demonic royal family's strength was not a coincidence. Xianling's strength was obviously weaker than the young master of the Howling Moon clan. However, Xianling would not lose this fight. If all the warriors of the sky demonic royal family had such a fighting soul, The future war between the human tribe and the sky demonic clan would be extremely difficult. On the desert, the battle between the two of them had reached its climax. Their fighting souls burned brightly like the sun. Song Ming's face became more and more solemn. The situation was gradually evened out. Their fists collided, and the two of them took a blow at the same time. Blood splattered everywhere. The accumulated injuries messed up the true qi around their bodies. However, the two of them did not feel anything. Their blood continued to flow, and their attacks did not stop. Father, Demon King, Xianqing, and the emissary of the Howling Moon clan walked out at the same time and looked at each other. Your Highness, please speak first, the emissary of the Howling Moon clan said. Xianqing did not refuse. He looked at the figure in front of the first Kuan Emperor's palace and said, Father, it is difficult to determine the outcome of this battle. If the battle continues, I am afraid it will be a life and death battle. The emissary of the Howling Moon clan nodded and bowed respectfully. Demon King, please give the order to stop the battle. In front of the first Kuan Emperor's palace, the first Demon King of the Sky Demonic clan looked at the battle in the desert. After a long while, he said, Approved. As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 Luminaries Demon King, who had been waiting in front of the 7 Luminaries Imperial Palace, raised his hand. Instantly, the 7 suns fell into the mortal world. With a loud bang, the battle in the vast desert was split apart by a powerful force. 2 figures flew out and descended from the sky. The result of the battle being a draw was out of everyone's expectations. The Howling Moon royal family had shocked the world with this battle. The Howling Moon royal family does not need to come to court for the next 100 years. The first Kuan Emperor's palace said calmly, Thank you, Demon King. Under the 9,000 stone steps, the emissary of the Howling Moon clan bowed again and thanked him. Behind the princes, Ningqin glanced at the young master of the Howling Moon royal family, who was not far away. His heart was stirred. In the future, this person would be a great enemy. On the other side, Biyun hummed softly in the hands of the scarlet-red young man inlaid with gold. Wait a little longer. It will be our turn soon. Ness Yao pressed down on the trembling Biyun divine sword and said softly, Chapter 1065. In front of the 3 emperors' palace, the 100 races challenged the might of the heavenly demonic emperors. The young geniuses walked out one after another, challenging the invincible legend of the royal family. The 13 princes and princesses of the heavenly demonic royal family were shockingly strong. Even the weakest one had the power of the heavenly demonic bloodline. The princes and princesses who had reached the 6th change of the heavenly demonic realm were extremely powerful. Almost no one in the same realm could defeat them. Facing the power of the princes and princesses of the heavenly demonic race, the geniuses of the 100 races lost one after another. Even the best of the 100 races couldn't defeat the heavenly demonic royal family. Ningqin didn't participate in the next dozens of battles. Because of his amazing performance in the first battle, no one dared to challenge him anymore. Similarly, as the crown prince Xianzhen had the highest cultivation in the royal family, no one dared to challenge him. He was close to the peak of the king realm. Even the kings of the 100 races couldn't defeat him. Battle after battle proved the power of the heavenly demonic royal family. Even if Ningqin and the 3 crown princes didn't participate, the 100 races couldn't win a single battle. Fearless resistance. In the small world of ice and snow, Xianyu sent Yuan Tian of the ape race flying with one palm. Yuan Tian stumbled and landed on the ground. He barely managed to stabilize himself. Looking at the girl before him, he felt bitter. The difference in power was too big. Even though he had improved recently, he still couldn't fight back against the monsters of the heavenly demonic royal family. I've lost. Yuan Tian admitted defeat helplessly. Xian Yu stepped forward and flew out of the small world, returning to her original position. Her expression didn't change at all from the beginning to the end. In the 47 battles, other than the draw between Tsangming and Xianling, the heavenly demonic royal family had won 46 battles. The terrifying results made the emissaries of the 100 races feel hopeless. They didn't expect that after so many years, the gap between them and the heavenly demonic royal family hadn't narrowed. Instead, it had widened. Was the heavenly demonic royal family really unbeatable? In front of the palace of 3 emperors, the 3 demon emperors stood quietly. Their bodies were surrounded by boundless multicolored light, and dense mist was floating up and down. The demon might that could shake the 9 heavens and 10 earths lingered around them. It was so powerful that it seemed unreal. Gradually, no one dared to challenge the heavenly demonic royal family anymore. Resistance without hope were meaningless. Xiao pondered for a moment when she saw that no one from the various clans had stepped forward. Then she strode forward. Elder sister. Wana reached out and grabbed the former. She shook her head worriedly. I'm fine. Xiao smiled and said, I'll be careful. After saying that, Xiao didn't say anything else. She turned around and walked away. Devil Emperor. At the foot of the 9,000 stone steps, Xiao bowed gracefully. She looked at the 3 demon emperors in front of the 3 emperors' palace and said, Your humble servant requests for battle. Not far away, Ningqin, the last of the princes and princesses, had a serious look on his face. In the end, they still walked out. I challenge the 10th princess. Also, I have a presumptuous request. Under everyone's gazes, Xiao shifted her gaze to the princes and continued. This subject's younger sister and the 13th prince are in love with each other. If this subject's younger sister is lucky enough to win this battle, I hope that the 3 devil emperors will grant them a marriage. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was shocked. Bestowing a marriage? What was going on? Was the Fox clan preparing to have a marriage alliance with the heavenly devil imperial family? The sudden shocking words shocked all the envoys of the 100 races. Even Ningqin was shocked. He didn't expect the Fox clan saintess to make such a shocking move. In front of the 3 emperors' palace, the 3 devil emperors were also shocked. The Fox clan princess and the 9th prince's disciple were going to have a marriage alliance? Why would the Fox clan make such a choice? Did the 9th prince know about this? Granted. A moment later, the first Kuni demon emperor didn't hesitate anymore and agreed directly. Whether the 9th prince knew about this or agreed to it, they couldn't refuse the Fox clan saintess request in front of the 100 races. Xianyu, you can't lose this battle, the 7 luminaries demon emperor said in a deep voice in front of the 7 luminaries imperial palace. Yes, father, Xianyu replied. In front of the 8 desolation imperial palace, the 8 desolation demon emperor raised his hand and opened a small world. The forbidden land where the sun and moon were in the sky appeared. The small world had a harsh environment. There were shattered spatial fragments everywhere. It was like an abandoned land that could collapse at any time. Xiao and Xianyu's figures flashed and turned into streams of light that shot into the sky. In the small world, the 2 appeared and looked at each other. They didn't exchange any pleasantries and immediately started fighting. The 2 silhouettes intertwined, each displaying a world-shaking ability. Their palms collided, destroying mountains and splitting rocks. Xianyu, who was at the middle stage of the red dust realm, had a cultivation base that kept rising. Her heavenly demon secret technique was merciless and destroyed one mountain after another. Xiao didn't retreat in the face of such powerful attacks. Instead, she used the Fox clan's secret technique. Every move she made was as soft as steel. This woman isn't weak. The first demon emperor in front of the first Kuni demon emperor said calmly while the 2 were fighting. Rumor has it that this woman is the 9-tailed fairy who only appears once in 10,000 years. If the rumor is true, it's not surprising that she has such strength. The 7 luminaries demon emperor replied in front of the 7 luminaries imperial palace. The Fox clan can attain the sovereign path if they cultivate to the 9-tailed fairy. Only the heavenly fairy who reaches the 9-tailed fairy has the bloodline of a sovereign path expert. Her potential is limitless. The 8 desolation demon emperor said, "If this woman is really the 9-tailed fairy, then her strength shouldn't be limited to this." While the 3 were talking, the battle between the Sky Demon Princess and the Fox Clan Saintess had reached its climax. The 2 of them, who were close in strength, continued to exchange blows. End the battle quickly. Don't drag it out. At this moment, a majestic voice sounded in Xian Yu's ears. Hearing this, Xian Yu's expression turned serious. She flipped her palm and moved hundreds of feet away. Vast world, demonic calamity. Xian Yu raised her hand, and 10,000 demonic bolts of lightning struck the world. Xian Yu gathered her strength, and demonic qi rushed into the 9 heavens. It was earth-shattering and shook the stars in the sky. The final move was shocking. The demonic qi continued to spread, and the entire small world started to disintegrate. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Xiao Zhao's expression turned serious. She no longer hid her strength. With a long roar, the cultivation that had been sealed for 100 years was released. The next moment, the weather changed. 10,000 bolts of lightning struck the 9 heavens. Behind the Fox Clan Saintess, a huge demon fox phantom appeared. Its 9 tails swayed in the wind. The appearance of the 9-tailed demon fox shocked the envoys of the 100 races. After countless years, the legendary 9-tailed fairy had finally appeared in the Fox clan. In the small world, the auras of the Sky Demon and Saintess clashed. An unparalleled destructive force exploded and spread rapidly in all directions. The small world collapsed, and everything within 100,000 miles turned into nothingness. A spatial storm swept out and swallowed everything. The final move stunned the world. The outcome was about to be decided. Below, among the envoys of the 100 races, a young man in a scarlet robe with gold gathered his thoughts. He glanced at the Chayun Divine sword in his hand and said, "Now it's our turn." Chapter 1066. In the small world, the heavenly demon and heavenly fairy used their final moves. The demonic cycle lasted for 1,000 years. In the apocalypse, the 9-tailed wind aura appeared and faced the heavenly demon's attack head-on. The collision was beyond the limit. The small world collapsed and time and space were messed up. The huge impact destroyed the entire world in a few seconds. Arg! With a muffled groan, the 2 figures flew out. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. They were both heavily injured. The 2 seemed to be on par with each other, but the outcome was already decided. Sizzle! At this moment, there was the sound of clothes being torn. Blood spurted out from Xian Yu's chest. She stumbled back a few steps. Seeing this, the messengers of the 100 races were shocked. The heavenly demon royal family lost this round? In front of the 3 emperors' palace, the first Kunyi, 7 luminaries, and 8 barren demon emperors looked serious. Xian Yu had lost. The 9-tailed heavenly fairy was indeed extraordinary. She was able to suppress Xian Yu, who had the heavenly demon royal bloodline. At the 9,000 stone steps, Xian Yu managed to stabilize herself. The demonic aura around her was messy. Xian Zhen moved. Before anyone could react, he came to Xian Yu's side. He raised his hand, and the demonic aura entered her body to suppress her injuries. Soon, Xian Yu opened her eyes. Looking at the person beside her, she said tiredly, "Thank you, first brother." "Go and treat your injuries," Xian Jin said calmly. Xian Yu nodded and followed Xian Jin back to her seat. In front of the first Kunyi Emperor Palace, the first Kunyi Demon Emperor looked at the Fox Saintess and said, "You have won. I agree to what you said." "Thank you, Demon Emperor." Xiao Xiao suppressed her injuries and said softly. Xiao Xiao looked at her sister with a complicated expression. She sighed in her heart. This was all she could do. Wan saw the look in Xiao Xiao's eyes and did not know whether to be happy or worried. She understood her sister's good intentions, but this meant that Lord Ning had no other choice. Ning Chen remained silent and didn't refute him directly. Wanner had saved his life. Even if he did not agree to their marriage, he could not refuse in public and hurt the dignity of this kind girl. In the west, the sun gradually moved westward. 10 days had come to a close. The battle between the celestial devils and the 100 races had finally won a hard-won victory. It's over. Looking at the setting sun in the west, the emissaries all let out sighs of relief. There should not be any more accidents in the last 2 hours. Just as such thoughts flashed through everyone's minds, a purple-red figure inlaid with gold walked past, attracting everyone's attention. Among the princes, Ning Chen's expression turned serious. What was to come had finally come. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Ness Yao walked out. Looking at the 3 powerful figures in front of the 3 sovereigns' palace, he calmly said, "This subject requests for battle. I hope that the 3 devil emperors will grant my request." As he spoke, Ness Yao's eyes looked towards the silk-clothed figure not far away, and he calmly said, "13th Highness, shouldn't the matter between us come to an end?" Ning Chen sighed softly. He didn't shrink back and stepped forward. At any time, Ning Chen agreed. Facing his former ally, he officially accepted the battle today. In front of the 3 sovereigns' palace, first Demon Emperor Kuan looked at the young master of Sunrise Royal City below. His expression was filled with admiration. To be able to step into the king realm at such a young age, even his celestial devil imperial family couldn't compare to him. Even Xian Qing was 100 years behind him. Granted. A dignified voice resounded, accepting the final battle. First, Demon Emperor Kuan looked at the 2 strongest people of the younger generation, and a strange look flashed past his eyes. He wanted to know who was the strongest person in this era as well. In front of the 7 planets and 8 desolation imperial palaces, the 2 devil emperors raised their hands together. Their devilish might gathered, and in the sky, a small world different from before appeared. It was a world where water and fire coexisted. Yin and yang coexisted, water and fire clashed. The small world created by the laws of the 2 sovereigns was shocking and breathtaking. Below, Ness Yao and Ning Chen soared into the sky, flying towards the small world in the sky. "Don't worry, he'll be fine." Beside Wan, Xiao Xiao softly said. Amen. Wan lightly nodded, but the worry in her eyes was hard to conceal. Will young Master Ning be able to deal with a king realm expert? In the small world where water and fire coexisted, 2 figures descended from the sky. They stood at 2 extremes, and their auras continued to rise, growing stronger and stronger. The strongest opponents could not tolerate the slightest bit of carelessness. There was no need for small talk, as small talk was already unnecessary. The 2 who had unresolvable enmity moved, and their swords struck out. The dazzling sword light illuminated the world of water and fire. Crimson Serpent and Bi Yin revealed their sharpness at the same time, and the sound of their swords was like thunder. With a rumble, the 2 divine weapons clashed. Sword energy scattered in all directions like frost. Today our enmity ends. I will make you pay with your life. The enmity was unresolvable. The divine sword in Ness Yao's hand shone dazzlingly like a divine sun. Sword cries resounded throughout the world of water and fire. On the other hand, Ning Chen's expression was solemn. His movements were abnormally calm, without the slightest flaw. Below, the crowd watched the battle, and thoughts constantly flashed past their minds. Without a doubt, this was the strongest battle of the younger generation, and there was no other. The 2 of them could be considered as peerless geniuses. One was the number 1 king of the younger generation, while the other was an undefeated legend. Who was the true number 1 of the younger generation? MN as light as water, hatred as deep as the ocean. The heroes of the past cherished each other, and today they would not rest until one of them was dead. The two who stood at two extremes, their figures constantly intersected. Their swords collided, interweaving into a brilliant sword battle. 9 heavens beyond, 3 lives soared. The secret art of the capital appeared, and the sound of the sword shook the 9 provinces. In Nes Yao's hand, the divine sword drew upon the power of wind and clouds. 3 world-shocking sword lights appeared, fusing with water and fire and flowing with wind and lightning. Seeing this, Ning Chun pointed at his sword. Sword energy surged from his body, and the sword on the sword appeared once more. Avicii heaven's wail. The third watch of the king of hell, the Azura of hell, appeared. Ning Chin gathered his sword and transformed it into the extreme. Devil energy fused with extreme intent on the sword, and the Azura sword appeared once more. The 2 extremes appeared at the same time and collided with each other. In an instant, a terrifying destructive force rapidly spread out. The entire small world shook violently, and the sea of flames burned the heavens. In the turbulent aftermath, blood splattered. The 2 figures appeared at the same time, and their swords intersected. They would not rest until one of them was dead. The hands holding the swords were stained with blood. As the 2 swords clashed, blood kept splattering everywhere. However, the 2 people in the battle seemed to be unaware of it. As long as they held their swords in their hands, the battle would not stop. While the 2 were fighting fiercely, the 3 demon emperors were watching the battle from below in front of the 3 emperors' palace. They had different expressions. 7th brother, who do you think is the winner of this battle? The 8th Desolation demon emperor asked. The winner. The 7 Brilliance demon emperor sneered and said, no matter who wins this battle, there is no winner. If there is a winner, it will only be us, the heavenly devil imperial family. The defeat of 9 Underworld's disciple was the result that countless people wanted to see, especially the nobles of the 3 emperors' palace. Similarly, if 9 Underworld's disciple won, the impact of Xian Yu's defeat would be minimized. The identity of this disciple of 9 Underworlds is too suspicious. With such shocking attainments in swordsmanship, he shouldn't be unknown. Have the people we sent not found out his background yet? In front of the First Earth Emperor Palace, the First Earth Demon Emperor asked. No. The 8th Desolation Demon Emperor replied. When this kid appeared, he was in the territory of the Sunrise Royal City. Before that, there was no news about him. That's strange. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said coldly. Could it be that there's a sword supremacy in the remote eastern continent that we don't know about? If the kid doesn't have a master, there's no way he could achieve such shocking accomplishments. It's not impossible. The 8th Desolation Demon Emperor replied. Over the years, many people have obtained the inheritances of the ancient era, or even the primordial era. Every time they appear, they amaze the world. This kid might be one of them. In front of the First Earth Emperor Palace, the First Earth Demon Emperor nodded lightly. It was indeed possible. In this great era, there were always amazing geniuses appearing. For example, the successor of the Howling Moon clan, the Holy Lady of the Fox clan, and this young man from the Sunrise Royal City. Such a glorious era had never been seen before. The light of the successors of the imperial families was overshadowed by the other sky prides. It was almost impossible for this to happen in other eras. While the 3 emperors were chatting in the small world of water and fire in the sky, there were raging waves. 2 streams of light crossed each other rapidly. Each time they collided, huge waves would be set off. Heavenly opening, rising sun. The battle reached its climax, and the way of the emperor appeared. 9 divine suns circled around you, Yao's body. The extreme 9 moves converged into one. The rising sun soared into the sky, and the heavenly opening appeared. It was a world-shaking move, and its might was so terrifying that it was shocking. Within the rising sun, a three-legged golden crow appeared. As it flapped its wings, golden flames burned the sky. When the emperor revealed his might, the heavens and earth cried out. Seeing this, Ning Chen's expression turned solemn. The scarlet chain in his hand disappeared, and he concentrated his energy. 9 transformations shocked the world. Black, devilish flames spread out, and the devilish might continued to rise. The 9 underworlds' battle technique shocked the world. Mystic release flew out, and 9 streams of light gathered, turning into a black, devilish sword. Endless devilish might swept across the 9 heavens. Sword art, doomsday heavenly punishment, augmented by flying swan, the sword might that was several times stronger slashed apart the heavens and earth. The surging devilish flames were like a devilish dragon emerging from the sea, swallowing the heavens and earth. The way of the emperor devil slaying sword. The 2 small worlds, one golden and one black, collided violently. A huge explosion comparable to the apocalypse resounded. The terrifying shock wave instantly destroyed the terrain within several tens of thousands of miles. Mountains sank, seas fell, and lava soared into the sky. Water and fire mixed together, and a large amount of mist soared into the sky, filling the small world. Drip! In the sky, a drop of blood fell from the sky, falling into the surging waves. It was so faint that it was almost inaudible. In the blink of an eye, it was swallowed by the waves. The outcome has been decided. In front of the 3 emperors' palace, the first demon emperor retracted his gaze and said indifferently, "Unexpected, but expected." The 8th desolation demon emperor said calmly. At this moment, in the 9 underworld's king's palace, a terrifying devilish light that shook the 9 heavens shot into the 9 heavens. The shocking scene immediately attracted everyone's attention. 9 underworlds! The 8th desolation demon emperor was shocked. He said he finally succeeded. In the next moment, devilish clouds gathered above the 3 emperors' palace, and a huge devilish shadow appeared. The vast devilish might shook the entire primordial demon realm. The sudden change shocked all the forces. The Emperor Path, the Sky Devil imperial family, had a 4th emperor. In the sky above the 9 underworld's king's palace, a purple figure appeared. He looked at the small world in the distance and said calmly, "Give me a reason."